To control the middle of the map. They've got rockets in their hand with grapple right now on APG, and he's looking to push and potentially get this first flag out the board.
Big opportunity here for Optic Gaming to pick up the kills they need. That's going to be 3 down now. Anyone healthy enough and with shields and in position to get into the base and then pick that flag and throw it out the front. Oh, lovely shots from APG. That's a spree for him. 5 in a row. It looks like things Cloud9.
It's going to be a little AC hold, and we'll talk about the power positions through this game, and we'll take a look at just how these teams are trying to eagle eye the camo and able to eagle eye King Nick, and right there you see a very, very fast eagle eye.
Standing out at the moment. You look at Eco, he's 13 and 5 at the moment in this game, Andy. That's some nuts stuff, and that's nuts from Renegade.
It was going to be Cloud9 that was able to secure that camo. I believe it's one of the other players other than Penguin, but Penguin wisely playing slow is able to find not one, but a perfect shot. It's a triple kill for Penguin.
Yeah, Penguin just bulldogging around the spawn there. Does well. Also sits in that notch pretty well. Another kill does come in from Renegade team. Shot on bottom middle as well. Might turn 3 here. There's a triple. Yes, indeed. Picks that up and will continue ball time. Has to drop and shoot at C. Can he finish? Well, great stuff here from Renegade.
Just create a lot of space for his team. They were stuck trying to push across elevator. Camo in the hands of I Got Your Pistola, and already plays being made. Seems like we've seen him do this across just about every single Halo, where when he gets camo, good things happen for his team, and that nade is going to open up the scoreboard once again for Optic Gaming.
Our teammate Trippy does exactly that, and now Ola maybe thinking about a play ball, maybe thinking about sending someone for a swim. It's a play ball. Rockets will be appearing. They've answered that question. They have done, and now Pistola's looking to turn this into kills.
Oh, he gets a nice bit of damage on Renegade as well. Might pick up 2 here if he can. Yes, indeed. Ola with the double kill on the bottom of the map. A huge play from Pistola. In Infinite, can you anchor down the spots you need to give your team the openings on the routes, especially on a game like this? Lucid's going to want to do everything he can to stay alive. Reach. Oh my God. Repulsor's up with the camo to stay alive. Drops down, gets a kill, picks up the ball again. This man's putting on a clinic.
When we watched this gameplay from the point of view of Optic Gaming yesterday, Eco was so devastating from this top yellow position.
Look at this, great grapple the ball up. Yes, grapples the ball to top yellow. It's a huge play with only 14 seconds left.
Little shimmy, a little shake, a little shoulder shuffle coming in from Eco, but this will be Cloud9's game. Yeah, as you say, they're going to have to hold on to this objective. If they pull this off, it would be a miracle. It would be a miracle, but crazier things have happened, to be fair. As now Pistola will move in and pick up a couple of kills. 5 seconds left now. Pistola, as you can see, that timer is stopping. Pistola reminds us all that Infinite is a different kind of Halo.
So just like that, take a look now. They're going to be ready here. Now it's going to be about to maybe get in if they can now tie the game. Might try to play the ball here, and he's going to toss it off. And now that's going to be the game. That's going to be the game.
Oh my word! How have they done that? Can we take it down? cojones to force their way forward, and now they find themselves in a battle, 47 to 46.
Try to get the kills, and still, once again, 48-48 has been picked up. Yes, indeed, 48-48. Now only 2 kills to go here. This camo is going to decide it.
Well, one player's trapped here, though, and Optic are going to push onto him. They're going to get the kill.
No!
Oh, my one! How did they get that kill? It's 49-49. Oh, and Trippy will win it! Trippy will win it for Optic Gaming.
On the back of the power-up, ladies and gentlemen, Optic wins our first best of 5 in a 50-49. They reset the bracket. We are going the distance tonight, and I could not be happier.
There's a player crouching behind the pillar who will help him out and keep him alive. Trippy, he's going to have another 1v1. He's down in shots, and he almost managed to put the player down as well, but he will finally fall. A crazy game. Let's see if he can catch another player off guard. That'll be 3 dead here. There's a repulsor, and here's a Mangler, and there's a play from Trippy. Yes. Trippy moved in to finish it off as they cleared the space in front.
It's such a great point to make their onset, such great teamwork, and they know that that's going to save them just a little bit. Are you kidding me?
10 in a row for Trippy. That's caught me off guard, and now he's looking for another. This man is on fire at the moment. Was all dead, I think, momentarily for Optic Gaming, and now they have the ball in their hands. They have
boy!
Oh my God! Stella's just broken someone's neck.
Pillars players are trying to challenge down Stellar as well, so now we are back in the mix. C9 with a hold. They're down by quite a bit. My God, look at that shot once again. Going to be able to pick up 2 here as well. Double kill, killing spree. And just like that, C9 poised to put even more points on the board. You've got to be kidding me with those shots.
Ridiculous. Stella is on a roll here.
Right away for Optic Gaming, and they're playing it so well. And like you said, this is really going to put the pressure on to the C9 side. They're going to need to get a little bit uncomfortable. Look at Trippy somehow just dodging every single grenade and saying that he wins the battle. You've got to be kidding me. How close this series has been. Optic Gaming just absolutely making a statement in our game 10.
Trippy is just on a roll, and Trippy is going to be hitting the grapple, and Trippy is going to be getting more triples. Grand final style play coming out of Trippy. Lucid is chasing this play around the corner. C9, it's been a hell of a fight, but what a fight it's been from Optic Gaming. They will be your champions. 50 to 21. Does not sum up the series whatsoever, but it sums up how that final map went. It was dominant.
It absolutely was, and I don't even know what to say. Optic Gaming, they knew exactly what they needed to do in that game. They came out so strong, 4 dead off the break. On set, they never looked back after that complete dominance from Optic Gaming, and they are your HCS NA Open #1 champions for Halo Infinite.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Halo Championship Series. It is so good to see you guys back here again, and if you're joining us for the first time, welcome. So good to have you guys joining us. We are so unbelievably excited to have you guys celebrating Halo Infinite with us right here, right now, as we head back into our competitive season, and of course with Open 2 here in North America. Now, my name's Lottie Van Praag and it's very good to see you. I'm going to be hosting today, but I'm not alone up here. I'm joined by three very equally excited gentlemen. I've got Brav, Onset and Clutch joining me today. Woo! Oof. Look, I'm still reliving last week over and over again in my head. I mean, not only did we break records in teams participating, but we broke viewership records here as well. We had the warmest welcome into Halo Infinite. Brav, I've got to know, man, are you just about over that excitement, or are you ready for round two?
I don't even know if I've caught up with the first 2 weeks of Halo Infinite, but I am so ready for round two. Packed brackets. We've never had a bracket that we had to close teams and stop them at the door. Like you said, record viewership. The Halo hype train is showing no signs of slowing, and I'm just so stoked. Welcome back, everyone. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Welcome back. Look, I'm beyond excited because, of course, we have some names that are coming through the woodworks yet again. They're coming back at it. Really excited to see them on our screens today. Onset, some of those reputations coming back to bite. I think new pro players in the behinds. Let's talk about some of those names that we might be seeing today.
Yeah, certainly a player that's made a career of doing exactly that is Mr. Snipe Down. Played through the bracket last week, but unfortunately had to stop because he had some other obligations. But this time he's here, and he has been playing phenomenally. Eric Rona, as Richard Sims would say, is back in Halo. It's wonderful to see, and trust me, the man is looking phenomenal in game as well.
Clutch, that's not only the big name that we got potentially coming on our screens today. Who else can we look out for?
Yeah, no, it's not at all. It's a really big deal that he's back in Halo. It's a one-time champion back in Halo Reach. Probably debatably the best player at the time. His name's Formal. You might know him from this Call of Duty prolific career, but he's back in Halo and he's already starting to make noise.
Well, I think it's safe to say that I am really excited to see some of these names back on our screens again, and I'm very excited to be back in Halo broadcasting our Open 2. If you guys have been living under a rock, or if you just haven't managed to catch the hype that's been happening on social media, you may have missed that we have an epic event coming your way, so check this out. That's right, December 17th, we have our Raleigh kickoff major. It is going to be epic. LAN is back. I cannot wait to get there. I really can't. Onset, obviously, the crowd is going to be there. It's going to be loud. What are you most looking forward to at this LAN event, at our first live event on our roadmap?
I just want to feel the energy of the crowd, of the people, of the Halo community. All the people that have been to events before are going to be back there. All of the players are going to be there on that stage doing what they do best, but also seeing some new faces at these events. And also on a slightly selfish note, seeing you guys is going to be pretty special, to be honest with you. It's been 2 years since we've got to hang out, and it's going to be amazing to share that stage once again. But I mean, the energy, that's the one thing that I'm looking forward to, just that energy in the arena of everyone back together.
Yeah, I think the energy is going to be unparalleled. I think it's going to be absolutely incredible. So make sure you guys are tuning in, and hopefully see quite a few of you there IRL as well. Can't believe I'm actually getting to say that. Now today, of course, we're going to be working through the second installment of our Open series here for North America. So if you guys didn't manage to tune in last week, there's tons of VOD. Head over to the YouTube channel on Halo to check that out as well. But we do, in fact, have a record-breaking 512 teams over the past couple of days and today. So we have been working our way through that bracket yesterday, of course, and today, of course, we're looking at our top 8 teams heading into our winners bracket. But we probably need to explain how this Open works, and if you weren't with us last week, well then Brav has you covered. How is this thing going to go, Brav?
Yeah, let's go ahead and break it down. Many of you will be familiar with these formats, of course, but those of you who might be joining up for the first time, first of all, welcome. It's a great time to be a Halo fan. We've got 512 teams, as you said. This is a full bracket here. We actually had to turn away teams, first time in Halo history. Ranked 4v4 game modes, similar to the ones that you're going to find in the ranked playlist. I should say all of them available in the ranked playlist in Halo Infinite. Double elimination bracket all the way through. Best of 3 matches until our grand finals. Last week, you might remember, we got to see 2 best of 5s, an incredible set of games. And of course, teams are not only earning cash here, they're also earning points for very important critical seeding points in that kickoff qualifier, also coming up as we get ready for Raleigh next month.
Yeah, I mean, we had the privilege to watch a bracket reset last week. It was absolutely incredible. But today, just to remind you guys, we are broadcasting day 2 of the Open 2 tournament here in North America. So we're going to be watching your top 8 teams in a double elimination format. Here is a quick look at the winners bracket now. We need to talk about a couple of surprises that have kind of happened. If you haven't managed to see some of the streams that have been going on, then we got you here. As you can see in the quarterfinals right at the bottom, Sentinels did fall short to Pioneers 2-1. Not only that, they also fell short to United as well. So some big things that have been happening in the woodworks. We'll see that one a little bit later on in the elimination bracket. But just to note, in our semi-finals, we have Optic, Space Station, Cloud9, and Pioneers really honestly going to be duking that one out to get into this winners finals. And speaking of elimination bracket, let's go on over to that one and have a little look. Round 13 is ready to go. G2 Esports will be facing off against G1, and E United, having beaten Sentinels, will be facing Inconceivable very shortly, both fighting for those quarter-final placements as well. So really cool stuff that will be happening. And of course, the winners bracket, you know, things happen, and the elimination bracket, see that as a kind of safety net for those that fall short there for a second chance as well. But you might be asking me right now on your screen, Lottie, hey, Tap, but what happened day 1? You know, do you have any info for us? I do have info, and that is coming in the form of Onset and Clutch. Fellas, talk to us. What on earth happened day 1 to kind of produce this gorgeous looking bracket we have before us?
I mean, the bracket looks interesting, to say the least, that you've just presented in front of us. But day 1, the real kind of only story that was an upset until we got to today, of course, was G2 falling down to the lower bracket pretty early. But you also have to put a bit of an asterisk there, because they played against Optic Gaming. And not many people beat Optic Gaming, as you've seen recently, the champions of week number 1. So G2 falling down was the only surprise. But as you can see, still in that lower bracket, still fighting through to potentially have that rematch a little bit later on.
Yeah, not so fast, though, because I think there was one other surprise yesterday, and that was SSG coming in and beating E United. I know it was a best of 3, but I said Formal was making some noise in the bracket earlier, and that's exactly what I'm referring to. Formal really turned up in that series, made a statement that he is here to play Halo at a high level. He's here to be considered one of the best players in the game, and that SSG roster looked great yesterday against E United. You already saw what E United was able to do against Sentinels. If we do addition here, that means SSG could be one of the best teams in this tournament.
Definitely. Now, if you guys at home also want the chance to rep some of the best teams we have in the games and some of the best players, then you can head on over right now to your game, load it up, load Halo Infinite up, and look at these team skins you can get your hands on right now. They're available for purchase in the HCS store, so go on over, grab your favorite skins, and rep those as well. I've got to ask though, Clutch, you know, we need to talk about, you know, what you're repping here, because of course we're all playing this, and I got to know, you know, are you rotating based on who's playing well what week? You know, how is it going for you?
Yeah, of course. I'm rotating given the day, right? Some days I wake up and I'm feeling like simple, so I'm going to throw on the Navi skin. Some days, you know, I want to rock that MV skin after the show that Optic Gaming team was able to perform last weekend. I want to play like Trippy, so I'm going to rep Trippy. And it's just nice to be able to change your colors. You know, it's kind of like a mood ring for me. I just wake up, I'm feeling orange. I might rock Fnatic.
Absolutely love to hear that, man. Love to hear that. I think it's worth buying them all. I don't know if I'm biased, but honestly, just grab them. Now, we need to talk about a couple of predictions here before we toss straight into game, because of course we do have our winners semi-final coming up very shortly. But Bravo, I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to ask a pretty serious question here. Who do you think is taking it all? Who's winning Open 2 North America for you?
Oh man, on the spot. I gotta say C9. I think they're gonna be pretty ticked off after last week, and I think they're gonna be coming back for a vengeance. They're gonna be a pretty fierce squad. So right now, I think C9's gonna be ready to play.
All right, C9 boys it is. On set, are we on the same wavelength here with your duo?
Yeah, I think I am, to be honest with you. I think you saw Eco tweet after that loss last week, and he was heartbroken and gutted and angry that they threw away that series. That's how they felt about it. So C9, I think, out for revenge today. It's going to be the C9 Revenge Tour, and I can see them taking it home.
I like it. Get your shirts on, people. Revenge Tour coming your way today. And obviously, Clutch, what are you thinking here, buddy? Are we on the same three-peat? Is this what we're going to see here? Is it C9 for you too?
Yeah, I think Cloud9's the favorite, but I don't want to do any short for Optic Gaming. I mean, what they were able to do last weekend was highly impressive, and if we can see the same level of Halo played from Trippy, I think that they really have an opportunity here to go back-to-back.
All right, beautiful stuff. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I am going to toss it on over to our two casters, taking Optic versus Space Station Gaming. Our winner's semi-final. Without further ado, gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Lottie, and deep breath, everybody, because it's going to be a hell of a evening we've got ahead of us. And if it's anything like last week, just know we're going to be here for a long time and a very, very good time as well. Onset and Bravo are going to take you through the first game of the day. But before we get there, Andy, 512 teams in the bracket, and we haven't even highlighted some of the crazy stuff that's happened up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy set of matches. We've been looking at all the matches that took place yesterday, even some of the upsets coming in today. And one thing that you and I were talking about is this is a cutthroat tournament. We're having record turnouts for these tournaments. We're having record viewership for Halo. And keep in mind, a lot of your top partner teams you're not even seeing in this tournament just because this is so cutthroat. There's so much competition already at the top of Halo Infinite already.
Well, this is going to be our first matchup of the day. It's going to be a winner's bracket semi-final, and it is our champions of week one, the epic Optic Gaming. What a series it was, but that's just a memory now. They're going to take on Space Station Gaming, and there was a little bit of talk from Wes about a certain player on this lineup who is making waves once again, Andy.
Absolutely, and that is going to, of course, be Formal. If you saw any of his games yesterday, love the way that he's approaching the game. I think you saw even Optic Gaming themselves, which is kind of interesting, tweeting out Formal's clips from the games on SSG yesterday. So, of course, Formal going up against a bit of his namesake here with Optic. But let's take a look at some of the maps that we're going to see in this series.
Yeah, the series is going to be an interesting one for sure. It's going to be Streets, Strongholds to start things off. Of course, a best of three till we get up to that grand final. Slayer Bazaar going to be our second map of the series, and if we need it, it's going to be Aquarius CTF to close things out. Now, my question for you, Andy, we were talking before the show got underway. We were talking about Optic Gaming. We were blown away with the talent and the performance that came out from the four gentlemen that managed to take home that series last week and be crowned champions. If they play at that level this week, do you think that is good enough to go back to back? Or do you think with the extra weeks practice that we've seen from all the other teams and everyone kind of on their heels, that maybe they're going to have to find yet another level to their game to go back to back?
Yeah, it's a great question you're asking, Onset, and I think the answer is if we see the exact same Optic Gaming this week, I don't think they win the tournament, just because in the last week, right, you're looking at essentially week 2 of a brand new game in Halo Infinite. You and I were talking about it before the event. The skill ceiling and the meta of the game has increased so high over the second week of the game as players start to understand how to pick it up. Looking at this Optic Gaming roster, APG, Ola, Lucid, and Trippy, your week 1 champions, I think they need to play at an even higher level to win once again.
Yeah, it's crazy to say, but we're going to be saying this week on week as the game develops, as the players find the strategies that are working for them. But one man I want to highlight on this Optic Gaming team, Trippy. He was unbelievable alongside Lucid last week. Those two were picking up a huge amount of kills for their teams, but also picking up so many vital kills, triple kills, when it mattered in games that kind of swung the momentum back to their favor.
Yeah, I think momentum was really the name of the game for Optic Gaming, and my God, did they ever clutch up. You think about Ola's plays on Ball Recharge. You think about the way that they were just racking up kills on Bazaar Slayer. It was out of this world. Let's see if they can continue it here as we take a look at our first map. It's going to be Strongholds on Streets, Optic Gaming versus Space Station.
It's time to kick things off. You know what time it is, everybody. Optic Gaming taking on Space Station. Map 1, like Andy Dadinsky has said to you already, is going to be here on Streets. We've got some Strongholds action. You've got to cap those Strongholds to get those points on the board. Look to the teams to control the A and B setup, and then maybe think about pushing for that triple cap to really rack up those points.
And one thing you heard Formal talking about with the entire Space Station roster yesterday is be very mindful of when you trip cap. You really just don't want to force a trip cap every time. You don't want to hold all three as a general rule. Instead, you want to be strategic here. Kicking it off, here we are, game number 1. Welcome to Championship Sunday.
Oh yes, here we go indeed, and kills going to be traded almost immediately by both of the teams here. And we're going to look at a little bit of Formal. We've been talking about this man. We've been talking about his composure and his ability to take great angles, and most importantly, Andy, hit some phenomenal shots. It's so rare we see this man miss.
Absolutely. Look at this. The back whack there right away comes up on tires with the flank. It's a nice job. He's going to hop into B right away. Good stuff from Formal. One thing I want to point out, of course, this entire Space Station roster playing so well over these past few days, but Formal is playing this game very differently than other top pros, and we'll get into those details throughout the broadcast.
Well, you're going to see early on here, what a start for Space Station, a triple cap, and now they've actually managed to get a stop on C as well. So they're going to be racking up a lot of points early on. There's going to be a bit of contesting going down over at B as a couple more kills are going to be traded. Here's a kill going down for Ola, who decides that he wants to make a little bit of a statement early with a little bit of a back whack to a dead body.
I was going to say, that's not something you see out of Ola every single time you're in a game one of a tournament. Ola tends to start smacking bodies maybe later on in the event, but week one champion here, Ola's pretty happy, feeling himself, already laying down some body disrespect. We'll have to see if there's more where that came from Optic Gaming. Nice little flank here, though, from Formal at back A.
Formal will pick up this kill as well. There's the double, and we'll start the capture onto A as well. And it's a good job for him as well, because they are currently not being able to score, as they didn't have control of two of those strongholds. Now they do. A, B set up, and this is going to be good for them. Now it's just about surviving, but we do see Deciding go down, a young player who's really starting to make a name for himself, Andy.
And we talked about Formal a lot in the opening. You wonder why. He was also the first one to hit a killing spree immediately in the first series. There's a reason why we talk about this guy. We take a look at him and Ace right now being challenged at B stairs. That'll be too dead for him, though, so maybe an opportunity for Optic to put some more points on the board.
It's going to be Optic now, who do manage to get control of B, but you can see Tylenol now taking a little bit of a wider route and going to be exchanging B for C. But as you can also see right at the bottom of your screen, there's a real scrap and a battle going down for A at the moment, and Optic are going to win that one. So now Tylenol's going to be moving up towards B here, see if he can find any players to get some damage on. Plus he has that assault rifle, so the short range battles are certainly going to be in his favor, as we see there.
Very well done there at Arcade. He had that AR out. He was ready for the push for a reason. Now, one thing I want to talk about with Tylenol on your screen that a lot of players might not have thought about, a lot of fans as well. Tylenol, there was a lot of pressure on his name coming into this, right? He's the younger gun. He's the newer player, known as a Halo 3 online kid. There was a lot of pressure on him. Formal coming on this roster takes the conversation away from Tylenol, and if you ask me, allows him to just shine and do what he does best. Let the talk be about Formal. Let Tylenol show the Halo world what he's capable of, and I think this is a real opportunity for them.
I completely agree with you. It's going to be the kind of, you know, the spotlight taken off of him, so to speak, as Ola is going to be having a lot of damage done to him from Formal moving up through the cafe area, but does manage to get that cap. So two strongholds going to be in the control of Optic Gaming. Formal will be eliminated by two players flying towards him. The Bulldog once again showing its impact on this map, and I really feel like the Bulldog is kind of a momentum swinger on this map. You're able to control kind of the middle of the map so easily, and some of those close quarters around the strongholds.
Look at Lucid's movement off of Neon's. Very nice work there, curb sliding all the way down, flying right onto those spikes, immediately able to rotate C. One thing we're going to keep talking about during this broadcast for all of our viewers here, welcome back for week number 2, is you're going to see a lot of more movement dynamics here that players are starting to learn and understand the spots, the areas you can curb slide and drop slide. So keep an eye on just how much movement has changed from week 1 to week 2.
It's going to be scoring to Space Station at the moment. They have lost a player in Tylenol though, but Ola will fall, so they managed to clear him out of Red Room, which should give them pretty good control of B here. But Trippy is saying you can have B for the moment. Lucid's going to be fighting that one as he picks up A, and that will be A and C, and now add B to the conversation. A triple cap here for Optic Gaming. An extremely tight game at the moment here, Andy. 60 points to 68, but you can see how quickly that triple cap is changing things now. The score is rocketing upwards in the favor of Optic Gaming.
And also rocketing up is Lucid's kill count, already at 12 and 4. Lucid picking up exactly where he left off last week. Just an incredible performance from him. He's the player we were talking about almost the entire first part of the broadcast, and it looks like he is ready to do that again. These are huge numbers. Keep in mind, no one else on the other side even has 10 kills, and he's already at 13.
Well, you want to talk about something crazy here, not just the kills. The last time I spoke, this was pretty much a tie game. Now it's 114 to 60 or so in the favor of Optic Gaming. And like you mentioned, it's Trippy, it's Lucid starting to warm up, and they're controlling the map so well. A and C now in control for Optic Gaming. Their rotations have been unbelievable as those shots from Trippy match that description.
I can tell you what, I'm already going to go back and watch the opening of this game from Lucid's POV. The guy is 14 and 5 right now, and like you said, leading to that big trip cap. It was just tied around the 50-point mark, and what a swing now, 130 to 60.
Ola's going to be challenging, and Ace is going to pick up a triple, and maybe that's going to be the opening here that is needed for Space Station to get some kind of control back. They have control of A and B now, so that's going to slow the momentum here of Optic Gaming. Now you've got to keep your eye on that kill feed, Andy. This is where you need to stifle this team off respawn and really rack up some more points.
Yeah, right now they're starting to get a little bit more control. We'll see how hard it is to hold Red Room. He has a little bit of help around Red Room, so maybe they're going to be able to pull something off. And Trippy, look at how obnoxious he is just staying alive there as long as he can, and they'll be able to finally get B and go back to this AB setup, try to slow down that Lucid push, but it's a good Cafe A push coming in from Optic right away.
Yeah, A is going to go over to Optic. However, they are flipping C, so it's going to be still scoring in the hands of Optic for now, and it's about keeping your eye on the kill feed as Ace picks up one, should pick up a second as well. That was a triple a few moments ago, and now a double for Ace as he's starting to get involved in this game. 15 and 11 for Aaron Elam, as now Tylenol's just looking across to help out Formal here, but that man don't need no help. He wins his 1v1, and it's still going to be scoring momentarily for Space Station. They're starting to get back into this one now, Andy.
Absolutely. It's almost as if Ace heard us talking about Lucid and was a little bit sick of how much chatter we were talking about, because everyone on the SSG side actually now, right there with Lucid, you have 16 kills for Ace, 10 for Formal, 13 now for Tylenol. So Space Station certainly getting right back in this, just like that, a 20-point game.
Yeah, 20-point game, and that was 4 dead plus rockets now for Tylenol. So this should be a pretty comfortable hold if you're on a Space Station, and we could be seeing a tie game pretty quickly, as that Stalker Rifle is going to be doing a lot of damage. Formal's going to be working a battle with APG. Formal will get taken down. It looks like it might have actually been a trade across the board, so that's really important to keep that C in control, as now they're just patrolling around, and at the moment, Optic are kind of just stuck. They're stifled into a respawn, and Space Station are just holding their ground.
And look at that comeback, folks. It was just 60 to 130. Now we have Space Station completely unanswered points. Look at this Tylenol double kill killing spree as well. Space Station on an absolute tear here and totally changing the trajectory of this game. It was all Optic Gaming off the first half, but Space Station now has answered back.
That was a 4 dead, and it's going to be a triple cap momentarily. Optic will be respawning over at C, and that's not good news if all 4 players fall simultaneously here, Andy, because that means all 4 of them are going to be trapped inside a tram here, and Space Station are just going to have clear lines on them trying to push out.
It's great nades from Ace right away, just making sure no one can push B Street. Also, you have Deciding here also holding pillars and stairs. They're going to be very happy with the positioning they have and still having numbers as well. 2 dead for them once again, and Space Station on an absolute tear here. Now 180 to 130.
Deciding doing such a good job controlling ties. APG will take down Formal with the beatdown, but he's so weak that he wouldn't be surprised to see him be taken down. Deciding reacts beautifully to the comms coming in from his teammates. 2 have fallen here momentarily for Space Station, and it looks like Optic are making an assault on B here. They finally get it back into their control.
And we talked about how Lucid was leading the board. He still is in terms of kills, but look how far back his team is. When you look at instead the kills on the top right on the side of Space Station, much more even. You've got 2 players with 16, 14, and 10, so you can just tell there's a little bit more teamwork, a little bit more of a team effort in the kills category coming in from the Space Station side. That's what has led to this big lead here now by about 30, 40 points.
This lead's going to be chipped away once again, though, because you can see they're trying for a triple cap. This is a huge moment in this game, though. Trippy needs to get this first kill, or at least stay alive for his team. He waits beautifully. He picks up 1, and it's not just a first kill. His teammates come in to help. That's 3 dead, make it 4 as Space Station all fall 1 by 1 and allow control on points to go to Optic.
Talk about the discipline, talk about the patience there from Trippy to wait for the 1-shot on pillars, then win the melee battle in arcade as well. Such a huge play. That leads to an Optic trip cap. Just like that, we have a tied game at 188.
Tied game for now. Optic now in the lead. Space Station will get control of A, though, just to stem the bleeding ever so slightly. But these are huge kills now. Whoever picks these up will get control of a stronghold. A flank going to be coming in from Pistola. He's going to be microwaving people all over the map at the moment. A double kill for Ola. Tylenol finally slows him down, but Trippy will fall as well. That's a big double coming in from Tylenol.
That is big as well. Definitely big doubles from both sides there. That's going to slow the game down just a bit of it, but still points on the board for Optic. They maintain this BC hold, and now looking whatever Ace could do here. Oh my God, another big kill here. Ace not able to get in from Neons. That's going to give the edge once again to Optic here on this home stretch of points. Now only 20 points away from closing out game number 1.
Deciding just trying to bait the stronghold at the moment. He can't give away his position. Lucid trying to lay down some cover fire. That's the opening that they needed, though. 2 now fallen for Optic Gaming. Space Station starting to move forward, and Ace with some beautiful, beautiful shots across map. And now he's trying to keep his teammate alive, but Trippy might just got a momentary reset there that's going to burn some time on this B capture.
A very good reset there from Trippy. Ace doing as much as he can. That's a great battle from Tires, but also dies once again. So still, just like that, only 5 points away for the side of Optic.
They've got to throw themselves into a stronghold here, otherwise Optic will be going up by 1, and that is going to be the story ending. 250 points on the board for Optic Gaming, our champions of week number 1, starting out strong here in the winners bracket semi-final.
Wow, what a back and forth, and what a match to start today with there. They'll close it out 250-188, but it was really close all the way through. Some big swings. Optic, though, in the end with some very, very decisive control as they're able to close out our first game. You got to say on the side of Space Station, though, they have to be pretty happy with that performance. They need to ride that momentum into game number 2.
Yeah, they have to do that indeed. I just think it was a final moment there. The B stronghold was not being contested, was not even being started, to be honest with you, to be turned over from the control of Optic back to Space Station. And Optic had, to be honest with you, too easy of a time to just walk in, defend it, and just get that reset to close out the game. So that's how close these games are, Andy. It was neck and neck all the way up to that point. And even though the score says 250 to 188, it was a lot closer than that suggests.
Let's take a look at some of the stats. The 2 things that you pointed out that we're going to see during replays as well on set were Trippy's back-to-back plays at Arcade. We'll see them in the replays, but you did so well to point out how important those were. Double resets and double kills at the B Arcade. That's really what led to that big swing at the end and just mid-map control for Optic all the way through. Taking a look at some of these stats, we'll see if we can pull up some of the other categories as well, but Optic able to close out that game number 1.
Trippy doing a lot of fighting from inside of those strongholds. You can see there he was leading everyone on Optic Gaming. Here's the kills and the deaths and all of that kind of good stuff. Trippy not having the biggest game kills wise, but a lot of assists, and like I mentioned, a lot of work in and around those strongholds, Andy, which is so vital here on Halo Infinite.
It absolutely is. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from that last game that we just saw as well, just because it was a back and forth great game number 1. To be completely honest, we had big trip caps, big swings from both sides, and it's a good tone setter for not only this series but the rest of the day as well.
It certainly is, and Tylenol put up a very, very impressive performance as well for Space Station. We mentioned maybe a little bit of pressure off his shoulders with Formal joining the team. Well, he didn't look like he was feeling the pressure in that game number 1, but it was just that moment I mentioned, that triple kill from Ace, one of the highlights for sure. And this was the moment that really impressed me from Tylenol. A lot of patience, a lot of resilience to not hold forward and look for those kills, and that's what it's all about in these tight games, Andy.
It really is, and it really is, especially on a game type like this one. You really need to know exactly when to push, when to slow things down, and when to really press those advantages or wait for teammates. And it's such a fine line to understand exactly when those moments present themselves, especially this early on in the game. But look at Trippy here. This is the play you were talking about. So look at the patience. Waits for the nade to hit, easy kill on deciding. That lets him get the 2 or 3 shot beat down as well on a double kill. That lets them hold B, and he wasn't even done there, right? He also had that reset that you pointed out at B moments later. So huge plays from him. I think we're about to see that on screen now.
Yeah, massive, not only just for the fact that, you know, he didn't pull the trigger. Not pulling the trigger there does not get the information that Trippy is there. So the second player who moves in has no idea that where, you know, the first player died from. And then he gets the easy beatdown to kind of solidify the play in all. And these were these final moments here. It was the fight for B, but Lucid managed to get that reset, just bought the amount of time. But I would have liked to see maybe Space Station fight their way from the B stronghold to try and turn that one over and see if they can make a desperate last stand. But the game is done and dusted. It's 1-0 to Optic Gaming now as we move over to Bazaar Slayer, Andy. And this one is going to feel pretty comfortable for Optic Gaming. This is where they mopped the floor with Cloud9 to win last week.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what we see as they run this game type back, if they're going to be as strong as they were. That's a nice little overshield grab here, already coming in for APG. They're going to be very happy with that one, and they're going to keep pushing here through hut and bridge. Double kill from APG to open it up.
Yeah, that's going to be a few dead. That's going to be 4 dead. That is the perfect start from Optic Gaming. Now, the worry for Space Station is they won't have control of middle map. If they do get staggered spawns here, Andy, we know how quickly Optic Gaming can capitalize. It's difficult here for Space Station. They need to slow the game down.
I think the other worry for Space Station is knowing that you had C9 who got 50 to 21 in the grand final. So I think they also want to make sure that they don't have a score line that looks anything like that. And this is looking a little bit like deja vu. 6-1 here already. Optic Gaming knows how to play Bazaar Slayer. That's one thing they have made clear.
Yeah, they certainly know how to open the game up. Their opening strategy is unmatched because they just seem to win it every single time. APG doing some nice damage onto Formal to stay alive, and Ace responding in kind to clean that kill up. So there is an opening, at least, here for Space Station to move up the map a little bit. And I love what I'm seeing here. Look at this aggression, Andy. They're not happy to just let these players survive from Optic Gaming, having got those opening kills. They want to keep pressurizing. They want to put them on the back foot.
Could not agree more. I like what I just saw on the other side. It's Optic actually taking advantage of a little bit of a lack of coordination from the timing of the SSG push, but I agree. You want to see, if you're an SSG fan, you want to see them making these bold pushes top middle, knowing when they can fly across top middle and take those advantages, take those team shots, and we can look to see more of that from that side. However, just like that, 12-6 in favor of Optic.
One thing that Optic Gaming are very, very good at and focused on this game type is controlling that rocket tower. You can see where Trippy is right now. He's got so many angles, and when teammates do fall, he's just going to drop down into those sewers. Just be a difficult kill, and here's a kill just coming to him. Tylenol has no idea that Trippy is there, and it's so difficult to clear these final players who are alive out of the map if you get kills elsewhere, and that's what Optic Gaming is so good at doing. They've also secured the next overshield. This is starting to get ugly already. It is 17-7, and nobody wants to play Optic on Bazaar.
No, Lucid and Ola doing great work there. Ola just grabbing the overshield, does not pocket immediately. He goes around the corner of Truck towards their side, then pops the OV, comes out, wins the battle, and now they have a great little spawn trap here on the Rocket side of the map as well. Trippy truly picking up, where he left off, just running the bottom of Rocket Tower, drops down with the Mangler, says, no, this is actually my part of the map. I run this, and right now they are running the game 20-10.
APG gets taken down. Rockets did fall into the hands of Ace, who manages to pick up 2. So this is an opportunity for Space Station. And I think, Andy, in these kind of positions, you have to think, hey, if you're Space Station, Optic have done this to us. We can happily do it to them by stringing together 4, 8, 12 kills without taking too much damage ourselves. It is very possible to do on a game type like Bazaar Slayer.
Yeah, Ace able to grab Rockets, so trying to wonder, head on a swivel, where on earth is everyone? Trying to see if anyone's near Rockets, and he's surprised. You could just tell by his POV to find no one there. We'll see. He does eventually find a player on the low balk. We'll be happy to grab that one, and maybe even a cross map on APG is going to connect as well. Maybe another one. That's a killing spree double kill. So right now they're turning this around. This was the question I had on set. Does Space Station in this instant, this specific game, do they have a little bit more resilience than we saw from Cloud9? Because they were down by a very similar score margin as Cloud9. However, they have bounced back. They've brought this game back within a reasonable distance. This is achievable if they keep stringing together these kills here. Now 18-24.
We've seen the bad and the ugly from Space Station at the start of this game. Now it's time for the good, as it's now 18-24. Like you say, Formal dropping out in front of the base might give Ace a little bit of information, but it's just going to be kills traded. APG in a 1v1, which he will win. And now it's going to be Ace trying to clean up Lucid bottom middle, or maybe clean up APG on the pillars. That's 2 kills falling. Kills being just traded across the board. And it's all because that overshield is coming up, that the pace of the game is starting to pick up itself.
Oh, Ola, if I had to guess, Ola's probably trying to grapple that overshield in rather than trying to grapple to the OV, because it's going to open up to additional sightlines, so they're not going to grab that right away. Can APG pop us in the back? No, overshield's still down on Truck.
Yeah, this is a cursed overshield at the moment. Ace is having second thoughts about going for it. Finally decides to hold his breath and see what happens. He will get it. He will pop it. So Ace has a chance to go on somewhat of a run here to bring Space Station back into this game. APG will be taken down, and now it's just a 3-kill game. What a comeback this has been from Space Station.
I think everyone watching, of course the players in the game as well, knew that that overshield would be big. It was only about a 4-kill game when that overshield popped. You had at least 4 deaths resulting from that overshield. Space Station is the last one in. They get the last laugh on this OV, and now they, just like you said, bring the game within 2. So this is very different. Keep in mind, this was a 20-10 game, and just like that, here we are 32-29.
He's going to have to back down from this fight, though. Good shots from Trippy. He's going to force him down. Desighton gets the beat down onto Pistola. Lucid now going to be caught up on these stairs, and Desighton's going to be moving in as well. He should get the kill. He does, but not without a trade, which is a little bit disappointing, and it's tough to take in a game that's this close. If that goes your way, Andy, and you don't get that trade, the score becomes even closer, and that level of margin becomes even thinner.
I agree. Based on the damage that we saw in Lucid, deciding probably wishing maybe he had that moment back to not get the trade there. We'll talk more about that throughout the broadcast, because trading versus not trading has become a huge part of score margins in Halo Infinite. But just like that, here we are, still a 3-kill game, as Optic's going to stay in the lead, but a very different from the opening moments of this game, and very different, of course, from the C9 match as well. Space Station clearly indicating that they are a little bit more resilient in this specific instance.
Yeah, this is where the match is going to be won or lost. Got a little bit nervy there, got a little little bit shaky, but he did manage to secure the kill. And the reason I'm saying this is an important part of the game is because both rockets and overshield have come up. Ola used both rockets there. Overshield has been won by Space Station, and we now have a tied game at 38-38. What a comeback from Space Station.
They've got the overshield, they've got the rockets, they can run away with this right now, maybe force a game 3. Here they go on the push. They've already picked up 1, now make that 2, 40-38.
9 kills to go for Space Station. Still got some overshield, just a slither of it though for Tylenol as he tries to make his way through bar, trying to find out if there's any of these staggered spawns and trying to spot out anyone here from Optic Gaming. Trippy will fall as Tylenol's just patrolling this bar. Pistola's going to challenge, and Pistola will be put to sleep as Space Station now move within 6 kills of tying up the series.
And what a game we've had here. It's a slow burn on the comeback from the side of Space Station, but they've done it so far. But just like that, 44-42, Optic Gaming answering back. They're going to pick up another one, 43-44 as these kills being exchanged. Only 5 to go here for Space Station, and now 6 to go for Optic.
It's a 1-kill game. We saw a 50-49 last week involving Optic Gaming, and I'm sure that they'd love to have another one as long as they win it again.
Yes.
Stola going to be playing on the front of the base now. Deciding's going to be above him. A little bit of damage being taken. He's been spotted out here, but he's been such a nuisance. Throws that brick grenade in to try and get some splash damage. He's just trying to stay alive here, but Ace is going to win that fight, but immediately traded out. 46-45. Space Station with a 1-kill advantage.
We'll see if this overshield is popping in 25. It may or may not be a factor depending on how fast these next few kills go down. We'll keep an eye on that timer as well, as Optic thinking about making the bar push here. Here they go.
Bulldog in hand. Ace is going to fall. We're all tied up at 46-46. Players trapped in the back of the base here for Space Station. APG just commanding the high ground here around the bar. Trippy just hiding below the base which Space Station currently have, and that's going to allow him to move in and now get the overshield, and you feel like maybe this is a little bit of a misstep from Space Station. That's going to be a kill for Trippy as now they move within just a few kills, but it's 47-47, but Trippy with the overshield has the chance to make a play.
He absolutely needs to. Just a few more kills to go for them, and just trying to see whatever he might be able to find around the back of the map here on the prowl.
48-47, 2 kills for Optic. They've managed to come back, and you can see that I think Space Station are just trying to milk this overshield down, but they're taking so much damage at the back of the base. And Optic Gaming say it's time to go, but 48-48 now. A couple of players have been lost along the way. It's tied up with just 2 kills to go.
Look at that team shot there. Overshield not able to be used. Grapple in hand, though, for Trippy. That's going to be pretty huge. Allow him to get wherever he needs to. APG still holding down bottom truck as well, giving them the angle. So look at this in the end. Just Space Station trying to hold their bar, seeing what they could do with maybe a team shot at the poke.
Formal trying to make a play. Rockets come up in 3 seconds. APG going to take a battle here with Ace. APG will scarper away. There's the kill, though. That's absolutely massive. And it will put... Oh, it's 49-49 again. Forget about that. Rockets in the hands of I Got Your Pistola. And game in the hands of I Got Your Pistola. An icon of Halo. He's as cold as ice, even with the games like that. That is ridiculous from Optic Gaming.
And who else but Pistola to grab those rocks, cool, calm, and collected, drop down, know that there's someone there, low rocks, pick up the kill, and it's another 50-49 win from Optic Gaming. And I tell you what, they have delivered some entertaining Halo here over the course of the first 2 weeks of Halo Infinite.
They certainly have, and that's going to be the series done and dusted. And that sapped some energy out of me, and I'm sure for everybody watching right now at home is thinking, hey, I didn't think it was going to be as good as last week. Well, it's going to be as good as last week. It's going to be even better. But Optic Gaming knocks Space Station down to that elimination bracket. But that is a little indication, Andy, of what a threat Space Station Gaming are going to be in that elimination bracket.
I was going to say the exact same thing there as we take a look at some of the stats. Space Station clearly showing us that they can hang with our tournament winners last week. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Space Station through the rest of the bracket. But here's some stats from that last game.
Lucid. And also we need to point out, as well as the 18 and 10 from him with a 10 KDA, Pistola only had 7 kills until it really mattered in the game. And then he got those 2 that won the game. Pistola just has the clutch factor. We saw it last week, Andy, and he's done it again here.
Hold the phone in the damage department because we have essentially everyone right at 3K and 4K damage, but breaking 5K is also Lucid once again with very low damage, taking just so much output and very low damage input there. I'm going to be happy with those stats, and of course a big factor in a 50-49, the numbers from Lucid.
Certainly was. I mean, it was an amazing game, to be honest with you. I thought that game was over after about a minute or so. The lead that Optic Gaming managed to get on their side. It was just, just stormed through Space Station at the start of things. The opening strategy obviously worked out perfectly for them, but it was Space Station just chipping away, Andy. And I think if there's anything that anyone's learned about Halo Infinite after just a couple of weeks of entertainment from the best players in the world is that you are never out of a game here on Halo Infinite.
Oh, absolutely the case, and it's great to see a team like Space Station understanding that and seeing that and fighting back in these games with such great pushes and really putting up against a great fight against Optic Gaming. That's what we saw in both games 1 and game 2. Even though that series will end 2-0, I think everyone can agree that Space Station put together not only entertaining games, but really competitive games that we just saw here in our first match of the day.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a nervy moment for Formal, but he managed to find his cool and his composure just to take down that player who was playing down low. But, I mean, Tylenol, a pretty good game from him. Again, just being the glue for his team. But this is where things started to get really interesting. I thought this was Optic Gaming all day as they got that final overshield, but Space Station just held such an impressive defensive line right towards the end. But it was deciding, unfortunately, who had to be that final kill. Rockets making the difference in what was an amazing series. Lottie, I mean, as I said, last week was pretty good. We started off on the right foot here in week number 2.
Mate, well, you can tell that's my pulse because it is beating out of my neck. Games like that is exactly why I am here, and I'm sure you guys at home is exactly why you're watching too. I mean, that was just epic. For a second there, I really thought Space Station was going to run away with that, especially when they had so much control there, right? You know, they had the power weapons, they had the power up. It looked like they were going to make a run for it, especially towards the end. But Optic, they are relentless. They kept it going, and I think that really kind of shows how good this team are in terms of their teamwork, their communication, and I think confidence. For me, that was all about confidence. And I think, you know, Ola, of course, you know, pushing a lot, maybe kind of challenging a little bit where I think a lot of teams or players wouldn't challenge, but it pays off, of course. And then obviously the end there, getting the rockets, getting that power weapon in his hands, being able to finish that up there, taking it away from Space Station, obviously gutted for them, but crazy stuff happening. Clutch, I need to know what you think of this, because, you know, I think I can talk about, you know, how great Optic are all day, but they're going to come up against some other teams here, potentially Cloud9 at some point. You know, how do you think their teamwork right now, being that they did manage to lose a little bit of the situations that might have aided them, especially going out against Cloud9, you know, power-ups, power weapons. How do you think they're going to fare against Cloud9 in a situation like that?
Yeah, I think Optic did what they need to do to win this series, and I think that that's like enough for them, right? They just want to continue to advance in this bracket. I think they look great against a very strong SSG team. I think we learned 2 things in this series. It's that, one, Ola needs to start being debatably one of the clutchest players in Halo right now. Yeah, I think that goes without saying. So wake up if you're sleeping on Ola, because it seems like he's in final form, and we know he's the MVP type caliber player. I think we also learned that SSG is a very strong team, though. I think that SSG putting up such a contested battle, even in a 2-0 series, they have a lot to look forward to in their future if they can continue to play at that level.
Definitely. I think another name to note here on this Optic roster, of course, is Trippy. I think Trippy has been in a situation now where he's, you know, kind of the main slayer, along with Lucid. They're getting the kills, but more importantly, they're getting the kills in the right places. And I think if we go back to that street strongholds there, he was so good at holding down that A. He was so good at holding down each different section of streets here to ensure that Space Station really couldn't get in and take control here. You know, Brav, obviously you were casting here, but Trippy, for you, why is he such a key player for this team?
I mean, just look at that play there. We talked about the decision making and the fact that he is patient there, but he also does all of that. We take a look at him clearing out bottom rockets here as well, but he's also making these plays. Keep an eye on his shields. Even though in all of those battles he was within melee range, the melees aren't trading, and he's coming away from those battles with like 75% shields, and that is such a big difference maker, and why he's standing out to me in these games, because he's winning battles in 1v2s like that. Not only is he timing it well, but he's coming away with more shields than anyone else in those situations would, and that lets him immediately pivot to the next battle. So just great stuff from Trippy. I'm expecting to see even more of that from him.
Yeah, definitely great game awareness there, and obviously playing those situations really, really well. Let's take a look right now at our bracket, though, to see where things have landed after that first game here of the broadcast. Now, of course, you can see Optic Gaming 2-0 Space Station. That really doesn't give it justice as to what we saw there with those close games in that series, but they do move on, of course, and they're going to be waiting to see the semi-final outcome of Cloud9 versus Pioneers. Let's take a quick look at the elimination bracket, though. We have got some updates on that one too, to see exactly where your second chance teams are coming up now. So G2 Esports was knocked out by G1, 2-0 for that round 13.
Whoa.
And then we do have Space Station in the quarterfinals dropping down there, waiting in the wings to see the winner of E United versus Inconceivable, of course. Now, gentlemen, Space Station obviously looking pretty damn good. Coming together, we saw Formal there. He's back at it again. We mentioned it at the beginning. But going up against E United, Inconceivable, you know, how do you think Space Station are going to fare, especially after that performance there against Optic? Onset, what are your thoughts?
It's going to be an amazing game, but I need to just quickly draw some minds back. G2 losing to G1. What's better than G2? G1, apparently. You know, it's a strange thing to see, but that's devastating for G2 Esports. Congratulations to G1. But to your point, I think that Space Station aren't going to be fearing anyone after that showing against Optic Gaming. I think they'll be pretty happy with how the series went. They could have won that series. There's just a few little mistakes that went the way of Optic Gaming. And if you're hanging with a team like Optic, who are the champions of week number 1, and you're putting up big performances, yes, they didn't win the series, but there are some things that can be put right quite simply for them that will certainly fill them with confidence. So I don't think Space Station are going to be too bothered about who comes through, to be honest with you.
Yeah, honestly, I think Space Station looking pretty damn good right now. And I think, you know, considering they haven't got a huge amount of teamwork to work with, and obviously time is not really on their side right now for some of these other teams that have practiced and scrimmed, etc., been together a little bit longer than this team have. I've got to say, I've got to take my hat off. If I had one, it would be off right now. So incredible stuff. Really excited to see where teams land here, though, as well. Well, I'll tell you what, folks at home, listen up closely, please. Please come as close as you possibly can to your screens, because you probably heard earlier this week that obviously team passes for Raleigh have sold out. They, you know, it was a record time, 40 minutes they were gone. But what if I actually told you that there's one available for your team right now? And all you guys have to do is sign up for the Game Pass that has PC games for your Halo Infinite tournament happening on December the 11th. It's a 2-day event featuring 128 teams online, and one team will win the grand prize of an all-expense paid trip to the first Halo Championship Series live event in Raleigh. So it's in North Carolina, of course, and if you're not living in North Carolina, don't worry, because it includes your flight, hotel, and that most important team pass. So make sure you guys sign up right now on smash.gg/Xbox. Guys, I've got to say that's an epic thing to be given here. Clutch, I think it's about time we took a break. I need to go get a drink. I need to reset, get myself ready for the next, of course, match that we have coming up very shortly. We actually do have our elimination quarterfinals to watch. So go on, off you go. Get a snack, get a drink, and we'll see you guys right after this. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS. It's good to see you back joining with us. I hope you guys got your snacks, your drinks. I hope you're cozied up, ready to go, because we have so much action to get through for the rest of tonight. And we need to also talk about that glorious roadmap that is going around, of course, on Twitter. And if you guys haven't seen it, well, here you go. Take a quick look at this. We have 8 giant LAN events coming your way this season. Absolutely epic stuff. We've got one in each region, ANZ, Europe, and Mexico. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Of course, we have our epic partners as well. Face it, ESL, DreamHack, gaming partners, Esports Engine. And obviously, we couldn't do any of this without them. So thank you so much to them. Just note there, though, at the end of our roadmap, we have a regional in Melbourne. And speaking of Melbourne, speaking of ANZ, we actually finished up ANZ region yesterday. This is how it shook out. We have NutriBullet coming in first, Divine Mind in second, Dire Wolves. Love that, by the way. That is that Game of Thrones? Is that a Game of Thrones reference?
I do
in
believe
third?
it is, yeah.
I love that. Bit of GOT. And then in fourth, we got Disruptor Fans. Now, bravo. I know you've been keeping tabs here. So what really went down for the ANZ region?
Yeah, you had a set of amazing games. If you caught the winners finals, you might not have expected what we had in store for the grand finals that went the distance, but NutriBullet and Melbourne's own, Barcode just really is kind of setting ANZ on fire. The coolest thing, though, is that you have what's happening in the rest of the world, of course, happening in Australia and New Zealand as well. This is such a passionate Halo community, and you now also have them just so excited about. They're seeing numbers on Twitch that they've never seen before. They're seeing just so much attention, so much hype, an amazing broadcast from our ANZ casters as well. Love what they brought all past 2 weeks. It's been fantastic, but a great set of 5 games. If you haven't caught the VOD, make sure you head to the Halo Esports YouTube or even just the VOD here on Twitch as well. You can catch either. A pretty amazing set of games here in ANZ, and to be honest, I'm expecting this region to continue raising the bar. These players on both NutriBullet and Divine Mind really stepping up.
Amazing stuff. Honestly, it's just incredible to see, the global impact Halo has. We have some epic teams all around the world, and we're bringing those to your screens. So it's absolutely incredible to see that. And congratulations, NutriBullet, first place. Absolutely amazing. Now we need to actually talk about our bracket today. Let's take a look right now at our winners bracket for you guys who weren't joining us before the break. Cloud9 have won. So we do have our winners finals ready to go very shortly. Cloud9 take it 2-0 against Pioneers. And are you really surprised about that? Are you surprised that Cloud9 took it 2-0, especially as you predicted them to win the entire thing?
I don't think I'm surprised. I don't think anyone's surprised that we're going to see another winners finals, Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. And I would say welcome back, folks, and also welcome back those of you who saw the highlights, and wanted to see what this week had in store. Because guess what? You're getting a rematch of the 2 titans of Halo Infinite right now in our winners finals. That's going to be coming up in just a bit.
Yeah, it was absolutely epic. And for all of you that weren't there last week, Optic Gaming did come from the elimination bracket. They reset the bracket in the grand final and then went on to take that. So Cloud9, I think they got a couple of things to say in this rematch right now in the winners finals. Onset, what's kind of the things? Obviously PG, keep it PG, but what kind of things do you reckon they'll be thinking?
Why is it just me? That's the keep PGs. What's that say about me? I mean, the winners bracket final is going to be amazing, and what a way for the C9 Revenge Tour to start, right? To send Optic Gaming down to the lower bracket and let them fight for an opportunity to come back in and try and repeat what they did last week. I don't think C9 are going to want that to happen. However, the way that Optic are playing right now reminds me of last week. It is just, we're not seeing people miss shots. We're seeing clutch plays from the likes of Pistola. That's what brought them success last week. And I think C9 are going to be looking at that series and thinking, this is going to be a battle. This is not going to be an easy run for us whatsoever.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult run, of course, and I think they're prepared for that. I think C9 never really go into a matchup thinking, we got this, no worries, they're going to be working hard. But we, of course, do have an update of our elimination bracket as well. Let's take a quick look at that, because that's what we're waiting for here. The quarterfinals, they have been filled. Round 13 actually went the way of E United, 2-1 against Inconceivable. GG's Inconceivable, but E United, they move on against Space Station. And obviously, Space Station, they're waiting. They just had an epic match against Optic. They are warmed up, ready to go. E United, of course, warmed up too. This could be a pretty epic quarterfinals here. So, look, I'm ready to see this happen. Clutch, I have one quick thing to ask you though. Space Station against E United. Obviously, we talked about how Space Station are pretty much ready to go, especially with how they performed against Optic. But, E United, are they going to be a little bit surprised against Space Station to see the caliber of this team coming forward here?
I don't think they should be surprised at all. I think the matchup yesterday is going to teach them a lot about how they need to play against this team. I think if we know anything about an E United roster that has Ryan Noob, is that they immediately are always jumping into theater, going over film, going over strategies, and they're very quick to start pointing out what they could have done better. If they did their homework overnight over the series that they lost to this SSG roster like they should have, like I know they did, I think they're going to have a good chance of rewriting the ship here and the bracket. So I think it's going to be a series.
Love that. Hey, look, I like the chance to rewrite a bracket. We've got to keep this thing interesting up here. Well, I'll tell you what, without further ado, we're going to throw it over to our wonderful duo. Of course, we need to hear exactly what they think about this next matchup. So, boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lottie. It's going to be Wes and myself to take you through this next game. Wes, welcome to the casting booth, which is pretty similar to the four box that we had a few moments ago. But you're completely right. These two teams played against each other yesterday. It was an amazing series in that upper bracket. Now we get to see a rematch between the two. SSG took it yesterday, but those games were so close between the two.
Yeah, absolutely. It went down to the last seconds where Ace was able to get an overkill yesterday in game 3. I expect it to go the distance once again. The way that we saw Space Station playing at such a high level earlier today, we're going to see if they're able to mentally rebound after a loss. I don't think it should be too difficult for some of these players like Formal and Ace who have been there, done that, grabbed the bag of chips on the way out. But E United, they're looking for revenge.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting about this series, we talk about momentum a lot in esports, and you can say that Space Station just came down from the upper bracket and maybe they're on a little bit of a bummer as far as the mood is concerned, but I don't think that's the case here. I think the games they had against Optic, who won last week, would have filled them with confidence more than anything. Yes, they lost 2-0. No one can take that away from them. It's down in the history books. It's written in ink, but there's a loss and there's a loss, right, Wes? There's a loss where you get spanked, and there's a loss where you learn a lot and you think, hey, whoever we're playing up against next, the likes of United, we can take this series.
Yeah, I think that's where Elamite comes to play, right? He's that voice in their ears that's very calming. I watched this team scrim multiple times this week, and after losses, you always hear what they're going over, and you always hear that comforting veteran leadership from Elamite. Even though he's not playing in the game, I think he can bring a lot to this team to build some cohesiveness and give them the ability to stay focused and rebound after a loss in that series.
Well, this is going to be the series layout. Again, best of 3 for our elimination bracket quarter-final. Aquarius CTF up first. Then we get Slayer Bazaar. Again, something that Space Station just unfortunately lost a heartbreaking 50-49 game on against Optic. And then we move over to Live Fire for Oddball. What's your thoughts on this series? Who do you think it favors?
Yeah, I think it honestly favors E United. I expect Aquarius CTF to be a very strong E United map where Ryan Noob able to get behind you, able to get into your base and just cause chaos. If you're Space Station Gaming, that's the key for this game 1, is making sure that Ryan Noob isn't able to flank, get some angles on you that you're unexpecting, and change the outcome of the game. You need to control your base. I expect Formal to understand that, having so much experience playing against Ryan Noob. I watched these two teams scrim, and Formal did a great job earlier this week. We'll see if it can continue into the series.
And for E United, like you say, it's going to be about just keeping the momentum up. We were talking before the show got underway. We were saying, E United, are they going to be able to break into that top 3, or are they going to kind of stay in a similar place to what we saw from the last week? Do they have the ability to jump up and take down one of the big dogs? Well, if they win this game, they might have that opportunity to come, and they've had some pretty difficult games so far today, where some of the series they've had against the likes of Inconceivable, they've come through that. Spartan, King Nick, and Ryan Noob as well, of course, you've mentioned him, have found that steal they need to beat some of these big dogs.
Yeah, my heart is all about this team, right? I love the fact that these guys have played some of the most Halo Infinite since the game came out. They put in the work. They were scrimming day 1 in the playlist. They've been trying to practice as much as possible. When they lose, they go over stuff immediately. When they win, they try to fix what they could have done better to win by more. I want to see this team have success. It's just a matter of consistency. And are they able to really play with the individual skill of some of these top teams? I think Space Station Gaming is a great stepping stone for them to get some more momentum in this bracket. If they're going to make the losers bracket run, they want to.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye on how King Nick's playing as well. Super aggressive player, always down for a challenge, always going to make you work to kill him as he hits his shots. It's kind of a thing with King Nick, though. I think that sometimes he can be a little bit overzealous, a little bit overexcited in some of those challenges. And I think just making sure that he doesn't let the adrenaline get the better of him is going to be a real secret to just making those deaths hard and keeping United in the good side, the positive side of numbers against the opposition.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that when watching this series from the player streams yesterday that really spoke out to me was when Formal said these guys love to play individually. They love to try and make individual plays, whether it's advancing on the map, flanking, whatever it might be. Halo Infinite's a very team style based game. I think E United needs to play a little bit more together if they want to find the success that they want to have. I think if you're Formal and the boys, you want to be able to pick these guys off one by one. I don't expect E United to continue to make those mistakes, but we'll have to see how the gameplay plays out.
We will indeed. We're just moments away from getting into that game as well. And it's interesting you bring that point up as well, talking about how Formal was saying, you know, these guys are making individual plays. That means that Space Station have got to be on top of those comms, right? And it was one thing when we were watching yesterday, we were all praised about the way the Formal communicates in game. It's a constant kind of flow of chatter of what he's doing, where he's looking, where he's not looking, where he's spawning. The rest of his teammates, I don't think, are quite on that level. And I think they need to step up a little bit communication-wise to deal with some of those plays and those flanks that are coming in from United.
Yeah, as we watch this SSG roster grow and start to take fruition and start to become one of these top solid teams, I think one of the transitions that they're going to have the most trouble making is that communication factor. Luckily, they were able to pick up Formal. And Formal, if you guys don't know, he has probably the best communication on the circuit right now. It's absolutely unbelievable what he's able to do as an IGL for this team. I think we need to see more of that out of Ace, out of Tylenol and Deceiving if they want to have the level of success that they're dreaming about, right? Like these guys, Formal didn't come back to Halo to not win tournaments. Like he is a champion. He wants to win, and you can see it in his communication. I need to see more out of the others to kind of up their teamwork and up their opportunity as a unit on the map.
Well, one thing that's new to Halo Infinite that we're going to talk about a little bit just before this series gets underway is something which is kind of classic in Halo, Wes, and that I've been a victim of, that I've made other people a victim of. It is the ninja, right? And we know all about the ninja. We've seen it before. You jump over your opponent's head, but this time the entire lobby gets to know it happens, Wes. And as we can see here, there's one thing we all know, is that you hate to see it.
Yeah, some people hate to see it. I love to see it. Nothing better than a good ninja. And I got one on stream the other day, and it just felt so good to just let out a nice yell, a nice ninja. I mean, nothing is better than just turning the tides of a potential like fight for your team where you're running away, no shield, just like this, jump back, like dead to rights, absolutely, and all of a sudden now you're in an advantage for your team, and you just slightly embarrass the enemy as well.
Yeah, it's one of those when you used to play, you just used to go quiet and no one would know it happened until you open Twitter or something like that, and someone would be like, haha, ninja you, and you'd be like, hey, yeah, cool, yeah, did it happen, for show VOD, don't believe you. But now it's kind of like, yeah, everybody knows it, everybody can see it. It's like a game tattoo, right? You can't get rid of it. It just lives there forever, and it's just a screenshot away from everybody knowing, not just in game, but across the world, that it happened.
Yeah, there's actually a hilarious story that I'm not sure if I have time to tell the entire thing, but it ends up me trying to be an up-and-coming player in Halo 3. I'm in a random 8's lobby with T Squared back in the day. Right when Halo 3 came out, I ninja'd him on one of the ramps on Narrows, and I teabagged him. He actually ended the game and challenged me to a $100,000 1v1 on land. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the private jet out of the garage, but pretty funny little moment where I got booted from the party for telling T2 to make a room after he did that.
Doesn't sound like you, Wes, does it? It doesn't sound like you would get in kind of those situations at all. It's really strange, you know. You weren't known when you played for being, you know, incredibly fiery and having some choice words and making some choice decisions. That surprises me. By the way, I'm a little bit concerned about this guy who's chasing right now in this clip, because to be honest with you, those shots and the lack of them, he deserved to get injured.
Absolutely, just reckless abandonness, just holding forward. The mistakes, you want to clear your doors, you want to take it into that doorway a little bit easier, but you learn it after it happens to you.
It happens, right? Let us know what your best ninja is as well. If you've got any clips and you got any cool ninjas you got on Halo Infinite, then tweet at HCS. I'm sure they'll put something up, so you know, we can put those together, and maybe we'll put them on the show next time. But Wes, what's your best one you've ever got? Was it the T2 one, or was there another one that sticks out in your memory?
Just being like an absolute nobody and having T Squared not only in the game but challenge me to a 1v1 like immediately on the spot for 100 G's on LAN, like knowing realistically that was an impossible outcome. And then just like for some reason 16-year-old me is like, make a room, and then I got kicked from the 8's lobbies, and it probably halted my upcoming in the career, but it was well worth it.
Bless you. Well, let's before we get too carried away with our story time, let's remind you all of the series that's going to be coming up. Apologies for the little delay here. We're just trying to get all the players into the game and make sure everything is as comfortable as possible for them to get underway. This is going to be it. Aquarius Slayer. Aquarius Capture the Flag, excuse me, as our game number one. You kind of talked through that one, Wes. We kind of mentioned Bazaar Slayer, that Space Station looked pretty strong on as well. But let's talk about Live Fire Oddball, because I feel like that really is an E-United type game type.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Live Fire Oddball as well. So very important, obviously pivotal match once we get to that third map. in a best of 3. It's going to be highly contested, I would hope. But yeah, you think that these objective games, the ones where you can be squirrely, the one where you can use like intuition and start creating meta on the fly, I think United, that's their specialty. Space Station Gaming is going to really have to control the power weapons, power ups, and not let Ryan Noob and company get away with too much milking of the objective, right? You don't want to see the clock just all of a sudden advance and rotations come through because you're playing the game a little bit too slow. United's going to take advantage of every single second. We'll see if SSG is able to keep up.
Well, here we go then. Before we get there, we've got to get through 2 chapters of Halo, starting off on Aquarius Capture the Flag. You mentioned Ryan Noob, and we all know, if you've watched Halo Esports for a long time, what a thorn in the side he can be on these type of game types. And if you don't know and you're new, get used to Ryan Noob being behind you. He's going to be in your base, he's going to be pulling flags and just being a nuisance here. It's down to Space Station to deal with that, but I just feel like these are 2 teams who are very, very good capture the flag teams, but 2 teams, Wes, who play in somewhat of different style.
Absolutely. We're going to see a very aggressive United. Space Station Gaming might not be the most aggressive team, but we're going to learn a lot about them in this series. Hopping on board, already going down. And unfortunately, we're going to see United on the back feet early.
2-4 to Space Station. United now pushing forward. We're going to be watching the point of view of Spartan here as he tries to push through the closet already. They have control of the camouflage as well. The dynamo grenade is going to cut off all of those players trying to rotate up to top pink early on. So a strong start here. It's going to be Ace who wins a big 1v1 in the base, but there is Ryan Noob already. He is behind enemy lines. He is camoed up. Nobody knows where he is. The Sighting finally gets those shots down, but smart play from Ryan Noob again, just waiting for that camouflage to come back before he decides to re-challenge.
I can't speak dividends on how important Ace getting that kill on the flag is, because their flag would be being run with Ryan Noob's support right now. Unfortunately, Ryan Noob has to wait a second, slay a little bit more, and now he's able to run it bottom middle. We'll see if United can get one on the board early.
This is looking like a really clean run here from United. Ryan Noob, there's a few things I want to talk about once this one is put home. His teammate is there to give him the cover he needs. Rain is going to be throwing the flag. Rain will be credited with the flag, but that was all about Ryan Noob, and that was the one thing you didn't want to happen if you are a Space Station Gaming fan.
Yeah, we highlighted it before the series, right? If Ryan Noob gets in your base, you're in trouble. It's already a 1-0 cap for them, but the counter cap opportunity still lives on. They're running the flag already across halfway.
Heatwave in hand as well, and this could be back-to-back caps, one going each way. However, you can see a little bit of a stutter step here for Tylenol. He's going to wait for his teammate to pick that one up, and we'll be able to close the ground and keep those fights close quarters, and having that heatwave is certainly going to help him. But at the moment, Ryan Noob's picked up one. There's going to be an important 1v1 going down here, and Formal's going to lose it. Ryan Noob gets 2, and it's not just running the flag home. He's also holding the enemy line and trying to get that return.
They are able to punch the flag in, though, keeping it 1-1, but now another counter cap opportunity. United with the pressure, Ryan Noob with the shots, and now we're seeing the flag being run.
This is a crazy fast pace to the start of Aquarius CTF. Tylenol will pick up 1, so Ryan Noob is going to have to just take a little bit of time here to figure out if there's going to be any players around who are going to be able to stop him. The starter step is going to slow things. His teammate is there once again, and it's back to back to back. It's now 2-1 to United, but they're falling, and it wouldn't surprise me to see Ace get this one moving as well.
Ace in the base with a counter cap opportunity right now. We'll see when this is going to stop, but it doesn't look like Ace has any intention of stopping with this flag, and that could be Space Station putting the second one on the board soon.
Oh, the player gets taken down, chasing behind him, and I don't know what quite has happened here, but both of these teams have decided the only way to play this is to take it in turns to score flags. It's tied up at 2-2. It's cap, back to back to back to back, and United and Space Station, they have started off by really putting on a show here.
Some of the best offense we've seen so far, paired with some of the worst defensive stands we've seen so far, and this is what we get, pure action.
It's a little bit like being an Arsenal fan at the moment. Over the last few years, we can score goals, but we can't stop them going in. But now we're going to see, hey, surprise, surprise, the story continues. It's United now trying to run, it's United trying to run one home, the flag in hand. And I tell you what, Wes, if this one goes in, we almost don't have to tell you what's going to happen. We could know what's going to happen. It will be Space Station getting involved. Space Station will move in, and Space Station will get a counter cap. There'll be a touch on this flag. One player taken down to no shields, though. Ryan Noob is taken down, and the flag is just inches away, but is not being put home.
They may be able to stop this. Closet spawns come through.
Oh,
They punch the flag in right before Deceding can get there. He gets the touch, and that could potentially deny the counter cap opportunity. So finally, we see the flag go in to give E United the lead, and defense comes through to stop Space Station from being able to counter cap. We're having the game finally slow down to a manageable spot where E United is in the lead.
What a ridiculous start this has been. What a ridiculous... I'm not just talking about this game. I'm talking about the entire day. Everything that's happened so far. We've had 50-49s. We're seeing cap after cap after cap after cap after cap. But once it's all said and done, it's currently 3-2. And E United now have managed to get another flag away here. Whereas, and without those counter caps, it's starting to look like they're finding a little bit of control here. Tylenol picking up a kill in the feed might just clear the way. And this might be the 4th flag now going in for E United.
I love what Spartan's doing here. He's got to slow it down. He's got to find a way for his team to get some kills before he's able to leave this closet with this flag. He's able to find one, but unfortunately 3 enter his closet. The return's going to come in, and I believe they've got a flag in their hands as well.
Deciding big play from him to get that return, to be sneaky, not to take those shots. He's got a sidekick in hand now as well. Not sure where that flag is. It looks like it's going to be returned home as Rain and King Nick do pick up one. Tylenol, big kill from him onto Ryan Uber. As we can see in the feed, it's going to be kills traded, but trading's not good enough right now for Space Station. That was a fresh 4 dead. Spartan's in your base, and Spartan's trying to get that flag moving again.
Look at how every single time E United is grabbing this flag, they are running it into the closet. They have established what they define as the meta for running a flag here on Aquarius. They've been very successful so far, and I love the fact that once again we're seeing Spartan drop the flag in the closet and slay.
Shockwave in hand is going to help him. Hey, E United, what's up? We're all holding hands, and that's because we all want to be friends, because we're putting in another flag here. 4-2 now to E United, and all of a sudden, once the cap goes in, the defensive walls are now going up as well, Wes, and they are fully in control now of this game, number 1.
Yeah, Space Station needs to find a way to slow this game down, make it manageable. You got 6 minutes on the clock right now, plenty of time to get 2 flag grabs, but the way that E United is able to pressure them so far, this game could end in any minute.
Formal picks up 1. A little bit of damage taken from that dynamo nade. Other grenades across top center as well. Camouflage is going to be popping. Not sure if he picked that up. He did manage to get it. Slams it into the chest. Now, can he survive? Still in a position to try and help out his team, but he's being chased down. And that's big plays coming in from E United on the offensive and defensive end. Taking down the camouflage player just lets you breathe for a moment. You don't have to worry. You don't have to fret about where he's going to be.
Look how aggressive Spartan's being consistently. Every time we go to a screen, it feels like he's in the enemy base, grabbing a flag, getting some kills. Nice thrust there. Can't find the double, but it's just so much pressure that forces Space Station to stay on their half of the map. It's making it almost impossible for them to fathom getting 2 more flag caps.
Ooh, Rain loses the 1v1 to Formal, but a teammate is there to clean that one up. 2-4 for E United here, so a numbers advantage to Space Station. Tylenol, though, and Ace not pushed up enough to really do anything aggressive inside of the enemy's base. King Nick going to be challenging Deciting taken down. Spartan going to be in a 1v1 here with Tylenol, who manages to win that one, but waiting for the support of a teammate here is so vital, because those Death X's in front of him mean that he's going to have to try and survive, although 3 have now fallen for E United here, where Space Station with a chance to progress.
They do lose Ace, and you see multiple members on E United in the base. These lightning grenades could change the outcome of this game here. If they're doing enough damage, you see 1 kill gets acquired. He needs to find the second, but can't do so. And because of it, E United's defense stays strong. Finally, we're starting to see some consistency on the defensive end.
And one player that has been consistent so far, looking at the stats, is Spartan. He's 12 and 11 across the board. Rain having a really good game as well, 15 and 11 for him. But it's been those last-minute kills, those vital kills that we always keep our eye on. And Spartan's made a couple of good defensive stands so far, Wes.
You have to see something out of Space Station Gaming soon. 4 minutes, 2 minutes have been off the clock, and not really any momentum on the map being made. Deciding, trying to get into the closet, understanding that E United's goal this entire game has been controlling these closets, running the flag this direction. We'll see if Space Station can kind of learn that on the fly and maybe use that to their advantage, potentially running a flag of their own, but Deciding gets taken down again.
Big trade from Spartan. If he doesn't get that, it looks like a very different situation here. It's going to be Formal now pushing up the stairs, kind of taking the position after sighting a few moments ago, looking for those spawn kills, and Ace is now moving it through the closet towards top lighting. So Formal picking up a kill is going to be important. You can see they have control of this side of the map here, Wes. This could well be a cap that will bring the game to within 1. Great plays from Formal coming in. A couple of kills for him on the respawn. The flag goes in, and that is going to be now making it a 1 flag game.
Yeah, If you paid attention to the kill feed as Ace was running that flag in, Formal popped up there a few times, finally goes down in the base, but damage was done. Formal helps his team get that cap secured, and another closet run as we saw from Ace. You have to believe that they have to have hyper focus on these closets for the rest of the game.
With this play, a lovely movement here from Deciding, almost manages to get the quick finish there with the sidekick in his hands. That rate of fire really can turn a disadvantageous position into one you can win, but for now, Tylenol's trying to stay alive. His two teammates are coming off the respawn. He's trying to be hunted down here by E United. Rhino doing a really good job to buy that time. However, Ace is up top now to try and finish off those kills. A couple of bullets into King Nick. He now retreats into the gen, or should I say aggressively pushes into the gen, and this is more like it from Space Station. Advancing up the map in waves, in packs, and now they're going to get that flagpole as well.
Yeah, they get 2 dead, but unfortunately in the kill feed, 2 of their own go down, and it's going to be a green side run here for Ace. He's going to wisely drop it. Understand he has to figure out a way to get a kill if they want to advance this flag further. You have plenty of time, only being down 1 cap now for Space Station. You have to figure out where the enemy team is spawning, get a few kills to be able to continue this run, but unfortunately, we're already seeing them go down.
And this is the worry now. They can't afford to give away these kills, Space Station, inside their base, because it's only 1 flag for E United to win this game number 1 of the series. And that means only 1 mistake here. But oh my word, Ace snapping onto Spartan with the sidekick and putting him on his back.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable kill there for Ace. Gets his team a lot of control here, but unfortunately tries to grab the flag there and misses it. Stays alive though, and with his teammate with camo here, they're gonna have an opportunity to push this flag, get it into the closet, and now we're seeing Space Station Gaming's real chance to tie this up before overtime.
Sign being slid on by Spartan down the bottom pink. They're moving this flag through the gen, and I said it was a 1 flag game for E United. Well, if this one goes in, it's a 1 flag game overall. Tylenol takes a smart route here. Formal picks up 1. It's going to be traded out. He has to wait for his shields. Is that enough time for anyone from E United to stop this? No, it is not. Tylenol runs that home. We have a tied game here, 4-4 in the first map of the series. Next flag, we'll take it.
Such a smart play by Tylenol to take his time, take the flag to the back of the base, get his shield back, and then punch it in. But right now, E United have control of the base. Ryan Noob is up there making a noise, but Formal takes him down. Tylenol finds 1 as well, and E United's counter cap opportunity looks to be shot.
King Nick gets taken down in the back of the base. The map will be reset here. They were vital kills from both Tylenol and Formal defensively, though. If they lost those ones, that would have been the flag pretty much halfway across the map with the speed and the aggressiveness that's been shown from E United on those flag runs. But they managed to do exactly that. Hold the line, defend. And now you're going to see that mid-map control being fought for by both teams.
Tylenol fighting for his life against multiple players, gets taken down. 3 go down for Space Station, and E United in the closet already, deciding needs to get this kill. A phenomenal trade is going to subside any push E United would have just had.
3 alive now inside of the base for Space Station. We have only around 10 seconds left in regular time. If the flag starts moving, then we will have the opportunity to see the game extended. Otherwise, we will be going to overtime. And at the moment, it looks like no one in position. And Wes, it's 4-4. It was action-packed. No winner in normal time. He's heading to overtime time.
Oh my God, that was one of the most aggressive, fast-paced CTFs we've seen in Infinite so far. We're going into overtime, and that camo top middle is going to be so important. If a team can secure that early, they're going to give themselves a real chance to steal this game 1.
No mistakes can be made by either squad here. You mentioned that camouflage. If you get it, that's huge, but it's going to be taken down. I think Formal did manage to get the burn, though. It was a little bit of a pop on it. So it's not going to be as influential on how this game will turn out, but 3 players falling for Space Station might be. King Nick just patrolling around top middle at the moment. Some shots onto Tylenol down bottom mid means that there might be an opportunity to push. Even Spartan trying to work together inside of the base, and there's going to be a flagpole coming in already here. And with the heat wave inside of the base, this is not looking good for Space Station.
No, King Nick has positioned himself so perfectly to anchor for his team. Gets 1, finally goes down, but Spartan's got that flag across halfway. He's going to turn around knowing that players are going to be pushing him from the closet, has the information, but he can't take down Formal apparently, and Formal's going to be able to potentially stop this. Unfortunately, he goes down, trades across, but the flag return comes in, and the map is reset once again.
Every single kill, every single bullet, so vital for these two teams at the moment. There's going to be a trade. No, there's not going to be a trade. It will be Ryan who wins the beatdown battle. 2 players now fall for Space Station. 1 down, 2 down, excuse me, now for E United. So we're going to have trades across the board, but that kill onto Elamite's brother, Ace, is going to open the opportunity to run this one closet.
Ryan Noob immediately sees the timing to be able to get the flag into the closet quickly, loses his shield in doing so, but he's got this flag so far. Players behind him. Tylenol, does he get the kill? Yes, takes down Ryan Noob, and the return once again should come in for United.
Spartan just trying to bait this door, but the flag is still out and the flag has been moved. So 2 players down for Space Station. And you can see that Formal and Tylenol, they've got ahead of the flag here, which is going to buy them time, at least Space Station, to move forward. Formal been taken down though. A load of pressure on the shoulders of Tylenol just to buy his teammates time to just get in position to help him.
Yeah, such a difficult situation. How did Space Station Gaming advance past the flag without getting the return? The kills don't come through. And now all of a sudden, E United, Rain running the flag up the ramp.
Eagle flag return.
Ace is the last player alive, and I don't think he's in position to do anything too heroic. This is going to be the game, and E United will finally close it out in overtime. But what a start to this series. Spartan King Nick, Rain and Ryan. It was a back and forth game in every single cliche way you could possibly imagine, but E United one up in the series.
You have to be kicking yourself if you're Space Station Gaming. You go into the closet, you push past the flag, no one gets the return, and because of it, you see the flank from Sparty able to really impact the outcome of that game. If they would have done such a better job of going to Lightning, getting that return rather than trying to be aggressive. I understand you're wanting to capitalize on the few kills that you just acquired, but making sure that return gets in when it's halfway across the map is so vitally important. And unfortunately, they lost track of where Spartan was, and because of it, they lost the game.
And the man who was slain out in that game for E United was Rain, a player who, when we get to LAN, he seems like he's a different kind of animal, but here in the online arena is stepping up once more. 28 and 20 for him, a +8 ratio and 12.3 KDA. Very impressive coming in from Timothy Tinkler.
Yeah, Rain, one of those players that when he's on, I promise you, he can compete with the best individually. He makes plays for his team. He plays efficient Halo, but it was all of E United being aggressive, getting control of the closet, making sure that they want to run the flag that direction every single time. It was textbook. It was very clear of the strategy they wanted to implement, and they did it with a punctuation.
Yeah, you look at the steals and the flag pulls as well. Really well split by E United. I think it kind of lends itself to the point you're making, Wes, right? Aggression. Everybody was taking it in turns to get inside of the Space Station Gaming base. But, I mean, we're going to throw some highlights up at you right now. And to be honest with you, if you wanted some highlights, you could just probably play the first 2 minutes of that game, Wes, because all it was highlights.
It was pure chaos. We saw a counter cap. And I don't think we've ever seen that in Halo before, right? It was every single time a team was able to punch the flag in, they had to do it by giving all of their resources in order to do so. And because of it, they left themselves susceptible to the enemy team being able to capitalize. But we saw that from both sides, which is shocking that nobody was really able to find their footing for like the first 4 minutes of this game.
Yeah, it was a strange start to say the least, but it shows that both teams, you know, one team had a clear way they want to play this game, running it through the closet. That was the United, and Space Station were just able to kind of use that individual skill and ability to get across the map and pick up the kills when they needed to open the door for that counter cap opportunity. But that's one of the craziest starts, Wes, I can remember to a flag gaming in a long time in Halo history. It was just, as I say, back and forth in every kind of cliched way you can think of it.
Yeah, you could tell that teams weren't really focused on stopping the flag run as much as they were as getting the counter cap opportunity. And they were taking advantage of those opportunities as they continued and consistently kept happening. Both teams able to stay in that game, but it was really E United getting that one where they were able to finish off the few kills once they punched the flag in that made the difference in that one cap scoreline in game one. We're going to go into Bizarre Slayer for game two, and I couldn't be more excited to see yet another highly contested match.
I joked when we started the broadcast today, everybody, to take a deep breath. And you know what? I'm going to have to take another one now because we're only on our second map of the second series. And already our breath is being taken away. But here we go. Space Station versus E United. E United just need the one game to close things out here, Wes. But Space Station, they will be, you know, pretty confident in this game type. They just lost a heartbreaking 50-49 against Optic Gaming. But they know that they can win this game type against some of the best in the world.
Yeah, the issue is they started down 4-0 against Optic Gaming in their Slayer Bazaar, and now once again they find themselves down 4-0. Something wrong with the starting strat for Space Station Gaming could end up biting them not only once in a tournament but twice, and they find themselves really needing to improve at it because right now they're fighting for their tournament lives.
Well, they managed to claw one back at least. There's two. Tylenol manages to pick up one. Formal will pick up three. So it's the same story at the moment for Space Station. They'll give you a lead at the start of the game, and then they'll start playing. It seems to be how it is, which is not the way you want to play, but you have to give them credit here, Wes. 5-4 now the score. They have managed to claw this back and not let it snowball out of control.
Yeah, I'd say it's a bit of a blunder, right? I think E United, when you win the initial break of Bazaar Slayer, you should be able to control the middle of the map and find yourself using that as a snowball effect to get yourself a nice early lead. More than 4 kills, I would think. But right now, Space Station does a great job, like you said, of clawing back into this game, making it 7-5.
2-kill game. Make that a 1-kill game now as the Dynamo nades will once again have an impact. Tylenol gets taken down on top of the van here. As Ryan pokes around that corner. Formal's going to be hunting for it, though. It's a 1v1, and it will actually be a 2v1 as his teammate comes in. But both those kills get traded out. So that's a 2-for-1 trade that goes in the favor of E United, and it's now starting to reflect in that score.
Yeah, Ryan, who does a ton of damage there, able to win his team to inside of the map as this overshield is coming up. And now you see Space Station stuck in their tree trying to get out, but there's no way they can leave. They're being pinned down, and now overshield in the hands of King Nick by the grapple. Love to see it. Let's see what he's able to do here.
Oh, he gets taken down immediately, does he? No, it's just the overshield which gets removed. The green gun hits, and that is going to be vital for Space Station to try and stay in this one. King Nick wants to poke around this corner, but he whiffs the melee. Formal will be taken down, but not without being traded. And maybe that's a little bit of a misplay there from King Nick. It was well played, you have to say, as well with the green gun, but it has opened the door, at least here, for Space Station and E United to battle for that mid-map. And E United have picked up a couple of kills along the way.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to be a little bit of an overextension for Nick right there, but the rest of United able to follow up on the opening that Nick gives them there, and because of it, they get a few kills in their favor, now heavily starting to pull away.
Couple of kills being traded once again, though. Rain will fall for alive here for Space Station as they once again chip away. It's a 4-kill game at the moment. Look at those shots coming in, though, from Ace. Lovely help from a teammate to help him eliminate the player bottom middle. That's 2 more for them. So they have a 4v2 on the map at the moment, and it is a 2-kill game. Rain going to be challenging as Tylenol will pick up yet another one. So 1 kill now the difference between the two teams. And it seems when there's not power-ups, when there's not rockets to play with here, Space Station winning the Slayer. But it's E United who are making advantage a lot of the time when they do come up, saying that Space Station finally have something to work with.
Yeah, finally, they get one of the power-ups / power weapons. We got Tylenol with the rockets hiding here as he's forced to drop into pink 1. He was getting shot from behind, and you really want to see Space Station try and find Tylenol an opening here, but will E United let that happen? You see, they're keeping their distance. They're across the map from Tylenol. They know where he is. He's going to have to relocate and figure out a way to open up the map for his team with his power weapon quickly.
Finds it. Lovely little flank coming in. Deciding working well with him as well. Just to kind of be the distraction, to be honest with you. He's opening the door for him to move forward and make sure that he has a clean shot so they can convert that 1 rocket into a guaranteed kill. But for now, the score tied up. 1 kill difference now as E United manages to take down Deciding, but this couldn't be closer here between the two, Wes.
Yeah, Ace able to secure that overshield as they do lose 2 members in the middle of the map. So you're going to see E United try to be aggressive here. Ace with the overshield kind of by himself now. A truck with his teammates going down. An overextension from Space Station. They were just playing for the overshield, but half of them pushed into the base at the same time. And because of it, they've given E United some life.
Saying that, though, again, the kills get traded out, and it just seems to be back and forth at the moment. Nobody can get a fresh 4 dead. Nobody can get 3 dead and kind of chain together off respawns. I think that kind of speaks to Bazaar as well, Wes. When we talk about CTF, we talk about the fortress nature of both sides of the base. Staying alive when you lose those initials is much easier than a more open map, for example.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult to try and fight from the disadvantaged positions that you have in this map. Trades effectively come through, and taking a look at the score, we have Formal with 10, but Sparty with 11. Those two really starting to compete for the best Slayer in this series right now.
2 kills the difference. 28-26 the score as we almost approach that 30 kill mark. And if you watch Halo throughout time, you'll know that a very famous man in the Halo space said that's where a team Slayer really starts. Shout out to Sundance. As now Spartan's going to be moving down onto these nades down the bottom, trying to see if he can find any kind of escape route, but no, he's going to be caught out here And that will be him falling. So Space Station once again staying involved, picking up those little picks across the map, but still not being able to link them together as Formal now moves up to his hut. Ace will pick up one, and look at this. Complete center map control now in the hands of Space Station.
Can they hold it, though? 15 seconds for both Rockets and Overshield coming up. You see Space Station in control of the middle of the map. They have to figure out where your United is and lock them down so that they can secure these power-ups, power weapons, and change the tide of this game. They want to build some momentum here. They have a real opportunity to do so if Formal can stay alive.
Rockets in the hands of Thailand. Oh, just for a second, though. He manages to get the trade, but there is still one down. 2-4 for Space Station in that little exchange that went on. The Overshield is up. It's going to be grappled away, though, or is Ace going to be able to get it himself? It looks like it's going to be turned around. He pops it now. The confidence from Spartan to take the 1v1 without popping the Ovi. You have to give the man credit.
A player that plays so well when momentum is in his favor, and you can see his confidence starting to glow here now that he's found his footing, wins a very pivotal 1v1 against Ace. Now he's applying pressure to the rest of Space Station Gaming, able to find Ace again, and Spartan going off.
Sending it as well. Sends it across top Rockets. Formal will be the 1v1, and Formal will win that one with a little bit of help from some teammates. So that will be the Overshield eliminated. And if you kind of step back a little bit, there's kind of a 2-for-1 trade across the board. So they're not going to be too disappointed with that, which leaves the score how it is, 34-36. Change that once again as another kill does fall, but it is E United who still have the lead here, Wes.
I mean, look how aggressive Spartan's being. We saw him go down and immediately come back to his screen 5 seconds later. He's in the middle of the map, grabbing the lightning grenades, throws them up, applying so much pressure, finds a shotgun as well. And now with this corner control, he's going to have the position advantage here on Space Station Gaming. You see Formal's going to be stuck in this tree. Space Station Gaming have to figure out a way to once again get out of this fortress.
Well, Spartan has the Bulldog as well. Oh, that's a rabid Bulldog. That is not house trained. And that is going to let you know when he walks around that corner. Formal gets taken down, but again, it's traded out almost immediately. Tylenol doing a great job to react to his teammate. 3 dead here for E United, and look at the score. It could not be closer between the two, and I'm sure the Space Station are starting to think now, Wes, please don't let this happen again. Just let us come out on the good side of this one.
Yeah, they have tournament lives on the line. They have to win this game 2 to force the game 3. They win the battle for the middle of the map. Overshield comes up, but unfortunately he has a thrust. He can't pick it up, and he tries to burn it. Deciding goes down. Multiple members go down for United as well.
Tylenol's managed to get it, though, for Space Station. This could be absolutely huge. It's tied up at 44-44 again. Tylenol has the Mangler. He has the Overshield, but he doesn't have any help from his teammates, and I love this. The call from his teammates just to back up. We're not in position to help you out, but now he tries to reposition, tries to find some angles. It looks like E United just trying to wait out this OV, and they have done exactly that.
Yeah, look at where E United is located. They're all trapped in this bar/tree area. They have to work together to gain some kind of control. 17 seconds until Rockets are coming up, in Space Station Gaming, they're not going to push this time around. They're going to sit back, wait for power weapons, but Formal on the flank. He's behind Rain, takes him down. Can he get Ryan? He takes down Ryan, and with Rockets coming up right now, Formal has made the play.
Welcome back, Formal. That is the play. King Nick in front of him. King Nick eliminated. Space Station. Formal is putting you on his back. He is showing that he still has ice in the veins. Rain will drop, but that's what we're talking about. A big game player in a big game stepping up here for the Space Station.
When his team needed him most, he stepped up, was able to find the opening in the fortress of the base. The United got caught slipping, weren't watching Big Door. He's able to freely flank, find those kills, and now Space Station Gaming get the last kill to close this game 2 out, force a game 3, and Formal is back in Halo, baby.
It's great to see him back in Halo as well, unless you're an E United fan, but that was a play that only the biggest players take the time to make, Wes, that dare to make, to be honest with you. He decided he wanted to win the game. He didn't want to lose, not trying to do something crazy to win the game for his team. And it leaves us now tied up at 1-1 again. We move over to our map number 3. It's going to be Live Fire Oddball, and Space Station, they're going to be feeling good after the heartbreak last time they played on Bazaar.
I mean, we hoped to see game 3, and I think we get what we want, right? Like, we are going to go the distance here on the back of Formal. 17, 15, 11 assists in the Slayer as well, doing it all for his team. But it was an entire Like, for the fact that SSG was able to win that game when it felt like they were the ones trapped at bases so often, that's a massive blunders multiple times on the side of E United when they had control of the map. But big shout out to SSG for learning from their mistakes and consistently being able to break a setup from a disadvantageous position. It's not easy to do.
We've got some highlights for you from that game as well, and there were a couple of big plays to talk about, Wes. I mean, it was the opening break was all E United once more. It was 4-0, but there was a couple of moments. The OVs, I feel like, that went in the way of E United, they didn't make the most of. When you look at Space Station and how they use those power-ups, they seem to always just eke out 1 or 2 kills better than E United did when they had them in their hands.
Yeah, it was actually like very peculiar. If you're Space Station Gaming, you can't continue to start off that poorly in games because it's going to come back to bite you. Optic Gaming beat you by 1 kill when you started off poorly. We thought we were going to see a very similar story, especially at this moment in the game when we saw Spartan just gunning down players. A little bit of an overextension here with Grapple, and you trade a kill that you probably shouldn't have. That was a turning point for me for this game because it really felt like E United had them on the ropes. One overextension can create a close game, and then all of a sudden Formal makes a play to take his team the distance in this series.
I mean, define make a play. That is ballsy from Formal, and it is great to see him back making those kind of plays for Space Station. This is what we've been missing. This man is a special kind of competitor, and only a few players will be able to make and execute those kind of plays. Formal is one of those standouts, which leads us into our game 3 here, Wes. You said this might favor E United, and I do have to tend to agree with you. The scrappy nature of this ball, holding this ball and getting the odd ball in your hands on this map kind of lends the way to Ryanoob and the way that his teams do play. But saying that, Space Station, Formal, stepping up in the last game, this one could be a coin toss.
Yeah, when you have Formal on your team, you have a chance in any game. He's one of the best players in Halo right now, and he hasn't played the game in 8 years. But already we're starting it off here in game 3, and it looks like E United not gonna look at game 2 like it was a problem. They're gonna look at game 3 like it's a solution.
Well, ball in the hands of E United. Heatwave going to be there. Formal has the sniper. It's a 1v1. That'll be one at short range. He needed to hit that body shot, Formal, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. The kills will be traded out, though, but that's 3 dead now for Space Station, but only a couple alive on the side of E United. So it's going to be kind of a Team Slayer feel now as the body shot is hit onto Ace. Beautiful cleanup as well coming in to make sure that he was taken down. As Tylenol, unfortunately, if you're any United fan, will escape that no-scope. And finally, we're seeing a little bit of ball time here, but not too much to report. It's a scrappy start as we expected.
A huge blunder by E United once again. Ryanoob gets the first kill, and somehow the rest of Space Station Gaming formulate a push and break everything E United had set up. And now we're looking at Formal with Snipe. They have the ball set up where they want it, and this is a huge opportunity for Space Station to get an early lead.
This would be guaranteed time because Ace has just gone off in the feed as well. He picks up 2, so it's a 4v2 on the map. And when you got an odd ball in your hands, that's exactly where you want to be as a team. Now we're seeing a little bit of a split push coming in from E United. Kind of a 2-and-2, one pushing towards the open field towards green, and 2 on the dummy side here, Wes. An interesting decision for them to make as far as where they try and rotate that ball, where they try and pick up those kills.
Tylenol stays alive, going bottom middle so big. He's going to be able to help his team here. Formal does a ton of damage, and now I'm expecting Tylenol to be able to be in position here with Ace to break once again E United's opportunity to get some ball time.
Should be ball time here for Space Station, like you say. The grenade, though, might slow things down. He gets taken down as the spawn comes in at back dummies, but look at this. Desayan is on the flank. He picks up 2. Rain's in front of him as well, and he might be able to turn this into 3 after he makes himself feel ever so much stronger with a nice little overshield.
The timing for deciding on the flank, able to get that overshield, ruin another opportunity for E United. Unfortunately, deciding has to figure out a way to stay alive. His overshield's completely melted. He finds one, and now the rest of Space Station Gaming, they're off spawn. They're coming to help you, deciding you've done enough. Now get some ball time, baby.
Sniper in the back pocket as well. 2 dead for Space Station, though, so it's going to be somewhat of a play ball here. Design just trying to milk that ball, see if he can get any extra time. There's a body shot, but almost managed to turn it into a kill, but unfortunately for him, didn't quite connect how he needed to get that one-shot kill with a headshot. Now it's E United's turn here. How can they hold this one down where Space Station already starting to apply some pressure?
They get the first kill. That's big. Sparty able to stay alive there. 3 go down for Space Station, and E United is going to figure out a way to get the kills they need, get some ball time, and get right back in this game.
I don't know, staying alive for far longer than maybe he should here, to be honest with you. A couple of grenades are coming in. He's going to be called out, though, and they will be aware of his position. But now the rest of Space Station has managed to creep their way up the map here, Wes, to support him. Deciding moving forward with his teammate, but a good hold here from E United. You can see that in the score, starting to rack up a little bit of time here and close that gap.
Great teamwork out of E United once again. 3 were down for Space Station. It was Tylenol was the last guy alive. He's going to have to play this slow because I don't think he's going to be able to break this setup by himself, but good damage on the Nick right there. And now Tylenol has created the opening for Space Station Gaming.
I was about to say, he's saying, hold my beer. Watch me walk in and watch me pick up these kills, Wes Price. As Rain now challenges him. Ace will be able to trade that one out. That'll be 2 dead momentarily for E United, but it will also be 3 dead here for Space Station. Ace will be taken down by Spartan. The ball is down. Rhino will scoop in, pick that one up, and rack up a little bit more time as they will go into a lead.
Yeah, pay attention now, though. Tylenol being able to pick up this overshield. Or King Nick, I'm sorry. This is going to be a massive play for E United if King Nick's able to use this overshield efficiently here. They're already starting to rack up ball time. They're over 60 right now, but King Nick a little bit of an overextension by the middle, finds one, but his ball carrier, he's in trouble. King Nick forced to trade, and unfortunately E United with overshield not able to continue to hold a setup.
But did you see what Desailly just did there? Not only did he stay alive the entire time, it was milking ball time. Oh, forget about the oddball. Give this man a sniper rifle. A beautiful whip shot onto the player who spawned on the dummies to give him a few seconds to think about his next move. Spartan's going to be pushing top mid. Manages to hold off 2 players with some good shots. But for Space Station now and for Desailly, he's going to have to hit another worldie here to try and keep his team alive and onto that ball.
3 members of Space Station Gaming bait switching, and now Ace with the aggressive push able to clear out Garage. The rest of E United push the left side of the map. Ace is going to have to double back with his teammates here. Rain gets one, and unfortunately Ace has to be able to pick up the ball, try to get it back into the base, and this is a phenomenal play once again by Space Station Gaming to stay in this.
Oh, Ace got around that corner, and that is vital, not only to stay alive, obviously, but to get the ball away from the enemy, E United, and towards his teammates as well. So little things like that. We talk about scrappy ball time, Wes. I really feel like this is going to be the kind of moments in games that are going to change the outcome. Holding on to the oddball for 10-15 seconds in Halo Infinite in an unorthodox setup is going to be so important.
This is such a big decision by Ace right now. He didn't know where to go with the ball, and unfortunately, he brings it to tower. He gets killed, and now all of a sudden, Space Station got caught, not knowing where they wanted to set up. They had everything they wanted to on the map, position-wise. Unfortunately, nobody really made the call. You could tell Ace was struggling to figure out what the right play is, and now E United has broken the setup again.
Kills being traded, but OS is coming up. Spartan sitting on top of it as well, and he's going to have it to pump into his chest as Ace is trying to put some pressure on. However, the pressure is only one thing. Did he get the stick though onto Spartan? No, he didn't, so no trade across the board. Just a slither of overshield to work with. Tylenol trying to milk Spartan for all it's worth, but he will be taken down as well. 2 fall here for Space Station, both to the hands of Spartan.
I can't stress how important it is Sparty's able to get that kill before Tylenol turns the corner and stays alive. Hitting that shot, it might seem like it's easy. It might seem like it's like the most achievable kill, but it's so vital that he's able to do it. Because of it, he gets the ball into the garage, but unfortunately, he gets naded out. Space Station Gaming pushing Brutes right now is going to have the ball in hand, and now King Nick slowly, wisely waits for his team to get off respawn.
Lead change again. It was all tied up just a few moments ago, but Space Station Gaming, I mentioned how important is it to get that 10, 15, 5 seconds, whatever it might be, and they're managing to do that right now. The ball will be run out front now by Tylenol, but here comes King Nick, and he's got a heat wave to play with. A double for Nick as he tries to fire on bottom mid, see if he can get any more damage, and the ball will be retrieved. The ball will be brought back into the garage now for E United, and this is just back and forth here, Wes, but look how close it is at the end of this round. Both teams only need a few points. It's down to Space Station to try and break, though.
Space Station has one last push to try and break this. Ace with the pick finds the opening. Now they're going to be able to onslaught this space. They have to get in there quickly. The ball being held still. They have to push. Tylenol finds himself in a 1v3 and unfortunately can't get there in time. And E United will take round 1.
What a game that was. What a round that was, I should say, as we now head into round number 2, going the entire distance. But like you mentioned, Wes, E United, they are up by 1 in this game number 3. They have that round on the board. Space Station have to answer back. It was just that last hold. They just couldn't quite close the ground, Wes, to get that break and get towards that ball carrier that they needed.
Yeah, to me, it was all by King Nick's play to stay alive with the heat wave, wait for his team to spawn, find those 2 kills that really solidified that last setup for United. Space Station Gaming has to do a better job of controlling these overshields and power-ups, power weapons, if they want to stay in this series and push this to a round 3.
You say it, and who moves towards an overshield? It's going to be Formal, but he will be taken down as both the weapons and the overshield are going to be down. They fall into the hands of Ryanoob, though. There's a repulsor back up to top mid just to save himself a little bit of time here, and he's going to be able to call out all those respawns now from Space Station.
It's Ryanoob. If he took 1 step further, he would have been assassinated there with the overshield. Fortunately for him, he had the game sense to turn around, and now he's fighting for his life, but he's got his teammates' help.
Ryan just patrolling the sandbags area here. His teammates picking up kills for him. However, here comes the wave from Space Station. 2 now fall for Space Station. Cheeky little reload on the sniper rifle. Maybe he's thinking about something a little bit wacky here, Ryan, but he gets taken down as well. So a 2-for-2 trade across the board, excuse me, as the ball is in the middle of both of those 2s.
Space Station Gaming just had snipe and heat wave, but you see the push from E United before Space Station can collect themselves. It's too much. Space Station, though, they come back through. Tylenol deciding the duo, the young guns, they take back control.
Ryanoob staying alive at the back of the base. Heatwave there again, finally gets taken out. Tylenol now moving towards his teammate Ace, and Design's going to move away to get his shields back, but here comes yet another wave of attack, and it has just been wave after wave after wave. It's the great oceans of Halo here on live fire at the moment between E United and Space Station, and no one can really get control, but that doesn't matter if you E United. You have that lead, and you keep scraping up this ball time.
Is King Nick going to expect this garage push is the question, though. He misses the first shot, hits the second, but goes down. And now Rain finds a second, and that's E United's opportunity to rack up some time. I believe they should have overshield as well, so a great setup once again here in the window for E United. This is where the game can get ugly if Space Station can't break this on this push.
Tylenol going to be stopped from moving forward as well. The body shot is enough. Deciding falls. 2 now, full. Formal will get 1 though to answer back, but just him and Ace alive here on the final moments of this push. Nick is going to miss a shot, but he's going to be helped out by his teammates to be cleaned up, and now it's looking a little bit perilous here for Space Station. Just 50 points left for E United to close out this game, to close the round and close the series, Wes.
Spawning so far away, they have to wait for numbers in order to break this push. Unfortunately, a little bit too zealous. Tylenol tries to push to the garage. He's knocked to no shield. He sees a teammate knocked to no shield up front as well. E United is using this base to just lock it down and rack up over 60 seconds of ball time now. Space Station Gaming truly has their backs to the wall.
Big push though coming in from Space Station. King Nick is going to be the last player alive. He is going to be taken down by Tylenol as well. All the respawns are going to be called out. That's massive. That information gathered there by Tylenol is vital, as now Space Station have the chance to hold.
They have to figure out a way to hold this setup for multiple rounds of slays, right? You see Formal in a big pivotal 1v1 against Rain, able to get the melee, cheeky juke jives left, rights there, able to secure that first kill, and that should give his team a very big advantage, but unfortunately somehow Deciding goes down, then Formal gets taken down as well, and King Nick's on the prowl.
I'm not sure what's happened here. I'm not sure what's happened. Look at the score. Through all of this happening, Space Station weren't able to pick up any time. They only have 15 seconds on the clock, Wes. Something has gone wrong there for Space Station, where, quite simply, someone wasn't holding the oddball.
I think they were forced to drop and slay, but unfortunately, like, E United's pushes have just been too strong. Space Station hasn't had an answer. They lose another overshield. They do melt Ryanoob, but when you're down by 70 seconds right now, you have to figure out a way to get the oddball and secure some time, and that's going to be on the back of some power-ups, right? Deciding's 3 kills there are going to be big, but they're not going to amount to anything if they can continuously apply that kind of pressure.
Space Station just being stifled at the moment, even with that huge play, the triple kill coming out of Deciding. It's not enough to get that ball in their hands, and now the wave comes again. E United push through that low door, and one thing maybe I want to see here, to be honest with you, from Space Station, they need to be quicker on pushing out green. They're allowing those players to cross so easily, Wes, and put the pressure on.
Ryanoob finds 1, and that could draw the final nail in the coffin here. 82 points and counting. Just 15 points needed for this game, this series to be over. Space Station with one last hope.
Tylenol going to be moving in first, gets the nade kill, and that's going to be massive. Another player bottom middle here. It's all or nothing now for Space Station. Tylenol will turn two. However, the last player alive is deciding he will be taken down. And with that, maybe the hopes and the dreams of Space Station of staying alive here will be as well. One player will be taken down, and Ace goes huge. And just remember, it's never over here. The clock will be stopped if it needed to, as United just need 1 second, 1 point here to win the game.
Perfect Halo going to be required from Space Station Gaming to get this to a round 3. You see Ryan Noob with the kill on the formal. He goes down, but Space Station Gaming in great position to potentially stop this from happening. But Spartan sneaks in, gets the kill with the ball, and win the game in the series 2-0 over Space Station Gaming.
Absolutely ridiculous. I love Halo Infinite. I absolutely love this game. Spartan with a clutch moment right at the end as well. Sneaks behind enemy lines. Only needed 1 second and managed to get the beat down with the ball in the hand as well to really hammer home that final nail in the coffin for Space Station. But what a series, Wes. What a series. 2-1 to E United. Look at the scores. 5-4 in that crazy overtime on Aquarius CTF. 50-46 that Bizarre Slayer, and then 2-0 in rounds on Livefire Oddball. But I mean, as I say, I love Halo Infinite and the way that it's playing at the moment. Take a look at some of these stats, Wes.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the time, and you see Rain with 1 minute and 46 seconds being a phenomenal, efficient, objective player. Really a massive difference here for E United going into this was their efficiency with the objective. But I mean, when we take a look at the kills, I mean, King Nick, sometimes we question, was King Nick the right pickup for this roster? It's games like this where King Nick makes his money.
And we'll look at some highlights of seeing King Nick do what he does best as we remind ourselves of what just happened on Oddball on Livefire. I mean, it was a crazy game, Wes. There was one real hold of control, I feel, throughout the entirety of that map in Garage. And it was in that second round that we saw where E United managed to hold off for around 30-40 seconds. But I mean, there's so many highlight plays that we're seeing from all players at the moment. I think the one player that kind of stood out to me, though, like you mentioned, was King Nick. He kept popping up in that kill feed, and he had that heat wave a lot of the time to do the damage.
Yeah, I mean, so 38 kills is an unbelievable amount in just 2 rounds of oddball. King Nick had to have that performance, right? He had to go off to give his team the opportunity to advance in this bracket. It's a great thing to see if you're an E United fan, because you're waiting for King Nick to wake up and be that slayer for this team. He was able to do so against a very strong Space Station Gaming, and now they look to continue this losers bracket run.
And we question E United, are they going to be able to break into that top 3, break into a grand final? With the way they're playing at the moment, where it seems like this relentless style of Halo is working for them, and it's going to be a question that will only be answered when the competition is over, but the signs are looking good for them at the moment.
Absolutely. I believe they go up against Pioneers next, and I think that E United going into that series is going to be very confident, especially after how well they just played against a strong Space Station Gaming team. If it's Space Station Gaming, you were just a team for a week now, and you've had a lot of success. There's a lot to build on with this loss, even though it looks ugly. I think there's a massive, like, growing pain that they're going to be able to achieve, like, through experiencing these tough losses today. But I couldn't be more excited for their future as well.
Yeah, I've got to say, man, that was exciting. That was
I think sums it up perfectly. Like, that's exactly how
I know.
I
love how every time I come back, it comes back to all 4 of us. I'm just sighing, and I promise you, it's a good thing. I am sighing because I have no words for some of the action that we're seeing on our screens. And I think, honestly, I love what you said there. I love Halo Infinite. I couldn't agree more with you, man. I really couldn't. You know, just that oddball game. And I've got to say, huge shout out to Halo and the way that the game's played here with oddball, because having the rounds makes it so intensely competitive. The comeback ability there is huge. It makes it super exciting. You know, Brav, watching that final oddball game there for the series, you know, I saw a lot of holding in Garage, and I think we've seen that, you know, throughout some of the series that we've seen across a couple of weeks now. You know, and you can hold it top tower too, but some of the bait and switches that we saw from SSG there were huge. They were great, gorgeous stuff there. But what is the preferred holding place for oddball, would you say, on that Livefire map?
Oh gosh, preferred, I'd say if you ask most of the teams right now, they'd prefer to have a really comfortable top tower hold. I think I'd love to hear from Mark and Wes as well, but I think the most comfortable hold is a top tower hold. You've got power up, you've got sniping control because you have all of the play ball ability, and you don't have to worry about the mess at the back of house, which tends to happen all the time. It just really becomes a really nasty battle of grenades and peeking and waiting for spawners. So I think top tower really is the preferred hold, but Mark and Wes should chime in on that too.
Yeah, I was literally wondering because we saw it so much in that final map there, and obviously, you know, Clutch, looking at that and based on what Bravo said there, do you reckon we saw that in that series just because nobody wanted to give, or you know, they wanted to deny the top tower hold there?
Well, the only time we really saw the ball go near tower was when Ace was trying to figure out a way to rotate it, right? Like he didn't know where his team wanted to set up. I agree with Andy completely that top tower setup can be the most effective because you're able to use that height advantage and that power position the tower can be. But when we talk about this series and specifically that game 3, E United played at their pace the whole time. They decided where the objective was going to be played and run to. And because of it, they were kind of able to dictate how those fights went. They felt very comfortable with those garage fights that we were able to see near scoreboard and big door. And because of it, like they're able to play in their comfort zone. SSG was playing E United's game of Halo. It felt like they were always on their back feet in that game 3. And I think that that's something that they're going to have to figure out how to stop that from happening or get that ball out of that area, because E United looked too successful throughout those 2 rounds.
They definitely were too successful for SSG, of course, because they are down and out. United progress on in our elimination bracket here in NA Open 2. Pioneers are going to be up next against E United in the elimination semis, but we need to head on over. We need to flip this thing right now because we need to head to our winners bracket. This is what is going down very shortly. Our winners finals consists of Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. It's a rematch from last week. If you weren't there to see it, boy, did you miss something huge. Oh, bracket reset. You love to see it. Optic Gaming managed to clutch up and take the entire Open 1. And Cloud9 are going to have something to say about it. That is for sure. So make sure you stick around for the winners finals. Well, bruv, we're going to head to a break right now, my friend. But when we come back, not only do we have our winners finals coming up, we hear from one of our biggest content creators here in Halo. She is absolutely incredible. Lady Echidna will be joining us for an interview to find out all about Halo Infinite, her journey here, and how excited she is about this Open 2. So we'll see you right after the break. Welcome back, you lovely lot. We're here, of course, for the North American Open 2. It is absolutely epic here. And if you're just joining us, welcome. Lovely to see your wonderful faces. You've missed a bunch of action, and we'll let you off, but stick with us for the rest of the show. Now, obviously, we have the winners' final coming up very shortly on set. But before we get into that, we need to introduce a very wonderful guest who's joining us here for an interview, Lady Echidna. Thank you so much for joining us. An absolute powerhouse content creator. So good to have you here with this. And first of all, Halo Infinite released not that long ago. We've all been grinding it. First of all, how are you enjoying the game?
I love it. I'm addicted. I think I've like live and breathe the ranked playlist. I love it so much. I think 343 did a good job balancing, classic with new Halo. So I'm in love with it.
Awesome stuff. Jen, I've got a question for you because obviously, you signed to E United. That's awesome. Congratulations on that as a content creator. Tell us a little bit about your story, though, how you actually got into streaming Halo. I know you've played Halo since you were like a tiny little child, right? You've had a control in your hand. So tell us that story.
So I was pretty much like convinced to start streaming. I had no idea what Twitch was. When my in real life friends and some of my coworkers came up to me, they're like, "Hey, you play video games. Have you heard of Twitch? Like, I think you would be really good at it." So I went out, bought a Kinect, and here I am 4 years later, still streaming. So I was pretty much convinced into it.
That's absolutely amazing. Make sure everybody at home check out Lady Echidna and all her content over on her stream as well. Jen, I've got to ask you, of course, we've mentioned you're partnered with United as a content creator. Epic stuff. But, how cool is it to, really be doing what you love, making content and being with a partner team here in HCS?
I think it's awesome. I feel like United and I are a perfect match. I feel like our humor matches up. If you told me like a couple years ago when I started streaming that I would be part of an org, especially one as big as United, I'd probably laugh. I'd probably throw up. Like it still feels, it feels unreal, but I'm grateful for the opportunity and I'm looking forward to working with them.
Amazing stuff. Well, Jen, thank you so much for joining us. And I've got to say, I'm very excited because I know that you're going to be joining us in Raleigh as well. Cannot wait to see you there. And guys, stay tuned if you want to see Jen also there because she'll be on broadcast quite a bit, which will be absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
Amazing. So good to hear from content creators on the game, and obviously with Halo Infinite being so prominent right now in esports, rightfully so. It's great to hear from people who really live, breathe the game and pump out that content for everybody who wants to watch. So amazing stuff. Thank you so much to Lady Echidna for joining us there, and I hope you guys check her out and her stream as well. Now, gentlemen, we're moving on, of course, to our winners finals. It's going to be Optic versus Cloud9. It's a huge rematch again. Cloud9 really out for blood here, to be honest, against Optic. I think they have a point to prove. I think they really wanted to prove that last week, but they fell short doing so. With that being said, Brav, mate, how are you feeling about this rematch at the moment? We've seen Optic play today already. Haven't seen much of Cloud9 for a little bit since last week. How are you feeling about it?
How am I feeling? I'm feeling great. This is the match we came to see. I think everyone's been waiting 7 days to see these two teams duke it out again, and it's just going to be amazing. It's just going to be a fantastic series.
Beautiful stuff. Clutch, I'm not going to ask you anything. In fact, I'm just going to hand it straight over to you. Take the broadcast, my friend, because yourself and Brav are going to be casting this one. So over to you guys.
I couldn't be more excited to get to cast this series because I got to sit back and enjoy the show last time around these two teams played. It was yourself and Mark absolutely crushing the cast, but I mean, these guys crushed the gameplay as well. They went to 2 game 5s, and I'm hoping we see something similar here today.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is your winners bracket finals here. Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. It's a rematch from our epic grand finals of our HCS Open #1 for Halo Infinite. These two teams already cementing themselves as the powerhouse teams, the teams to watch here in Halo Infinite, and we get to see a rematch here already in our winners finals. You have to think we could see them go all the way to the grand finals once again. Not a crazy thought. We'll take a look at some of the game types in this series as well. This is going to still be a best of 3 at this point. So going to be a very, very fast-paced series. Clutch game 1 is going to be Oddball Streets, Slayer Recharge, and then Strongholds on Livefire.
I think we saw Oddball Streets when these two teams matched up against each other last time around. Cloud9 claims that they are a very, very strong Streets team, but I watched an interview with Trippy over the week, and he believes that his team, Streets, is one of their strongest maps as well. So this is a clash of 2 of Titans at this game. At this point, they're getting a series layout that they probably want, with Streets leading up the charge. And then as we develop it through games 2 and 3, Slayer on recharge. I've seen Cloud9 dominate this game type through scrims. I expect them to be a very strong recharge Slayer team as well. So I'm hoping that we can get to that game 3 live fire strongholds.
I was going to say, I think live fire strongholds is going to just be an absolute bloodbath if we do get to it. It's a perfect game 3 between these teams because that is a game type where you really have opportunities on each side to slow down, reset. And if you're a team that's in the lead there, nothing is guaranteed on Strongholds Live Fire. You have to play the entire distance of the game, and it would be the perfect game to decide our winners finals between these two. However, really the question is, can either team establish that early lead in game number 1, maybe even close it out in 2 games? Clutch, any thoughts on what we might see score-wise here from these two teams?
Yeah, I haven't seen Cloud9 play today, but I had an opportunity to watch them throughout the week. They look as strong as ever, and they are pissed off that they let that first series or that first tournament slip through their fingers, right? They want revenge, and they get their opportunity at revenge in Optic Gaming here in the winners finals. Optic Gaming, if they can consistently continue to keep it up, I mean, we could see fireworks in this series.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Optic Gaming, I think, has already delighted us a bit. There's a lot of questions of what version of Optic Gaming is going to be coming into this tournament. Based on how we've seen them play their games so far, they've indicated to us that they are playing at the same level of their grand finals performance last week or higher. And it looks like they're going to put on an absolute and fantastic series. And to be honest, in terms of a game 1, this is a pretty fantastic game 1-2 clutch, just because Oddball Streets so fast paced right away off the beginning of the game, and it's really going to be back and forth, no time to breathe in this game number 1 between these two teams. It's going to be a real test of which of these two teams is really ready to play, not just this series, but today on Championship Sunday.
And the player I'm specifically waiting to be ready to play is Renegade. I mean, we talked about Renegade at the end of Halo 5 like he was the next big thing. He had won a world championship with that Splice roster. Now, with an opportunity of Cloud9, a new game at hand, Renegade's still so young in his career, really has an opportunity to put himself on a pedestal in front of everyone, put on a show for everyone. And I hope that we'll get to see Renegade moments here in this series. I feel like he could be the difference maker we're all waiting to see.
It's a great call, Clutch. We saw Renegade go Renegade a few times last week. They were not able to pull it off. It was a 10-game battle where Optic Gaming, the team here, able to close it out, but Cloud9 wants revenge. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your winners bracket semifinal. Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. It's a rematch from our epic grand final last weekend, and map number 1 is going to be Streets Oddball. As we said, a very, very fast-paced game type, one of the fastest paced in this game, and really not a lot of time to breathe on either side. It's going to require a lot of fast decision-making and creativity in the routes and the team shots that these two teams take. And Clutch, I cannot wait to get into this game number 1.
Yeah, there's no power up on Streets, but we do have rockets bottom middle, a couple of pieces of equipment, so expect scavenging to play a very heavy storyline as we hop in here to game 1. We're starting on board with Optic Gaming.
All right, here on the side of our friend Renegade, as we said, now taking a look at what he might be able to do. Picks up 1 kill from the C Balk, able to also take a look into B, and both teams, as we expected last week, Clutch, they're going to have a lot of respect for each other. No one's going to be going for these early ball grabs unless they really do have control. So they get a few kills, and they're able to pull the ball back to C right away. It took them about 15 seconds to do so, but they're able to get just a little bit of pullback on the board, but they got to slow down, make sure they get the right amount of control.
Yeah, we're watching Renegade do a ton of damage, anchoring this balcony position for his team. He spotted APG, who had the rockets, was able to take him down, but the rest of Cloud9 falls, and so does Renegade. The shotgun comes through. Pistola and the boys have got the ball in the back of Tram, and the setup for Optic Gaming is going to give them the early lead here.
Yeah, just a little bit of time on the board, and that's going to go certainly in the favor, as you said, of Optic Gaming. And despite the fact that Renegade was able to do so much damage up there, instead we look at the back of the B stairs. Great nades coming in from the side of Trippy all the way over to the Neons, but it's going to be Penguin that pushes in from caution to pick up that kill, and B is pretty hot right now. APG needs to be careful.
APG does, I believe, get some great damage, able to stay alive, get a shield back, but he's not able to get the melee, and Cloud9 able to push through, get a few kills on the back of the pick from Penguin. And right now the ball needs to get out. Whoa. He plays the ball, and Lucid not only does that, but lands perfect shots as well. 3 down again for Cloud9, and Lucid, he didn't play the ball too far, which is a good thing because he's right back to pick it up, start scoring points.
Lucid with a beautiful set of stalker rifle thruster plays there to win that battle on the top of the C stairs. That's what you want to see if you're a fan of the Optic Gaming side. And now Trippy also running ball spawn. This is what we talk about on streets, folks. You can really just make this your own, kind of ring around the rosy merry-go-round against your opponents. You can juke and just drop opponents if you're able to navigate these corners and these ledges on streets. That's exactly what we just saw Trippy do, and also now controlling mid-map pretty well. Rockets dropping soon.
Yeah, you saw the battle about to go down for Rockets. Lucid picks up a big kill that could potentially give his team the numbers they need to secure these Rockets. It's a 4-2 advantage. The ball in neither one's hands, but right now the battle for Rockets is what's important. And Renegade, he finds one, gets taken down as well. But I believe Optic Gaming is going to have a great opportunity here once again.
Ola does sneak those out. We'll see what he might be able to do. Will go down there, as you see an X on the feed, but now it's going to be Trippy here, who's able to hold those. Just pre-fires at A. Does have one left, has to swap it out now. Bulldog in hand, but also very low ammo in that Bulldog as well. So now just really a slaying battle over these past few minutes. Clutch drop shield gets in the way, makes things kind of weird and interesting as Stalker rifle shots were coming in from the C balk as well. So what we're seeing here, Clutch, is really, once again, we saw a little bit of early grabs and a little bit of chaos. That led to some points on the board for the side of Optic, but now really just a battle for slays in these last few, about 60-90 seconds of play.
Look, Ola gets the ball into the back of Tram. A kill's going to come through on Trippy's screen, and we're seeing such great teamwork. Bait and switches from Optic Gaming early on in this series. They've been able to establish an early lead, and right now they're making Cloud9 play so solo and by themselves that it's giving them every advantage they need to take this round one.
Absolutely going to be very happy with this hold so far, but that's a few wins there coming in from the side of Cloud9, coming in off of that B street. So it's players like Lucid, my God, with the Stalker rifle, already putting on a clinic. And if you've been sleeping on Lucid or his Stalker rifle, make sure you keep an eye on both, because he is landing shots, like getting such quick kill times onto B street, Clutch, and those are such fast kills. Those are faster kills than you'd be able to get with the BR. Just a fantastic win from him.
Lucid was my MVP of last weekend's tournament, and once again stepping it up here in the winners finals. He's going to need to play consistently at that level, but I think we all know Lucid well enough to know what he's going to be able to bring. Renegade, however, the player we highlighted before the series started, needs to figure out a way to impact this first round to get his team back in.
Absolutely. Now they're going to hold their C hold, and they're going to be able to do that with just a little bit of time on the board. So for the first time, we're seeing a few more points coming on from Cloud9, but Optic certainly the one with the lead, not just in terms of the slaying department, but also on the scoreboard, as they've gotten themselves a pretty comfortable lead here. APG just holding back base, not grabbing the ball just yet, but here comes the back whack. It's actually going to be Renegade that comes around, but APG looks like for a second able to just get a little bit of damage. It's a good melee he got onto him, but not going to be enough, because Renegade is just going to continue doing damage all the way into tires as well.
APG making such a smart play there to try and bait the ball, but unfortunately Renegade one step ahead of him, sniffs him out, gets the kill, and now secures Cloud9, their first real setup of the game.
Penguin staying alive here at Arcade as long as he can. He will fall, but it's on the back of the side like you talked about, Clutch. It's really all about Eco and Cloud9 here, just doing a little bit of a ball rotation and also putting some time on the board while they do it, but intercepted right away by APG. Top of C stairs, has a great push there with a teammate as they're going to go flying into the back of the base.
An overextension from Cloud9 right there. They don't use the numbers that they have and the opportunity and positioning that they have. And unfortunately, a little bit of an overextension from Penguin and another player over by Arcade breaks their setup immediately. Optic Gaming doing such a good job of not letting Cloud9 get back into this game, and they look to end it now.
Lucid, surprising moment there for him, missing actually some of those Stalker shots, and now it's going to be Renegade that has the Stalker rifle in hand. You could tell he's been wanting that weapon in his hands all day long, not just in this game, but in the other games as well here, as we now take a look at the score ticking down just a little bit more. Under 2 minutes left in this specific round, and Stellar's going to do whatever he can to stay alive on B stairs. Tries to get crafty and maybe challenge an angle, but it's another play coming from Arcade that makes sure that he has to actually just fight from low. Does well, though, to help out on Neon's and bottom middle. Going to get 2 assists out of that one.
So Cloud9 starting to formulate some sort of a comeback, but they have to pretty much play perfect. 91 points for Optic Gaming. They need to do it one time, break this setup, and you can call yourselves the winners of at least the first round here. APG gets the kill onto the ball carrier, misses, barely gets by the grenade. He gets knocked to no shield and unfortunately loses his life. Eco keeping his team in it once again.
That's right now, just a few moments left here on the scoreboard for the side of Optic. They're going to be flying into C. Pressure's coming in from Neons, but might be too little too late. We'll see what Penguin's going to be able to do in the back of the base. Is going to be all sorts of sandwich, but picks up a kill in the back of the base and does so well to stay alive. Another assist does come in as well. Cloud9 not ready to call this one over just yet.
APG gets the ball to the front of the tram, though. Unfortunately, loses his life, and now Trippy, surrounded by enemies, needs to find a way to find this kill on to the ball carrier. Does get him weak, and his teammates are there to the finish across the map. Lose it with a double from all the way back tower, and because of it, he's able to sprint down bottom middle, potentially in this round.
That's going to be it. 98-99 on the board. Should be able to come around the corner. Yes, indeed. Optic Gaming going to close out our first round with a pretty comfortable score in the end, as they were able to get that really strong mid-game hold that's going to carry them into that victory. They now lead 1-0.
I mean, if we thought Cloud9 was looking for revenge, we know Optic Gaming wants to make a statement that last weekend was not a fluke. They do so in round 1, but they're going to have to win not only this series, but this tournament if they want to convince everyone that they are the best team in the world.
3 dead right away. What an opening from Cloud9, and Lucid also falls. That's going to be 4 dead. Cloud9 striking there and ready to get back into this round number 2. They also win the battle with some very good team shots coming in from back A on the left side, Cafe side specifically, to make sure the Rockets couldn't be pulled to B stairs. It's very well done from Cloud9. They will have the opening here, and they will get already plenty of points on the board, but it's Lucid with the double kill off the push bottom mid.
The teamwork. It's the teamwork for for Optic Gaming once again. Renegade thinks he's in a one-on-one, jumps out at the player, but unfortunately Lucid has his teammates back, and not only that, able to find a second kill, able to get this team some ball time here. And now Cloud9, once again, they have full setup. All 4 dead at the start for Optic Gaming. You think Cloud9 has an opportunity to establish dominance for once in the round, but Optic Gaming shut it down immediately.
Yeah, and right there, Eco going to be very pleased with himself after winning that battle against Lucid's shotgun. Lucid's certainly going to want that one back with the Bulldog up on the top of the ramp. So now Optic Gaming has to work a little bit harder to try to make something happen. Stalker Rifle not connecting for Trippy, but it's APG who's able to drop down to the B stairs as well, continuing to try to fight. It's a great win on the C balk against Renegade, and now we're going to see as things shift back over to the bottom Neons.
APG doing APG things, getting kills he shouldn't get, hitting the shots, and because of it, keeps his team with a little bit of map prio here. As we see, Stellar forced it back down from great shots from Trippy. Does have this shotgun to work with as he's being pressed. But right now, we're seeing Cloud9. The pressure is being brought to them, and it's not often we see these guys on their back heels.
It really is not. As you said, the team that we're so used to seeing on top for the past few years of competitive Halo. It's a Bulldog kill from Stellar there. He'll pick up 1. Eco still holding, but it's Lucid just front jumping almost for free there. AR out as well. Might try to finish this kill on the back of B Streets. As Renegade, though, with the rocket push. 2 in the chamber, looking for anything that he might be able to light up with these rockets. Not seeing anything right away, so it should be a little bit of ball time coming in for the side of C9.
Yeah, you don't want to see Renegade overextend here towards the shotgun. If he gets caught out with these rockets, he could potentially lose them. Does waste 1, knocking a player to no shield, but you want to use these rockets effectively. A trade with the rockets is not what you want to see for Cloud9, and now Optic Gaming in a 3v3 is going to look to push.
And like we said, Halo Infinite, a game of inches there. To only pick up 1 kill and a rocket trade, not enough for C9. Lucid able to stay alive in the back, then gets the push going. That's going to be another 1 dead here momentarily for 2 dead each side, as it's still a battle in the back of the tram base, and it has been an absolute bloodbath back and forth between these 2 teams. C9, though, still leading off of these first few minutes of play. APG does well to drop and shoot. We'll clean up Penguin as well. And the back tries to stay alive, but there's still players alive on C9 in the back of tram.
Yeah, the last time we saw Cloud9, I feel like on this game mode, they were so dominant with their setup back tram, but Optic Gaming has found the way that they need to break this so consistently so far throughout this game. A cheeky jump attempt by Pistola. He misses the jump. He gets rocked by an nade because of it, and now we're seeing Optic Gaming gather themselves once again and look to push.
They're going to try to make something happen here on the board, but it's a very different scoreboard from our game number 1 now. 72 there to 12, and Cloud9 making sure that they put up a fight in this series and playing maybe to the potential that a lot of fans of their own have been expecting them to hit in this tournament, especially after they were poised to get to our grand finals last event without dropping a single game. You know that is still on their mind here, and Stellar actually certainly making a statement here with a little bit of victory crouching and some melees as well. Also hits the Guardian Angel across the map on Olo with that Stalker Rifle. It's a very different round 2 for Cloud9, Clutch.
Yeah, very different, but still not over yet. The ball is being rotated. And oh, yeah, Penguin, he gets it out of Tram, immediately recognizes that Eco loses his life, Stellar loses his life, so he gets it out. And that could be the game, or the round tying decision that Penguin just made, to be able to understand that your teammate is losing this side of the map, to rotate it perfectly across. Now gives them another opportunity to slay and deny Optic Gaming from coming back in round 2.
Is this the sign of life that we needed to see from Cloud9? Is this the sign of life that Cloud9 themselves needed to see? Because it's been a dominant game here, 89-14, and you have to think it could just be one last push that Cloud9 needs to close out this game. In the meantime, though, Optic Gaming wants something to say about that. They do have control of PD, winning battles over there, but Lucid is forced to rotate as one player does die on B, so it's more of a back elbow cafe rotation if they can get away with it. But on the other side is Trippy, wins one battle, but they will be exchanged. Now 3 players alive for both sides. Excellent use of the drop shield there from Lucid to win that battle. Now keeping an eye with that commando on Cafe as well. Optic Gaming going to need to play a very perfect Halo to close out this game, and it's nice commando work. A killing spree here from Lucid, not done yet. Picks up the double kill, waits for the shields to recharge, thinks about challenging out, but Eco says not interested in giving up a triple kill here.
I mean, such good positioning, my saying, to not overstep, not overtake damage there. Gets knocked to no shield, plays his life perfectly, and because of it, he's able to get this ball to tower. We're going to see how versatile this Optic Gaming team is now that they have an opportunity to have a full setup on the tower side of the map.
And what a statement it would be if Optic Gaming closed it out here after being down by about 80 points in this game. Like we said, they would need to play textbook Halo to do it, but Cloud9 now just waiting for this push. They're getting a few numbers on the board, and if they do get that first kill, assist does come in. Rockets are about to pop as well. This is going to be the push from the side of C9.
Yeah, Penguin is spotted out, taking a no shield, and although they do have the ball in hand, it looks like Pistola is going to be there to take him down. 3 members of Cloud9 are together now at the tower. I believe they should be able to secure these rockets as well, and if they do, they could look to end this round quickly.
That really should be it as we see the time tick. It's going to be 95 right now. That was 3 dead and a rocket grab as they did kill Trippy as well. 98, 99, that will be 100. And folks, we're going to a round number 3 in our oddball here. And what other way would we kick off the series? These 2 teams tied. Next round of oddball will win the game.
Didn't get a chance to see a ton of the stats, but Ola only going 4-13 in that second round. He's going to need to pick it up, but we know how clutch this kid can be throughout his career. I expect Ola to make a difference here in round 3.
Lucid does very well to keep Renegade off of that C-Balk momentarily, but it's actually a Cafe flank from Penguin, and actually all of Cafe, all of Neon's not guarded, and it's going to result in a rocket grab for C9 and Penguin as well. They're going to get the ball, so a little bit of a gap there in the opening strategy from the side of Optic Clutch.
Look at Penguin, shotgun rocket combo. Not often you see that, but scavenging, it's being done. Control of the map, he's been able to secure for his team. He does get finally taken down, but you see already Eco with the ball in hand, able to give his team the early round 3 lead.
And we talked about last event just how hot C9 can get, and you do not want to get them double killed, by the way, for APG, as he keeps an eye on B stairs. Nade comes in, but going to stay alive. We talked about just how important it is for this C9 roster to stay hot, and when they do, they're so tough to beat. But if you can get under their skin, as we saw last week, they are a beatable team. It took 10 games for Optic to do it, but they managed to do it. If you're Optic, you do not want C9 to catch fire in this game 1. Optic wants to do everything they can to close it out here.
Lucid wins a massive 1v1. Last player's alive on the map. Gets his team a little bit closer to that ball. You see Stellar once again with the body disrespect. And you have to think, what does that do to the mentality of the players on Optic Gaming? You're in such a close match, and these guys, they seem like they're just messing around a bit.
I gotta say, there's already fire coming in from so many players. We saw Optic and Ola in earlier rounds shooting and meleeing bodies. Stellar not afraid to shoot dead bodies here either. Just for any new viewers of Halo, one of the ultimate signs of disrespect after you do kill an opponent to continue shooting their body in their death cam. So they are left watching you shoot that dead body. We're seeing that from both of these teams throughout this tournament. That just shows you kind of the fiery nature and the hype right now in competitive Halo clutch, that these teams are not afraid to exchange a little bit of disrespect across the screen.
Yeah, typically you see that when a team has like a significant lead and is able to waste a little bit of time. Usually you're seeing pros min-max a little bit more efficiently, but Stellar taking the time to do so. you have to think how confident of a player and a team Cloud9 is in order to be doing these things without the lead in the series yet.
That's a great point. You really don't see this early in the tournament or this early in the game, things like that. It's more reserved for bigger moments, as you say, maybe even more embarrassing kills, but they are not afraid to be exchanging with one another here. Rockets watching the ball, very well done, and surprisingly takes a little bit of extra damage. Lucid goes down to Eco. Eco just going to hold Neons now for a moment as we do take a look at the score here, 30-14.
Yeah, Eco trying to figure out a way to get this ball, but unfortunately Optic Gaming all on the same page as far as making sure that ball does not go any closer towards the shotgun spawn. It's going to be Trippy that gets the ball, brings it back into Trim, and if we've learned anything throughout the first 2 rounds of this game, it's that Optic Gaming is the team that wants Trim control, and now they have it.
Yes, indeed. APG gets help from C Balk and will stay alive at the bottom of B stairs. We talked last week about just how important this B stairs area has become. And look at the damage coming out from APG to also keep Renegade at the bottom of C stairs. Finally, he will go down, but does stay alive for quite some time. Renegade, though, Bulldog push coming in.
Here comes the bark of the shotgun. Renegade holding forward, able to help his team finish the ball carrier. Finds himself with Lucid. Lucid thrusts away, but cannot find the kill. Renegade doing it all right now, getting the ball into a better position for his own self.
Wow.
And stays alive, dodging the nade, using the thrust. I mean, Renegade really creating a lot of time and space for his team right now.
You gotta be kidding me if he picks up this one as well. Look at that double kill. Amazing plays there. Clutch, you called it perfectly to use that thrust to get away from the nade. Going front dumpsters, loops back, kills all 4 players one by one, and doing it so patiently. They're gonna continue to extend their lead here. 43 now points on the board.
If you thought Renegade was going to have another quiet series against this Optic Gaming team, you thought wrong. Already in round 3, Renegade making a big difference here to create the dividend in the score that's still close.
And this is just game 1, folks. Rocket's now going to Renegade. Let's see if he's going to jump up. Interesting players not using that free jump. Instead, they're clambering up. Picks up the kill here, 49-37 on the scoreboard as we take a look at Renegade staying alive and Tires holding those Rockets on the exact place of the map, to be honest, that you want them. You could do so much damage from this B stairs tire area, and here he comes here with a rocket that will connect as well. 2 for 2 on those as he's making the C push.
Yeah, he had Lucid above him, and unfortunately 3 go down for Optic Gaming. APG last alive, trying to bait this ball with the shotgun in good position, but he gets sniffed out, and I don't think that Cloud9 is going to allow APG to get a kill here, but APG doing his job perfectly, right? Just buying time for his team to get up. He doesn't get a kill, but so much time, so much battle was contested from Cloud9's point of view. APG being a nuisance, exactly what he needed to do, and that could potentially allow the rest of Optic Gaming the opening they need to get this ball.
I think you put it perfectly. Just what a battle. Look at the Stalker rifle damage coming in there. Might pick up 2. It's a killing frenzy from Renegade and a double kill. We talked about, are we going to get Renegade this game or Renegade? So far, it looks like Renegade coming into game number 1. 10 kills unanswered from him, absolutely going off.
Even though Renegade's on a killing frenzy and continuing to go off, Cloud9 not able to get any ball time during that spell. So you do want Cloud9 to find a way when Renegade's on a frenzy to get some kind of a setup and get some score, because we're not playing Team Slayer, Andy. We're playing oddball. You need to hold on to that ball to get points, and unfortunately, the ball was in such a tough position, and Optic Gaming did such a good job of scrappily getting something going to try and keep this game close.
Yeah, as we take a look, 52-39 here, still very close. Anyone's game, of course, in this round 3. It's a best of 3 here in the series and a best of 3 in our game number 1, tied 1-1 in terms of rounds in oddball. As we take a look, all eyes on bottom middle for Rockets.
7 seconds for Rockets. Renegade standing on top of him, but he's melted by APG. APG with the awareness, able to finish Penguin. Does he re-challenge Eco? Eco doesn't pay attention, and the triple kill opens up the map. Optic Gaming's gonna have Rockets, the ball in Tram, and an opportunity to steal game 1 with round 3 right now.
Oh my gosh, but what a push, what pressure from C9. Lucid surprisingly dies in the back of the base with 1 rocket left. C9, even though there were 3 dead, they do not wait. They hold down on the gas pedal, they push across, and what looked like it might have been a certain moment of control for Optic Gaming is slowed down right away. Eco still alive in the back of the base as well. Clutch, you gotta give it to C9 on the aggression there. Also shooting from A. That's a huge rotation from them.
We talk about how fast Cloud9 play all the time. Because they play it at such a fast pace, they're able to interrupt the setup of Optic Gaming before Optic Gaming is able to really feel comfortable. Because of it, they kill the rocket guy unsuspectingly. They break the setup completely and now have one of their own. But now Optic Gaming, once again, break the push immediately, get the ball out to Red Room, and start to rack up some very significant late game time.
Trippy gets under the third base tag there, flies in with a very impressive kill at bottom C. As we take a look, this game's still
dropped the
all
ball. They
netted
dropped
up
the
here.
ball.
61-55 with 7 seconds left. They're going to slay here.
They've made the call to slay. Lucid Fries 2. The ball still being down as the clock continues to go, and Optic Gaming take game one of our winners final in dramatic fashion. 1-0 over Cloud9.
Look at that, and the decision to drop and slay to let that time tick, and just so well executed. Once again, APG, Pistola, Lucid, Trippy closing out that round, and an absolutely incredible finish there as that ball did rotate. 2-1 will go in favor of Optic Gaming on Oddball on Streets.
I mean, what a heavily contested game one. If we thought, were we going to see a repeat of the finals last weekend with this series? Everything that we just saw in game one has me hopeful that these teams not only get this best of 3 and push it to the limits, but they match up once again in the finals later on because they compete so well against each other.
I was going to say, this is only game number 1 that we just saw, folks, and it already felt like we were deep in the grand finals. That's game number 1 of your winners finals between those two teams, and they are just putting on an absolute show, these two. And it looks like right now, Clutch, I think when we talked about which Optic are we going to get, which C9 are we going to get, it looks like we're getting the best of both teams already this early in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Renegade had a frenzy, right? Like, if you tell me I have a killing frenzy in a round of oddball, I would assume that my team wins that round of oddball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, assuming we'll get you killed. And Cloud9, they were not able to rack up any time. And it goes off the back of plays like APG, the one that he made when he was racking, when he had the shotgun and was just baiting the ball. Like, even though he lost his team, he stops all of Cloud9 in their tracks by just delaying them from being able to pick up the ball. Optic Gaming continued to find the recipe for success regarding just buying enough time for the Wolfpack to show up, and the Wolfpack, the green wall, they showed up strong.
Couldn't agree more. I think when we all saw that frenzy come into the feed, I think there was a big question of how are they still only up by about 12 points or so, and that's something I agree you really don't want to see. And if you're Stellar, you're expecting to see excuse me, if you're Renegade, really if you're anyone on C9, you're expecting to see a very different score line at that stage of the game. In the end, though, it was a fantastic rotation from the side of Optic to close it out. But I can't believe it, Clutch, that was only game number 1. It feels like we've watched already quite a battle between these two teams, and we certainly have with that game number 1.
I mean, I'm drenched in sweat. I don't know about you, Andy, but this series is going to be a wild one. For the fact that that was game 1 is absolutely insane. It feels like we saw these guys just battle out 30-minute long oddball game here on Streets, and it was ebbs and flows for both teams. It was successes and then blunders, massive blunders from both sides. When we saw Cloud9 get that push to kill the Rocket guy and break the setup, when Optic Gaming looked like they were going to really have an opportunity to end it, I thought Cloud9 did just what they needed to take over. But Optic Gaming somehow so quickly, pushing down the street every single time, was able to break the setups. And because of it, they just were able to squeak away narrowly with the win, but a win nonetheless.
Look at this play from APG, the triple in the back. Eco tries to get away, yet that's a huge part that late in the game. Here was the drop and slay. The decision to just leave the ball at Arcade, let all of C9 push, everyone with guns down and ready to shoot. Sentinel Beam also doing some damage there on B stairs. So it's Optic Gaming that's going to take game number 1. Certainly wasn't easy, though, and you have to think in terms of tournament endurance and tournament fatigue, this one already shaping up to be pretty similar for these two teams in terms of the fact that they're going to need to be ready to go the distance, especially against each other.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible ride, right? We thought, if we ever thought that these two teams were going to struggle against each other, we thought right? If we thought Cloud9 was just going to be able to turn it into another gear and all of a sudden roll Optic Gaming, you thought wrong, because Optic Gaming looks like they are here to compete at the highest level. I actually made a statement in a Twitch chat when I saw Snipedown scrimming this week, and they were playing against Cloud9, and Snipedown was pretty frustrated that they lost a close game. And I was like, hey, dude, you lost by 7 seconds to the #1 team in the world. And he goes, they're not the #1 team. And I was like, you know what? Optic Gaming might be the #1 team. It might not. Last weekend was not a fluke, and I think we're seeing consistency out of this Optic Gaming roster that I didn't know we would see, and I couldn't be more excited that they're going to compete at the highest highest level for championships this year.
That's right. Here we go right back in. It's game number 2 here. Just in case you're just joining us, it's a rematch from our grand finals of week number 1. Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. Optic able to take that first game oddball on Streets, but now we go to Slayer on Recharge, and what a start from C9 as they'll be up 4-1.
So the last time we saw Cloud9 play this game map and mode combo on stream, I heavily remember Cloud9 being in such good positions, forcing the enemy team to spawn elevator, and they opted to push and were unsuccessfully trading. I wonder if they're going to be able to solve that problem and figure out a way that when they get map control, they're able to dominate with it. But already action happening across the board as we see kills traded out and Optic Gaming come out on top.
Yeah, Optic Gaming certainly just answering right back. What was once a 4-1 game is now just a 2-kill deficit at 6-4. Still in favor of Cloud9, but Optic doing very well off of that respawn to fight back. Now Optic going to be fighting from yellow. Shock rifle already in the hands of Lucid as well. So it's going to be a moment of control in control, as well as the AC elevator and hold. Just going to wait to see if they can maybe get some angles here on Turbine and wait for this one to play out. Gameplay does slow down just a bit.
It's not often Halo Infinite's gameplay is going to slow down, but this map mode combo can just be what the doctor ordered, to have these two teams kind of try and dissect some of the setups we're seeing. Renegade getting pressured by APG and Lucid at the same time, fighting for his life, able to get some good damage, but unfortunately the angles are too much for Renegade to try and overcome there, and APG awards his team that extra kill lead.
Actually, Renegade doing way more really than he should have in that situation. He actually picks up 1 kill, almost wins another one on Old Grapple, and then even has a good battle at bottom elevator. So that's just a great sign for Renegade to show how good he is at isolating those battles, even in what was technically, in terms of that area, a 1v3, able to hold that down so well. And like we said, a very rare moment where we see the gameplay slow down just a bit, but already a 10-6 lead for C9 as they pick up a few more kills.
Yeah, we're seeing Cloud9 kind of dictate this pace. Camo just coming up. I believe Eco's able to sneak away with it. Pay attention to the kill feed here, because Eco with this camo, if he can stay alive, he can really start to dictate the pace for the mid game right now as we enter a 12-7 game with 9 minutes and 44 seconds remaining.
Eco able to stay alive. Also quick jumps up to C plat. Now just going to rotate control with the team, and does see some action around Catwalk, try to help Stellar. Maybe Stellar does get stuck off of that. That will be a trade, so we'll stay here for a moment with the sword camo. A big opportunity for Eco to try to add some kills to the board here.
Not able to spot any of these Optic Gaming players that with camo, and a little bit of a waste, right?
Yeah.
Eco thought he rotated correctly, was going to go help Stellar. Stellar ends up trading, and unfortunately camo not being too effective, but at least if you're in the headspace of Cloud9 right now, you denied camo from Optic Gaming, you denied Pistola from doing Pistola things and getting back into this game. But are they going to expect to flank down here? Eco, he has the sword out, he finds one, the repulsor comes through, but Eco finds the kill before it doesn't wisely challenge Lucid, but Lucid comes back with the repulsor, knocks him off the map, and a 1-to-1 trade is going to give Optic Gaming a little bit of space and breathing room now.
Certainly going to have to see that from Lucid's POV. He does pick up the repulsor kill and limits that sword kill to only 1. So just like that, this game will stay quite close. A little bit of an interesting exchange there on back C plat. Always a risky opportunity for players to push from low. So Pistola just going to hold down top control for a moment as they look to get a little bit more situated here on that side of the map. What a nade, and keeps Trippy alive. Are you kidding me? A perfect grenade from Ola there at top control. And that's the type of stuff you expect to see from Ola, just precision and perfection.
It's just the greatness that Pistola is. You said it best. Precision with that nade. If that's me throwing a nade, I kill my teammate, and the other guy probably lives. But Ola, everything he does is so accurate, and because of it, the control of control right now is so important for Optic Gaming. You can see how they're holding it down. You want to see this sword get acquired in Ola's hands, and immediately when it comes up, Ola starts making his way down to it.
Just like that, 18-22 on the board, so this one's still neck and neck, and really for all intents and purposes in a game like this, we're essentially still tied up as both teams still looking to get a little bit of control, trying to pre-nade camo. Not sure exactly what might happen down there or where that camo did go. That might be the camo player scurrying away all the way to bottom C tunnel. Pings are going down on Turbine, indicating Eco needs a little bit of help here with APG. APG is going to drop down bottom mid. Penguin trying to actually grapple the sword, instead grapples to the sword, but he's going to be okay with that result as well.
Yeah, what can he do with this grapple sword? He's actually going to drop the sword, give it to what looks like Renegade, and Renegade picking up the knockback as well, has camo, and now with camo sword knockback, Renegade is the most powerful player on the map. Let's see what he can do.
Big moment here, 26-21, as he's going to try to wrap around the corner and see if he's gonna be able to get up here, maybe try to go top shock. That's gonna be the route that he does take.
It.
Does find players right away. Should be able to pick up 2 here. There's the 1, there's the 2. Does it without taking any damage as well. It's a perfect play. Maybe even turning 3 here on the long haul. Maybe the last one. Yes, indeed, get some help, but that's gonna be a killing spree. What a swing there, Clutch, from Renegade.
So the first camo, Eco not able to do a lot with it. The second one, Renegade able to do everything with it. Finds the opening, patiently creates the opening of the Optic Gaming setup. They get all 4 dead, and unfortunately, it's Cloud9. They just lose all 4 somehow with complete control. They lose all 4 players. Those kills are made up, but still, you see Cloud9 with the lead.
Yes, they're going to be holding down Turbine right now, and Ola is going to be the one actually trying to fly in and see what they might be able to do from this Turbine. They also have Yellow as well, so take a look at this push here. They know that they're going to be C-plat as well as back towards Sword Spawn. Stellar is the odd man out. He will get picked out right away. Very good identification there from the Optic side to make sure that Stellar's not able to win those battles towards the back of the base. Trippy also doing some damage still from top A as well.
Look how aggressive they're being on the long haul side of the map. APG and Ola are going to be working across, trying to create some space, trying to pressure these players, but it's Renegade in that long haul, and I bet you don't want to try and push into that. 2 players are going to be found. Bottom knockback, but camo gets secured this time around for Optic Gaming, and for the first time in game 2, they have the camo, but it gets snipped out. Pistola loses his life, and Penguin could have potentially just picked up the biggest double kill of the series.
Absolutely huge, and we've seen just how pivotal, just how important that camo is, and each time and time again, which teams are able to use that effectively are going to be the ones that start to create a sort of a gap on the scoreboard. And right now we're seeing Cloud9 still be the ones that are pulling away in terms of that camo department so far, but still such a close game between these 2.
Lucid, if you thought he was good with the Stalker rifle, he's even better with the Shock rifle. Let's see if he can find a few picks to climb his team back into this. Only down 5 kills now, 35-30. You see him looking for the opening, but is Cloud9 going to give him it?
That is the question. Things slowing down once again for just a moment. As we said, pretty rare in Halo Infinite, but there are certain instances where it does. Lucid just holding Shock Rifle at top. Turbine finds a player right around the corner, somehow also stays alive against Renegade and gets around the corner. Little kills like that are going to be the difference maker in this Slayer.
1 kill at a time. You see they found 2 already. Ola trying to compete for pipes, but forced to back down. Stellar and the boys, they've got top yellow control. Now, what do they choose to do with it?
That's the question. These teams really being tested in terms of their coordination, their angles, and the routes they take. Very rarely do we see in a ball or a strongholds teams able to take the time to get these pushes together. It's really only Slayer where you're going to see this. Ooh, and Renegade actually inside this box, and some of you might have seen clips on Twitter as well. That's a League Ops call on whether or not that box is legal. We'll let League Ops make that call, not us here at the casting desk, but that box is actually something that you can phase inside the geometry of and be a little bit of an interesting spot there. It'd be very difficult to spot from the opponents. He sits in there for just a second, but now back to Stellar here watching bottom A, and shots are coming in from Old Grapple as well. Ola needs to be very careful with how he challenges here, but he will be taken down right away.
Ola thought he had a great flank there, but unfortunately he gets spotted out. But all the while the focus is on Ola. APG sneaks in, grabs camo, gets out, and now APG is on the prowl.
Here's the question. Can APG close out this series here? What a statement it would be from Optic Gaming to send Cloud9 to losers in a 2-0 here in our winners finals. Very different than how the bracket went in terms of the earlier stages in the tournament for week number 1. Still locking down this top yellow angle as well. Trippy helping out from bottom C as well. And now all players trapped in elevator after Penguin in top control.
Yeah, Penguin trapped top control here. Trippy knows he's there, but he can't afford to overextend here. He knows players are going to have his back. Stellar and Trippy in a one-on-one here. Pole dancing going on. And unfortunately for Cloud9 fans, the flank comes through. Lucid applies the pressure, finds the 2 kills of Cloud9. Now 3 go down, and Optic Gaming are in the lead.
Just like that. That's all it really took. Now Trippy trying to fly back in. That assist will come back in right away. They know they need to get over to C-plat. They need to check long haul, and Penguin is the one who's also checking that area. Now Sword is up, and we'll see what Trippy could do here towards the end of the game.
I love the fact they're still continuing to keep their heads focused, scavenge up. They have two go down once again for Cloud9. Ola does lose his life as well, but Optic Gaming, they have so much control. And the perfect shot. Stellar tries to run. You can try, but Trippy's not going to let you. Another kill comes through on screen. Penguin, the last guy alive, in a one-on-one against Ola, wins it with perfect shots, but he needs to stay alive.
Just like that, now 47-42, and now APG tries to fly in. This one's not over yet. 47-43. If there's a team that can bring this back, it is going to be Cloud9. Lucid will fall as well, so just like that, we are here in a 3-kill game, 47-44.
47-44, sword in Trippy's hands right now. Camo going to be coming up in the next 3 seconds. You know Trippy wants to get that camo sword. We've seen what kind of plays can be made earlier. Is Trippy going to be able to secure this? Renegade has the shot, misses the headshot onto Trippy, and just barely gets away with his life.
Let's see what happens here with Penguin. Penguin's in a 1v2 on bottom pit. He has to be very careful. Look at the perfect coming in on Trippy. Now that's Camo. Crab is going to go to Lucid, though. Now just like that, 48-47 in favor of Optic Gaming. And now as they will hit that 49 mark, just trying to find that last kill.
You see Lucid on the prowl. Camo sword. He spots Renegade. He's got grapple. He's coming in. He gets one. His team finds the second, and Optic Gaming take this one 2-0 and advance to our finals.
My God, I absolutely can't believe it. And like we said, it would be a statement if Optic Gaming did it, and they did it 2-0, though that doesn't do justice to just how close those games were. But that doesn't matter in the end, because when you look at that bracket, it's all Optic Gaming there, 2-1 and 50-48. Look just how close those margins were. This is what you expect to see from our teams that came out of a 10-game grand final just last week, and they are both back and better than ever. But it will be Optic Gaming closing this one out narrowly, 2-0. Here's a look at the stats.
Oh my God, take a look at Lucid's stats. 21 kills, 9 deaths in a team slayer when your teammate is doing that much work. To win that game by 2 kills and have your teammate playing that well, you can take a deep breath and say thank you, buddy. You did your job.
21 and 9. You have got to be kidding me with numbers like that in a Slayer. That's unheard of. Super rare stats. That have probably the first time we've seen that in a very long time. Taking a look at the damage as well, players on both sides, Lucid and Renegade, both breaking the 5K mark.
I know we're taking a look at the stats and like how great Lucid was performing statistically, but it's like so opening to have watched a scrim of this team play earlier this week, and Ola literally told Tommy, aka Lucid, he goes, I don't care if I go double neg, as long as you're anchoring and getting kills, I'm fine with going double neg. Ola actually goes double neg in that Slayer, but I'm sure he's got a big smile on his face because he knows his team just clutched up and punched their ticket to the finals.
There's that play from Lucid to just knock Eco off with that repulsor, doing really well. Here was Renegade's push. He picks up not only these two, but if you recall, he continues that rotation and helps here with the C-plat box on long hole. He will get help there, as also jump up on long hole again and get the finish there, the killing spree as well. What a series we saw here on display, folks. And like we said, the 2-0 scoreline is almost criminal when we talk about just how close those games were, but that's what we're already expecting to see from these two powerhouses of Halo Infinite. They have delivered time and time again as we see them battle it out. A nice shock rifle in there from Lucid also lives to tell the tale, sneaking around the corner to continue watching. Here's Renegade getting a little bit cheeky around bottom turbine, trying to watch a few different angles, but in the end, the pressure was just too strong from the side of Optic Gaming, and what a play it was to close it out. We're going to see that in just a few moments. Those final few kills, APG able to sneak up, gets another one, and also exchanging kills here in these last few moments of that Slayer clutch.
To me, when we talk about the story of Game 2, it's really the camo control and how teams were able to separate themselves once acquiring that camo and getting into a comfortable position, right? Not only did we see the game end with the camo sword play from Lucid's point of view, but early in this game, we saw Cloud9 get back-to-back camos, start to go off with it. Renegade went on a killing spree. But then it was Optic Gaming. They got the last 2 camos. They used those camos so effectively to change the tides of the game. And because of that focus on the power-up, when APG got it, and then another player was able to and then Lucid was able to secure it, it gave them such an advantage and opportunity to come back, not only in that game, but in that series.
Absolutely. And as we take a look here, Mark just taking some very diligent notes on that series as we see exactly how that one unfolded. But my God,
I was paying attention.
What a series that we just happened to see between those two teams. And also, we didn't give enough justice. Just really quickly want to say the camo grapple sword play in the game, that's the type of stuff that's possible in terms of clutching out a game. That's not possible in any other Halo title. The fact that you can grapple camo sword in to just close out a 50-48, incredible stuff there. Optic Gaming, they take it. But Lottie and Mark, quite a series.
It really was, and I think you put it perfectly. Honestly, it was just an incredible display of talent and what you can do on this game. I mean, the utilities that you have in your pocket, but not only that, the way you can get them as well and use them, which is it's very heavily on display here. Absolutely excellent stuff again from Optic Gaming. A different story she wrote this time round. Obviously, Cloud9 being bumped down into the elimination bracket. This is your winners bracket right now as it stands. Optic Gaming 2-0 against Cloud9, move forward into into the grand finals. And this time round, folks, they only need one win of a series. This time they don't need to reset the bracket, but I tell you what, guess who does? That would be Cloud9. Let's take a look right now at the elimination bracket to see where that stands. We actually do have Pioneers versus EU. They're actually in game 3 overtime right now. So, hey, it couldn't get much closer than this, gentlemen. Obviously, one of those will be going forward into our elimination finals where they will duke it out against Cloud9 to go straight back up into the winners bracket and try and seal the deal, hopefully with a bracket reset, just as Optic Gaming did last time round. Gentlemen, obviously that was just an absolutely epic showing from both of our teams here. So many different moments of that game that you could cover. You know, I've got to say, on set, watching that one, not casting it, is there anything you picked up about Cloud9 at this point in time? Why are they just kind of falling short to Optic here? You know, what do you think it is about Optic that really just matches up so well against the C9 roster?
I think it just comes down to just small moments in the game where Optic are clutching something at one moment. You know, you look at that Slayer and getting that last camo, it wins them the game. Lucid is able to pick up the sword that's dropped off by his teammate. It's just all those little things, and it makes me laugh as well because I looked on Twitter for a second and I was checking what the players are saying because they're all kind of, you know, chiming up over after different series and having their little 2 cents. And Pistola just said, "Ha, I'm sucking." Like, he thinks he's playing really badly, but they're still winning games. So like, it's what else can you say about this Optic team? Every single player is stepping up at different times, but Lucid just seems like the best player in Halo Infinite right now. Like, when have we seen him lose a 1v1? When have we seen him make a bad decision? The stats are always there. He is such a difficult kill, and he's just a monster, an absolute monster.
He really is. Honestly, I could say the same for Ola though as well. Ola's also a difficult kill, but when he does get his kills, despite obviously his stats and going negative, you know, the kills he does get are so impactful in a game that it's almost like a swinger. You know what I mean? It swings that game right round. The momentum shifts in his favor, and I think that's what he does so well on the team. Obviously, you know, both of these teams are absolutely epic. Our elimination bracket has been filled. Pioneers, they go forward against Cloud9. Huge stuff, taking down E United there in our elimination semis. Big stuff on the board, big stuff to come. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, not only do we have our elimination finals, we'll actually be interviewing Elamite from Space Station Gaming. He is the coach, he's the man. You've seen him before on your screens in Halo, and if you knew, well, you'll get to know him right after this. Hello folks, welcome back to the NA Open Series 2 event. Now before the break, tables have turned in the favor of Optic Gaming so far in the winners bracket. A little bit different from last week, of course. They take down Cloud9, push them into the elimination bracket finals, and they will move on to the grand finals, and there they will await their very worthy opponent. Now before we get back into the action of things here at the HCS, we need to talk to a gentleman who is waiting to talk to you guys at home. Elamite, coach of Space Station, is joining us, and it is so good to have you on. Kyle, obviously, you know, you are a Halo legend. You have been around for a long time, and that is not a stab at your age, by the way, because you're looking great, my friend. Looking great, and it is good to see you. Obviously, Space Station Gaming coming into Halo Infinite. Talk to me about, you know, how things have been going with the new game and with the org.
Oh, I mean, you know, things have been excellent, right? So Halo Infinite itself has been, on my Discord members we did, but Infinite itself has been just so much fun to play. I probably put more hours into this game than a lot of the pros and things like that. Joining Space Station Gaming was a blessing as well. It's just a phenomenal organization. Happy to be a part of it. One of the best skins in the game as well. So everything has been going phenomenal. I mean, like, obviously we've got a few issues and things that come along, but the most important thing is that the game is fun, it's competitive. And, you know, I've not had this much fun playing any video game since Halo 2, probably. So it's really, you know, a lot of people say, like, oh, like, I've even been playing with, like, T Squared and Legit and a Neighbor and, like, bringing back old straight ripping groups and all these people that we haven't even played games together in so long. So just to see everyone back, all the other content creators and a lot of professionals from other titles coming in to play Halo, I mean, it's a great feeling. I think Infinite's filling a gap that a lot of us have been missing in the esports and just video game space in general. And it's super, super great to be able to experience that in a fresh title.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Kyle. I think with all the sentiments that you just expressed, especially in terms of just how fun this game has been, I think a lot of people coming towards it. Talk to me about coaching. You know, as someone, both of us have spent a long time coaching different Halo titles. With this one, it's pretty interesting because Infinite's changing so fast week to week. So in a coaching role coming into big tournaments like this, it must be pretty interesting. Little things like jumps, ledges, routes, strats. It's changing pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the game's changing almost on a daily basis, right? Like, you'll see a lot more evolution once the teams get to LAN and once we have more of an extended break to really get our hands on the game from the short period of time that we've had. But you're seeing a lot of professional players, you know, everyone's taking it extremely seriously, you know, set up scrim schedules weekly. Sometimes two teams are doing 3 scrims in a day at times. So, you know, everyone's just still learning the game. Everyone's probably learning something new about it, at least one thing about it every single day. Social media and everything else and clips, just the content you can consume around it has been phenomenal from everybody out there making stuff. So it's good. Like, it's also a learning experience for me and all the players. I can't even imagine another video game that had kind of a launch in the way that we had it. Everything just, you know, 100 miles an hour right from the get-go. So it's been really exciting. Of course, there's going to be challenges along the way no matter what happens. But everything seems to be moving in the right direction too. So we're all happy about that.
Kyle, now, of course, you have had many different transitions in Halo. You know, you've gone from pro player, you've gone from analyst to caster, and now, obviously, you find yourself coaching Space Station. You know, what has it been like to not only transition like that in your career, but also transition into a coach here for a partner team in Halo, but into a new game where you, like you said, are learning as well? You know, what's that process been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible, and more than anything I could have wanted or expected to come from the game itself. Like, you know, I've been involved in a part of a lot of other games throughout the years as well, even after, you know, I stopped competing in Halo. But to be able to find a passion again, because I felt like that's something I was definitely lacking before, to be actually super passionate about a title and like the HCS in a series. You know, I was always involved, even when I wasn't super involved in Halo. I always had kind of like one foot in the door, just never wanted to leave, and to be able to just kind of like jump in head first and just fully embrace everything around it. You know, as Bravo would mention too, you know, coaching 10 years ago is definitely a big difference than what it is today. You know, people maybe walk away with like $200 at the end of a weekend, and it was just a fun time with your buddies. So, you know, to see how far it's come, and to see Infinite have the potential to really overtake many of the tier 1 FPS shooters is exciting.
Fantastic stuff. Well, Carl, thank you so much. It was an absolute pleasure as always, my dude. Shout out to Carl's stream, by the way. Shout out to Elamite Squad. Love to see you guys tuning in as well. Appreciate you, Carl, and best of luck this season, man.
Thank you so much.
See you, Carl.
Amazing stuff. As usual for Elamite, we love this guy. Gosh, it's been a long time since I've spoken to him properly like that, and it's good to see his face back in Halo where it belongs. Gentlemen, we do have, of course, an elimination finals to get to, because we just saw Cloud9 get bumped down by Optic. They're going to be meeting Pioneers, who did manage to take down E United in a very close match. It was game 3 overtime, so things are heated in the bracket. Things are heated, and I think Pioneers are ready to face Cloud9 right now. They are geared up, ready to go. I believe it is pretty much time to get into this one. So let's get straight into it, boys. I'm going to throw it over to you and take it away.
Thank you very much, Lottie. What a series we have, Wes, and a tale of two very different teams coming from very different places. What a run this has been for Pioneers. They had a very good week number 1, but I don't think I'm kind of misspeaking here when I say I don't think a lot of people have expected them to find themselves in the position they are against Cloud9 in this elimination bracket final.
Well, this is an actual shock to me that Pioneers are here, but we have to talk about Pioneers. Even though they had a solid week 1, the fact that they make a team change and they get rid of Super CC, they pick up Manny, a player that they have a ton of experience in Halo 5 with, and they start gelling immediately, apparently. Because
this is going to be our series. Wes, if you can hear me, by the way, I think you're muted on Discord, just if you want to jump out so I can hear you, mate, that would be absolutely wonderful. But this is the series that we have in front of us. Sorry if I cut you off. I know that everyone else at home will probably hear you for now, but Cloud9 versus Pioneers is where we are going to be. Wes, can you hear me, mate? Are you there? Are we good?
Absolutely, I'm back. I'm back. That was my bad.
I just wanted to hear you in my ears, mate. That was all it was. That was all it was.
Okay, but, so what I was touching on was, I think we have to point out that Pioneers was the first team in Halo Infinite to really make a team change, right? A set team roster coming into Infinite already makes a change. Even after a solid week 1, they want more. Their scrims aren't going the way they want it. So what do? They drop Super CC, they pick up Manny. So this graphic actually gonna have the old Pioneers roster. Manny is actually on this team, I believe, for the day and for the weekend, and they're having a ton of success. I'm very shocked to kind of see them in this position with an opportunity to go to the finals. I mean, Pioneers is doing everything they need to kind of establish themselves as household names, and I couldn't be more excited for a new young roster that's all coming up at the same time that has an opportunity to really put themselves on the map.
Well, what an opportunity that is. I think you've put it perfectly. As we look at our series that we have ahead of us, in our elimination finals, we're starting off on Streets Oddball, and Cloud9, going back to the point you were making about making a point here for Pioneers, you beat Cloud9, you ain't being talked about anymore as being a team who, you know, we're surprised to see you in this position. You're being talked about as potential tournament winners here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I expect Cloud9 to rebound from the finals. That is not the results that I think anybody expected, other than Optic Gaming. Of course, they know where they belong, and that is going to be in that finals once again, looking to go back to back. But we have a series to see who they compete against here. Cloud9, they're used to winning championships. They're used to playing in the finals. It would be an unbelievable, devastating loss to lose this elimination finals against Pioneers. So it's an underdog story for me that we have here in this elimination finals. It's Pioneers with nothing to lose, everything to gain, and Cloud9, they want revenge. They had their chance the first time around, but will they get a second?
I think the story I was telling is right at the start of the show was it's the Cloud9 Revenge Tour. It's still on. Don't worry, the bus hasn't slowed down yet. It's still rocking from town to town, but maybe a little bit of a detour towards that grand final. But Wes, it's funny these ways work. All right, I'm just saying. I
it's think
still
we lost
on
the
for
tire.
now. It's still on
the
for
Cloud9
now.
bus had to pull over to the side of the road and start changing the tire because Optic Gaming are going to be able to consistently play at that high level. And what stuck out to me most in that winners finals was the clutch factor. When games got close at the end, it was Optic Gaming that kept their heads cool and were able to close it out. Cloud9 cannot afford to lose close games anymore in this tournament, and Pioneers should see that as a direct opening to say, if we can keep this game close, maybe, just maybe, we can take it out.
It's down to Cloud9 now to put a statement in, down here, because if they don't beat their opponents Pioneers here in a dominating fashion. I think Optic can be sitting in that final and just thinking, we've got this in the bag. You know, they've just beaten them 2-0. Seeing them struggle against Pioneers would just fill them with even more confidence. Cloud9 need to come out with a performance, and a Cloud9-like performance here, Wes. It needs to be quick. It needs to be dominant, in my personal opinion, to make me a believer, and I'm sure other people at home, that they can beat Optic Gaming if they do get to that final. For Pioneers, this is a free roll of the dice, right? If you beat Cloud9, you've got nothing to lose. Like you said, this is free money that they're playing with right now. It would be an unbelievable upset, and Cloud9 have already beaten Pioneers 2-0 a little bit earlier in the tournament, so they're going to have the confidence. But I mean, I'm just thinking about this from Optic's point of view, right? And Cloud9's, like, what is the one thing I don't want to happen if I'm Cloud9 right now? And that is any more doubt being thrown towards Optic that we cannot take you down.
No, what I call this is a get right series, and this is a get right series for Cloud9 to get their heads back into a winner's mindset for that finals opportunity, right? I think Pioneers are the exact team that they probably wanted to see. I think they have a lot of confidence going up against this Pioneers roster, having played them so often in the past. I really do think Cloud9 is going to be like a league above this Pioneers team. It'll be up for the gameplay to show, and I know that Pioneers coming in as the underdog with nothing to lose, they can play a little bit loose, they can play free, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to play well against such a strong roster.
It's certainly going to be an interesting series to say the least. And as I say, this could be a marker series for Pioneers where, you know, heading towards Raleigh, heading towards the kickoff, which is just in a couple of days. You know, we don't stop here on the, we'll call this a tour as well, the HCS Raleigh tour as we head towards Raleigh. There's another stop just a few days away. And I tell you what, Pioneers, looking at the bracket, look at the teams they've gone through as well, and the team that they've taken down that have beaten some of the other teams of the bracket. I mean, this is the real deal. Whereas this isn't just a team who's like just turning up and had a hell of a run. This is the real deal. As I say, week 1 they performed, week 2 they performed as well. And you look at the scrims through the week, they're playing some of the best teams in the world. And I gotta say, they're learning very, very quickly, this team. They are dangerous.
It's pretty surprising too, because I've been watching a lot of their scrims and I feel like they've come out as the loser in a majority of those scrims. So to see them this far in our bracket must mean that they're playing very well here today. We haven't been able to see them on the broadcast as of yet, but they're here for a reason, right? They beat Sentinels, they beat E-United. Somehow, some way, they are beating teams that we all would have thought probably would have knocked them at least at the elimination side or out of the tournament in that elimination bracket, but they've already defied some odds so far today. I'm not going to tell them that it's impossible to beat Cloud9, but they do once again have their hands full against what we know is a very hungry team looking for revenge.
Well, here we go then. The wait is over. Gameplay back on your screens at home. Halo Infinite keeps on rolling as we head towards our elimination finals. Now, Cloud9 coming off the back of a disappointing 2-0 loss to Optic Gaming, take on Pioneers, who are looking to pioneer their way forward in Halo Infinite and become a household name. Wes, there's nothing to lose here for Pioneers. For Cloud9, they have to assert some dominance here.
We're going to see very quickly, can Cloud9 just overwhelm this Pioneers team off the break? We're going to be hopping on board with Stellar. He does a good job of anchoring this tower position for his team, backs down Talik, gets some good information. But what is Stellar going to do to step up? Because he was very quiet in that winners finals.
Well, it's going to be a very good start here to Pioneers. They've already got that oddball back to Tram, and this is a setup now for them to play with. Everyone in a good spot, and an even better spot here for the man on your screen, Drock. He's got rockets. He's playing the front of tower. He's picked up one, doesn't connect with the second, but first kill in any team fight in oddball, Wes. So vital to just milking that time on the ball.
He's just fine with staying in this position. Actually spots a player trying to push through with good damage nonetheless. Druck doing everything he can, gets rid of the rockets as well. Pioneers jump out to a very early lead and a healthy one at that.
2 down as well. Unfortunately, the oddball player is left on his own for a few seconds as Mr. Soul Snipe is removed. And now it's going to be a lovely little bit of baiting here, but the thrust is going to keep Tarlak alive for a few seconds. And not just that, the team fire. Manny coming in and saying, I've got your back, brother. Picks up the oddball, picks up the Bulldog. And what a start this has been for Pioneers, Wes. They are racking up some early ball time.
Yeah, I love the fact that Pioneers picked up this player in Manny. When this guy gets hot, he was one of the up-and-comers at the end of Halo 5 that really impressed me. It's great to see him get a chance on this roster and have early success. A killing spree comes through there for the Pioneers, and on that note, we're seeing them approach over halfway to winning round 1 already.
I mean, this is the start you dream of if you're Pioneers, and I know they've got a lot of fans at home as well who want to see these four gentlemen do some big work and take some big names in the Halo Championship Series, and that's what they're starting to do here. However, as we know, Cloud9, it's one push for them. They get control of the oddball now. The question for Pioneers is, can you take back control, Wes? Because as we always say, holding control is easier a lot of the time than taking it back from a team.
Yeah, but typically we see Cloud9 being so aggressive, so on top of enemy team spawns, not letting them get all four alive. Great shots by Stellar there to get that kill, but we're seeing a little bit more passive of Cloud9. I want to see them find that groove. Fortunately for them, they do kill 3, and the last player alive here, Talik on screen, going to spot the ball carrier, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do too much.
Ball gets thrown out. Renegade going to be playing his life right now. Druck is flying across, though, and Druck's going to get that kill. And look at the aggression coming in here from Pioneers. The beatdown onto Penguin. The cleanup as well. It's a 2v2 across the map momentarily as the respawner comes in now for Pioneers, and the ball has been turned back over. Pioneers, that looked too easy, to be honest with you, Wes. To just push through like that and eliminate the Cloud9 players and take back control. A worry here for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, I said Talik was the last guy alive. I didn't think he was going to do anything. What does he do? He breaks the setup with the help of one of his teammates that spawned up in time. Because of it, Cloud9 still struggling to get their feet on the map here in round 1. Another killing spree on screen there. But we need to see someone step up, and who better to switch it to when I say that than Eco, one of the players that we know wants to find a groove in this elimination finals and get his team back with a chance to revenge themselves against Optic Gaming.
It's not just getting his team back here, it's getting the oddball back to his team. As you can see, he's going to be working with Renegade here, just predicting someone's going to jump up from that L cut, and unfortunately he's going to be taken down. And at the moment, one thing I'm very surprised to say, Wes, is it seems like C9 ain't winning too many of these 1v1s as Manny wins another one. Pioneers are winning the straight up gunfights here. Gunny up here for Pioneers.
Yeah, just based off what we're seeing so far, Pioneers are bringing the fights to Cloud9. They are the aggressive players so far in this first round. They are going to have a setup here in back tram, but unfortunately the numbers for Cloud9 might be too much as we see Talik trying to rotate the ball out.
Look at this move, though, from Talik. And it's only a few seconds away now. 2 players desperately flying forward for Cloud9. And that is a great indication of how desperate they are getting. Manny, last player alive here, might be able to sneak in and get the rocket launcher, or maybe he's going to try and bait this one out. Eco's going to go for the ball instead, and Manny's going to get flanked here by Stella, who will take him down. So Bulldog down, Rocket's down as well. Stella just trying to play his life here as Eco has the ball in hand here for Cloud9.
Pioneers have built themselves such a comfortable lead that they're able to play slowly, get these rockets, and potentially put one last push on the board to win this first round of oddball. 3 go down for Cloud9, and Penguin in such a, or Eco, I'm sorry, in such a tough position with the ball here. Brings it out front, stays alive, but if Pioneers touch this ball one more time, this round will be over.
Players stacked up on B Street here for Cloud9, but look at this. Soul Snipe's come in and he's got that ball in his hands. This is going to be the first round going to Pioneers, and my, Cloud9. Where are you at? Because Pioneers are here to play.
I wondered how Cloud9 was going to be able to rebound in the series, if they were going to come out as dominant as we know them to be, but the answer looks like it's going to be no. Pioneers actually using the elimination bracket for momentum to get that ball rolling, to heat up, and all of a sudden this heat, it's turning it into the elimination finals game 1. They have the lead and are in the driver's seat once again.
Well, Cloud9 need to wake up. They need to wake up right now. Maybe a couple of big boomsticks is going to do it for Stella, but no, look at that. Druck slides past. Oh, and he gets the beat down as well. Little things like that don't happen to Cloud9, but they are right now. 2v2 on the map. Unfortunately for Soul Snipe, he will be taken down. So 3 players up at the moment for Pioneers. One of them coming off the respawn, though, and Penguin trying to work his way inside a tram here, but looking at the lead, looking at the time, even though it's only 6 seconds, once again, it's Pioneers who have that lead as now they move in, and they will get the 1-for-2 trade. Cloud9 coming out on top of that exchange.
Yeah, the 2v2, the bait and switch benefits Cloud9, but unfortunately, Soul Snipe with some great shots on the Eco. A little bit of a miss from Eco there, and those could be crucial shots that he missed. Fortunately, Penguin and his teammates have the ball in control. They're bringing it back to Tram for another opportunity for a setup.
Penguin has ball in hand. Eco's being a pain over the other side of things. Renegade's going to be pushed immediately, and now Penguin has to clean up these kills, but no, again, a 1v1 gets won by Pioneers. Oh, it's just been a story of who's been shooting cleaner at the moment, and Pioneers are just not missing, Wes.
Great use of the thrust from Druck there. Let's see if he can do it again. Oh, just barely. loses the fight, and that is the setup broken for Pioneers. Cloud9 on the back of Stellar's great shots allow them to get an early lead here in round 2, but he goes down as well. So pure chaos happening in Tram as 1v1s are continuing to be traded.
Now, where are those spawns coming in for both teams? The ball is down in Tram, but everyone is spawning out. Cloud9 are going to be spawning over at Arcade, so they will be closest to this ball, and they will also know by spawning there, Wes, where their opposition are too. So Eco's going to have that ball in hand, and this is going to look like a very comfortable Tram setup now for Cloud9. They need to make the most of this.
Yeah, these rockets are going to be so important. You see how hard Stellar wants to try and compete for him. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if any of his teammates are really in a position to go for him, so he's just trying to watch as best he can, but he's rocked and no shields, and Stellar forced to give up the angle.
Good time here, though, from Cloud9. Soul Snipe has got the rockets, though. However, 2 of his teammates have fallen, but the same can be said for Cloud9. He tries to thread the needle onto Eco. He will do a little bit of damage, but doesn't get that kill, but it's going to allow him to push into the base. Gets the beat down, but doesn't trade in that fight. His teammate will manage to clean that one up. 2 down now for Cloud9. 3 alive for Pioneers. They do get the break, and also look at this rotation now coming in from Talek. We're on board with Renegade, but he's just watching that time drip away.
Yeah, Pioneers doing such a good job to not only get the rockets, effectively break the setup, and now get one of their own, looking to get right back into the second round, potentially take game 1 straight out of Cloud9's hands.
Bulldog in hand, Stella had to hit every single bullet and did so. And now he'll move into Tram, have to wait for his shields for just a few seconds before he even considers picking up that oddball. But that's the kind of break they needed here. Cloud9, they need to hold on to this. They do have a lead, but the pressure's still coming here from Pioneers.
Yeah, you see the angle from top stairs from Tala. Great shots. Manny finds one as well, and Pioneers using Optic Gaming's formula to break the setup, pushing downhill by that thrust spawn. Cloud9 has not had an answer for that yet, and because of it, they continue to lose these setups.
Game getting very, very close now as the lead goes to Pioneers. Just a reminder that Pioneers took the first round here on Streets Oddball, so they only need to take one more. And they will be 1-0 up in the series. Penguin going to be challenged here by Soul Snipe. 2 players from Cloud9, though, walk up the driveway to make that as difficult as possible. Penguin retreats after that kill with the oddball. Down to the red room, down to the driveway, and now he's going to buy a ticket as he enters the tram station. But the question is now, is the Cloud9 train going to start to roll a little bit here? Or is it going to be derailed once more? Still pressure coming in. 2 players have fallen here for Cloud9. A little trade going down in the middle of the map, and Penguin's going to be left on his own once more.
Yeah, the battle for rockets once again won by Pioneers, and that's consecutive battle for rockets won by Pioneers. If you want to beat a team like Cloud9, you have to figure out a way to get the power weapons. They're doing such a good job of establishing that as part of their game plan to win this game 1.
Talek has a massive decision to make here. He picks up 1 kill. This is huge. He tries to go long range with the rocket. Doesn't get the kill onto Penguin, but will stagger the push ever so slightly by doing that damage. Now rotating back into Tram to see if he can find some more angles. Manny is on a flank here, so Cloud9 have got to be quick about this, Wes. If they don't move forward quickly and they don't get the kills, Manny's going to be there, but there's also a player with a Bulldog who comes to meet them first.
I mean, beautiful rotation. Way to come back and try and help the team. You're able to cut off so much angles, give your team support, and Druck with perfect shots gives his team the numbers, the setup, and the time is ticking. Cloud9 start to feel the pressure here in game 1.
We're about to cross 80 points here. It's only just a few moments left here, and Pioneers will go up 1 in the series. This is no joke, this team. They are here to play, and for Cloud9, they've got no response at the moment. Druck just holding this corner. Talek gets taken down, so Stella's going to be able to sneak behind enemy lines, but they've still got control here. Renegade's trying to stay alive as well. He's going to be chased down by Druck. He will be finished as well, thanks to their assists coming in from a teammate, and now Cloud9 have the ball. However, 4 alive here for Pioneers. They have the time and the advantage to stagger themselves and make a good push.
Eco needs to win this one-on-one, but unfortunately, it's not a one-on-one. The time gets bought. The team comes through. The kills, they're all in favor of Pioneers, and they're going to take this game 1 with those kills. Just 5 more seconds. You see him standing still. You know Pioneers is hype right now. They just got the lead on a team like Cloud9 in the elimination finals.
1-0 Pioneers. Wow, welcome to Halo Infinite, everyone. New game, new pros, we always say, and Cloud9 are rocked right now, Wes. They're going to go back-to-back now to find themselves even with the opportunity to continue the revenge tour against Optic Gaming. 2-0 as well, and I need to say, Wes, it wasn't a scrappy 2-0, it was a dominant 2-0.
Yeah, I think we learned a lot about Street's oddball so far about Cloud9. They have lost back-to-back consecutive games to just Optic and Pioneers on stream so far. So they're happy to get that one out of the way, but unfortunately, no more mistakes for Cloud9 if they want an opportunity to win this second qualifier. They have to figure out a way to right the ship, and a Slayer is going to be the game type they have to do it on. That very strong slaying team, but a Slayer can go either way in Halo, and I really feel that Cloud9 are starting to lose grip on this series.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights from that first map. In fact, we're going to jump over to the stats because they are very impressive on the side of Pioneers. Talek 24 and 12. Take a bow, my friend. That is a monster stat line.
I mean, I think it was all of Pioneers bait and switching, being aggressive, bringing the front to Cloud9. That was so shocking to me, right? It was Druck being aggressive, Soul Snipe, man. I mean, the entire squad for this team to make a team change this week, pick up Manny and have the success that they're having, taking down Cloud9 in game one as underdogs in this series. We almost wrote them out, but they're in this series. They are a living underdog that are looking to punch a ticket to the finals.
Well, this is the highlights then from our map number one, and I've got to be honest with you, I'm still kind of trying to recover from what we've just seen. It was all Pioneers, and Wes, we were talking about their aggression and we were talking about their ability to win the 1v1s, but it was also their positioning that was so impressive. So many times we saw team fire from unorthodox angles, always finding a way to shoot together. It wasn't just raw gun skill. There's thought behind how they played this game type.
Yeah, typically you're seeing Cloud9 be the ones that apply that aggression, that catch players off guard, that are overwhelming the other team. But it was Pioneers that always seemed like they had the numbers advantage in a lot of these fights, a lot of these pushes, a lot of these setups. They understood how they all wanted to play and played around each other. And because of it, they were having that extra additional weapon in the fight. And because of that, they found so much success early on in the game that allowed them to find their footing, build some confidence. And now all of a sudden, they're thinking, we can play with this Cloud9 team. We can win this series outright.
I think the crazy thing, like, as you say, they feel that right now. If we kind of step back a little bit from what we've just seen, I was talking a little bit about individual ability, how well these four gentlemen are shooting on the Pioneers lineup. We're going over to Slayer right now in a game number 2. And you said sometimes Slayer in Halo can be a little bit unpredictable. I think the fact that it's on live fire as well, where you do see a lot of those 1v1 engagements, Wes, I gotta be honest, I'm worried for Cloud9 here.
Yeah, I think what sticks out to me the most is how great Pioneers' weapon control was in game 1. If they can replicate that in game 2, they're going to give themselves a real opportunity to close the door on this series before Cloud9 can wake up.
I will say this, though. If they do it, they've got to do it now. It's got to be a 2-0. They've got to win this next game type, because I think if Cloud9 win the next one, Wes, they will ride that momentum. And all of a sudden, you know, you feel a little bit deflated that you've let an opportunity go if you're on Pioneers. Is that something that you feel like as well, that this has got to be a 2-0 for them to go through?
Yeah, right now, Cloud9's got to be frustrated, right? We don't get an opportunity to listen to their comms, but you know that after losing 3 games to teams that they don't think they should lose to, they've got to be frustrated, right? And how do they deal with that frustration? How do they turn this ship around and get back on the path to victory? They've got to do it now, and they have to be able to wave this frustrations off, because what's happened in the past is the past. You can change the outcome of this future, but you have to do it, and you have no room for error.
Well, this has been a weekend of upsets here in NA Open number 2. The road to Raleigh continues, but for some of our big names in the Halo scene, it's become a little bit of a rocky one. But for some of the new blood, it's looking like a lot of fun as we jump into game number 2 here. But a good start here from Cloud9. They shut down the early aggressive push coming in from Pioneers.
Yeah, Talek's push is very predictable, and unfortunately, it's going to give Cloud9 the map. Renegade hits the shot onto the first player. Can't kill Druck, though. And right now, what we thought was going to be a Cloud9 strong start, I mean, when you get the snipe and the heat wave in control, you're able to compete for this overshield. You could potentially run away with the early lead if you're Pioneers.
And look at them. They're pushing up on it as well. The overshield is still up here, and Sniper, I think, has been turned over. Druck wins yet another 1v1. The man is playing some lights out Halo for Pioneers at the moment. But you could say that about any of the names. Soul Snipe, you could say about Manny, you could say about Talek. These guys are playing some of the best Halo I've seen. Penguin with that perfect, though, might have just put the brakes onto this push coming in from Pioneers.
Soul Snipe's going to have Snipe in the tower. He's going to try and deny this overshield, but too good is Penguin about his movement, about his coordination with his team to descope that player, get that overshield, secure it, and now we look for a push.
Penguin moving forward, trying to use that OS to the best of his ability. Manny is going to wait a few seconds, and now that has dissipated in front of him. But look at the team fight coming in. Look at the confidence of Penguin and his teammates as well there, Wes. Just standing still, knowing that he's got cover, knowing that that communication is coming in, and all of a sudden Cloud9 are starting to look a little bit more like Cloud9.
SoulSnipe does a good job of throwing the snipe off the map, but with him goes his body, and with it goes the lead. Cloud9 take the lead here early as a great push with that overshield from Penguin. Now you're seeing them set up top tower. Now Cloud9's exactly where they want to be.
Eco trying to escape. Penguin doing some good cover fire. Talok's going to be chasing Eco down bottom middle, though. He's one shot and manages to get the finish as well, and now the aggression continues. A couple of shots coming in now with that Mangler. Great finish as well after the grenade. And once again, one thing I've got to give credit for here, Pioneers are giving as good as they got. They will not hold backwards. They will not surrender to the pressure that's trying to be put onto them.
Back and forth these teams go. Eco with the new set of overshield. What kind of pressure can he provide for his team? Spots one player, takes him down, spots another one on elbow, but he's forced to back up. Great job by Pioneers to limit Eco's opportunity there, but you see Eco immediately recognizes the situation and wants to relocate. Can he catch players by surprise here?
The Cloud9 starting to eke out a little bit of a lead here, and it's starting to extend. That's 3 dead now for Pioneers. And with that, maybe that's the fire that needs to be lit under Cloud9 here. They've been flat in the series so far. As we head past that 20 kill mark, it looks like they're starting to find that fire a little bit more. Here's Manny in front of Stella. He will win the 1v1 though, even though it's a difficult position for Stella to turn that into 2. Sniper's about to pop as well. Penguin trying to get into position to just find the spawners though, looking to maybe ask a teammate to pick that up on the way back to him as he's locking down this tower now.
Yeah, Penguin doing such a good job to make sure his team stays control of tower. It's the one power position on this map where you're able to look over snipe, you're able to look over elbow and brutes at the same time. Does a great job to help his team secure this snipe, but unfortunately Stellar a little bit too aggressive with the snipe. Only hits the body, and because of it, SoulSnipe gets away with it. Cloud9 just gave away snipe. Pioneers now can sit back, and maybe SoulSnipe can get a few picks.
Needs to pick up some big kills though, and then needs to start to... Oh my... Whoa! That's one way to start things off with a sniper rifle. There's a body shot as well. Stella's going to be creeping around the pillars as well. So at the moment, the shots are being hit by SoulSnipe. However, his teammates need to be in position to finish off these kills. They lose 2, however, and Cloud9, that lead's starting to get a little bit kind of out of hand, to be honest with you. It's looking a little bit scary if you're a Pioneers fan.
This is a tough position for SoulSnipe. He hits the melee but can't hit the no-scope, and because of it loses his life. Overshield coming up, and that's a big 1v1 win for Renegade.
Drop going to be in a position to clean that one up. Penguin falls as well, so Sniper goes back into the hands of Pioneers here. Score still heavily in the favor at 34-26 of Cloud9. Manny picking up 1 though is going to slowly start to drag that one back. Eco should be taken down, but manages to get a trade, and that's something that C9 were not doing in that game number 1. But the trades are coming in. But as we say, all the positives for Cloud9, maybe SoulSnipe with this Ovi could be the game changer here for Pioneers.
Yeah, something that they were doing in game 1 is controlling those power-ups and power weapons. Unfortunately, it gets shredded there. I believe it was Stellar, but Renegade looking to be aggressive off that kill. The overshield, it does not matter, does not impact the game, and Renegade with the AR going to be in the faces of Pioneers right now.
Yeah, this looks like that game number 1 just really pissed Cloud9 off, to be honest with you. They are hunting impacts right now. They want to make a real statement in this game number 2, send it to game 3 and say, hey, we've let you had your fun here, Pioneers, but just remember who is the best team, one of the best teams, I should say, in North America right now. That's going to be Cloud9, and at the moment, the score is reflecting that.
Yeah, Cloud9 looking to take this game 2 here. They're going to be trapped in-house. You see, Pioneers look for their first chance to really slow this game down, maybe understand how much control they really have right now. But what are they going to be able to do with it? Because if Cloud9 doesn't overextend, they have no reason to leave this house with no power weapons or power-ups coming up right now. I'd be very interested to see how they get out of this situation here.
Drog picks up 1. Renegade was the player who was taken down. Stellar and Penguin both fall, so a little bit of a slower game now from Pioneers. Yes, they were trying to match the intensity and the pace of Cloud9 early on here, but they've recognized the match situation here. And with that heat wave bottom middle, you can see Drug does not want any kind of piece of that. SoulSnipe gets taken down as well. And at this point, if you're Cloud9, all you need to do is trade here, Wes.
Yeah, Cloud9, you got Overshield coming up. I believe they're going to have control of the outside of the map right now. So look for Pioneers to have one last ditch effort to try and make this game close. They spot Stellar. They actually take him down before he's able to activate the overshield, but unfortunately the overextension from all Pioneers gets punished. Cloud9 get 4 dead. They should have an overshield somewhere, and with that they should take this game with one last kill.
Yeah, I feel sorry for who's ever on Pioneers right now, because they're about to get absolutely slaughtered as the final kill does come in. Cloud9 answer back, and it's 50-37, our final score, and we head towards our game 3.
Everybody pulling their weight on Cloud9 and that Slayer. 12 kills for 2 of them, 13 for the other 2, and that's 50. That's all you need to happen. A well-balanced meal for that win to take this series the distance. And now we're looking at a game 3 Strongholds recharge.
This is going to be very interesting. The way that Pioneers played that objective in our game at number 1, you have to feel like they fancy their chances in this game 3. We'll take a look at the stats though. Stellar equal across the board as far as KD is concerned, kills and deaths. Renegade, Eco and Penguin though all starting to step up and remind us who's boss.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Stellar be aggressive with the snipe, and when he lost it, I thought, you can't make many of those mistakes or you might lose this game. But Cloud9, they figured out a way to subside the damage that Soul Snipe was able to do with that snipe in about that mid-game time, and they were really never looked back after that. They secured a couple of overshields and really controlled the snipe and the heat wave for the majority of that game. With that, they cruised into a game 2. We just missed the no-scope from Renegade, but those kind of shots are why this game and these players are so good at what they do.
Yeah, that one kill there from Penguin really was kind of pivotal in the game. From there, it started to get out of control for Pioneers. That lead was always just a little bit too far away, even with Soul Snipe hitting some nice sniper rifle shots to the head on the respawners. It always felt like it was just out of reach for Pioneers after Penguin picked up that perfect.
Yeah, it felt like they were always playing that comeback story, where, however, in game 1, it felt like they led the charge the entire time. They were dictating the pace. It'll be very interesting to see who can get off to like an early lead in this game 3 and what they can do with the control that they have, right? I think when I think of a strong, like, recharge Strongholds team, I think of one that gets control of that camo and proactively is continuing to rotate around where the enemy team is not. And when you see and you get information that an enemy team wants to go to either side of the map, you kind of force their pivots by pushing the opposite direction and continuing to flip the map on them. I think Cloud9 should be the favorite going into this, but Pioneers playing so strong, it wouldn't shock me if they can get something rolling once again.
I think first 2 minutes of this game will decide the series. We always talk about, how important the starts of games is. It's a mental game, right? You've been there yourself as a player. The first few moments of a game is it's tied up to 1-1. You're in that pivotal game number 3, which we're heading into live now. If it doesn't go your way, all that creeps into your head, you can't stop it, is, we're not going to throw this away, are we? We're not going to lose this series. On the other side of that, you get out to a hot start. The belief starts to rise up inside you, and you think, we've got this, boys. We're going to the finals.
Yeah, Pioneers need to collect themselves right now. This is a very big game for them as they try to take down the juggernaut that is Cloud9 in the Halo scene. They've done it before in previous Halos, but this is a new beast, and already kills being traded, and Pioneers go 4 dead at the start. Cloud9 look to get that early advantage.
Brilliant start here from Cloud9. As I say, they started to find that momentum riding off the back of that big performance in Slayer. And now we're going to see Stellar only finding heads. It doesn't need the bodies. You can just be a floating head and he'll find you. He's going to be moving up to top 8
there too. I mean, he stays alive there, Mark. That's such a big, he just made himself a little bit more difficult of a kill, and because of it, he's able to stay alive, get A control, and now his team getting killed, slaying out, and Pioneers is on the ropes.
Trapped inside of pipes as well, and if you're trapped in pipes, you're nowhere near a stronghold, excuse me. Stellar at the moment is just trying to find anybody with his shock rifle. On the way he's been shooting recently, you wouldn't be surprised to see him hit another headshot. This time it's just a body, and this time it's just a little tickle of the geometry surrounding, but he didn't need to fire a bullet, and already 3 players were down from Pioneers. C9 just swarming.
We'll see if Stellar opts to push into this elevator. He's going to meet 3 players. Does get some damage onto one. Soul Snipe going to have to figure out a way to stay alive here, but Stellar just applying so much pressure off the spawns. Does go down. and that could be the overextension Pioneers need to get back some control and start scoring points of their own.
That was 3 dead momentarily for Cloud9. They do get control of A and C, and you can see the Soul Snipe is already inside of B at the moment, but that should be a reset. But no, look at this. It's actually going to be snuck into here by Manny, and a trip cap in effect now for Pioneers. They've lost 2 players along the way, but the fact that C is being taken, they know where their respawns are coming in. So this is an opportunity here, Wes, for Pioneers to get control.
Renegade somehow stays alive in B, and because of it, he flips control back in Cloud9's favor. I believe they were able to finally get rid of him, but that stronghold being transferred is just unanswered points that you want to see Pioneers take advantage of. But they're pushing the trip cap again. Slays have gone in their favor since.
Beatdown comes in, Trey comes in as well. No reset on C. As we'll see Penguin in a 1v1 to see if he can take Manny out of the stronghold. Manny says no, and a triple cap back in effect now for Pioneers. And the score, even though it is heavily in Cloud9's favor at the moment, is going to be chipped away at extremely quickly here by Pioneers.
Yeah, Cloud9 needs to act fast. Renegade tries to get to B, but it's denied immediately. Manny's starting to feel himself, starting to heat up and make a statement for his team.
Repulsor back up, and Stella shuts him down. Inside a turbine now, Stella. He'll find himself on the receiving end of a grenade. His teammate respawns around the turbine area here, and we'll be able to get some decent shots onto Tarlak as well as he jumps up, and Eco should be able to finish that one. The reset might come in. Druck trying to milk his life here and trying to get that conversion, but no. 4 dead once again. Cloud9 on top here, and they cross the 100-point mark.
What a play by Renegade to get into that stronghold, make sure he denies the transfer, and not only that, but gets the reset and the kill to match. Now he's able to apply so much pressure with this grapple and buy time for his team to make it over here. Can they get the Slays to continue this trip cap?
Looks like C will be turned over. Big kill by Druck. That is absolutely massive. There's a battle going on around B at the moment, but while that is going down, Druck has the opportunity here to just be a little bit sneaky, to play his life and capture A and force the C9 players to funnel in towards him. A little bit of a battle going down in C and a little bit of a battle going down at B at the moment, so it looks like split resources here on the map for C9.
You can tell Penguin just putting his head right below that ledge, stays alive, and Druck, a little frustrated, has to back down here, but his team in such a good position to gain the lead that they're able to continue to hold this, but unfortunately, they lose Tarlak, and with it, numbers in Cloud9's advantage usually mean they're about to take over.
Druck trying to just do what he can to survey the area here. Around bottom control, he's going to use that grapple to get into C as well, as he realizes that they need to be scoring points here. They cannot let this kind of lead get out of hand, because before you know it, that will be the end of the game, and Cloud9 will be marching on for a rematch with Optic Gaming. Tarlak picks up one, though. He's going to have a 1v1 with Penguin. Penguin will have to hit the shots, and he does so. Soul Snipe will trade that one out, and it's just a little bit of a fiesta here inside of Turbine, and to be honest with you, that's fine for Cloud9, because that means they're not going to be contesting their strongholds.
Yeah, but the elevator spawns for Pioneers is huge. They're able to immediately transfer A. Unfortunately, Eco in the middle of the map transfers B, understands the situation perfectly. Not only that, but hits perfect shots, make it a double for Eco Smith, and that could be where the game was decided.
A4D for Pioneers, all 4 dead, and Stella moves in on A to get the conversion and put that strangling feel back onto Pioneers. The triple cap in effect. Manny, though, with the big win up on the pipes.
Yeah, they get one, and that's going to be the B stronghold in their favor. Unfortunately, they tried to go to C, and you see it got shut down. Actually, Eco gets into B. You see it on Penguin's screen. He gets the reset. The kill comes through, and Cloud9's control. It's total control for them. They start to pull away.
This is getting ridiculous. C9 are triple capping, and it's down to Pioneers to try and break their way out of these shackles. They've managed to get A for now, but the score is starting to look very, very daunting for Pioneers fans. 195 points on the board for C9. They only need 250 to find themselves moving through and taking the series.
We saw Renegade. We flipped through his screen. He just won a 1v1 in control. What else can he do? A huge kill from Tarlak. Able to do this quick jump. They have 2 strongholds that they're going to look to push a third. The elevator spawn for Cloud9 come through, and that means Tarlak's Q is up. He's got to jump in C.
Druck is there to help him, though. Eco's trying to do what he can. Renegade, though, picks up the kill on A, and Druck at the moment, you can see he's not quite sure where he needs to transfer. He's attention too, and he gets stuck between making 2 decisions. He gets taken down and punished for it, but B and C in control of Pioneers here, Wes. They are not going down without a fight against C9.
I want to talk to try and make a play for this Camo, but he knows Cloud9 members are watching it. The sword one just comes through. He's able to trade it out, but Camo's still on the map. Manny tries to pick it up. It gets denied from Renegade. He over challenges Soul Snipe when beautiful shots from Soul Snipe keeps that Camo in a neutral position, and control still in the favor of Pioneers.
Oh, that's a big win though for Stella. While all this is going down and the battle for Camo commences and will be won by Penguin and C9. The most important thing when we talk about control on strongholds is the strongholds themselves, and momentarily it's going to be Pioneers who are scoring, but C9 will transfer over B. As I say that, C now goes down to Pioneers until Penguin arrives on the scene with a teammate and says C will be C9's once more.
The Camo gets activated by Penguin, and since that, they haven't looked back. They've got a few kills. They were able to get control back in their favor, and now just under 50 points needed for Cloud9 to find themselves back in the finals.
Manny, meet the Mangler, gets beaten down, but he does get the conversion. So they are still in this for now, but A, just as they force so many resources towards B to get that conversion, C9 out-rotate them. They get control once more, and they have AC at the moment. It's a little bit of a janky setup here, Wes, but it's working for them.
Yeah, you're seeing Pioneers start to overextend towards C right now. What is Cloud9 going to be able to do? They have Manny in there, but you see multiple members of Cloud9. They understand the situation. They're swarming the grapple. It's going to allow him to get there so fast. And because of it, Druck, he's forced to back up. Soul Snipe in a one-on-one with Renegade. The trade comes through, and that benefits Cloud9 as they start to take B control as well.
That's a triple cap for C9 with only a few moments left. Maybe the revenge tour is going to keep on going. They've refueled themselves here, Cloud9. And even though it was a scary, scary series for them, it's looking like it's going to finally come to an end for now. But as I say that, we learn from last week. Pioneers managed to scrap, managed to fight, and managed to keep control of A and C as well.
This game is not over, but unfortunately for Pioneers fans, they need to play perfect, and Renegade picking up that Camo is going to make playing perfect so difficult. He stays alive after the assist. 2 kills come through, and that's the opening that they needed to take C, and now the game.
Talek, though, he's inside of B, and he somehow managed to stay alive and get the conversion. Renegade trying to do what he can to find any kind of target to locate his BR reticle onto, takes down Manny. But the control all around B, a massive fight going down right now, and it's Renegade who comes in with a back smack to get the reset, and now grapples immediately back to A.
Yeah, he sees Pioneers taking C, so he immediately takes the grapple, gets it, gets his butt into A, and because of it, they're going to transfer both these over, and that is going to be the game if they're able to hold these two. They keep them out of B for just a second, and I believe, yes, Cloud9 take our series and punch their ticket to the finals. 2-1 over Pioneers.
A ridiculous series once again. Eco, Penguin, Renegade, and Stella will be the victors, but they do not come out of that series, Wes, without some serious battle wounds. A shout out to everybody on Pioneers. That was a hell of a show from you, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do when we head towards our kickoff next week. An amazing, amazing performance from them. But the story at the end of the day, Wes, is that C9 will stay alive, and they have that chance for revenge.
It wasn't the prettiest series, but they got the job done. Cloud9's not going to be happy with how that series went, but they're going to be satisfied knowing that they get another opportunity against Optic Gaming. Taking a look here at the stats, it's 20-9 from Eco. You wondered who was going to step up on this team and help Renegade play as well as they've been playing. It's Eco Smith. It's no surprise there. 12.7 KDA. And on the other side, it's just not enough gunfight power for Pioneers to stay in that one.
250 to 137, the final score. But again, Cloud9 made to work so hard for it. Here's some of the highlights from our final map of the series. It was side out 1-1 going into this one, and to be honest with you, we weren't really sure how this was going to turn out, but C9's rotations, I think, were the secret. To be honest with you, Wes, they were so quick of finding those respawns and just putting pressure on their opponents.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that sticks out to me is how many times did we see grapple being used to continue the pressure that we know Cloud9 wants to apply. Every single time it felt like they were in control and they were rotating to try and keep the total control situation. You see that grapple being used, whether it's from B to A or A all the way to C. We saw multiple times Cloud9 was able to have an extra guy in the fight because the use of grapple was being used so efficiently and effectively to keep that Stronghold's advantage, the numbers advantage in their favor.
And towards the end of this game, there was a few very, very important battles being won by C9 around this C stronghold, and it was that final camo that really changed things as well, Wes. We were talking about how camo had such a big effect during the game. It was Renegade here just slowing things down and being able to challenge this player who jumped into B, walked behind him, helped a teammate get an easy back smack, and then, like you say, the grapple to transfer across to A to get those extra few seconds before the pressure came in, just pivotal for their win.
Yeah, it really was, gentlemen. I mean, fantastic showing. I gotta say, I mean, Pioneers match C9 so well. I don't know if I would have ever thought I would say that, but I think the pacing for both of these teams matches up really well for a really exciting series, and we saw it there. I mean, I think eventually, obviously, Cloud9, their understanding, their knowledge of the game awareness there really came through, because every time Pioneers was trying to really put the pressure on, they were able to fill the gaps. The rotations were really clean. They knew where they were going. They knew where Pioneers were going. Like you said, the grapple use there was fantastic as well, being able to just slingshot yourself across the map. Just beautiful stuff overall from our team there, but Cloud9 will go forward. Let's take a quick look at the elimination bracket for all of you guys to see the journey that Cloud9 have been on here. Now, you can see Pioneers did take down E United 2-1. They find themselves against Cloud9 that were bumped down by Optic in the winners bracket, and they have fallen short here. Just, I mean, very short, very close games there. Fantastic start from them on the oddball as well, but unfortunately Cloud9 do take that one 2-1. And then on winners bracket, of course, we do have our grand final to get to as well. Optic Gaming, the tables have turned here. It is the rematch we all wanted, but it's in a little bit of a different fashion, isn't it, gentlemen? Because of course Optic Gaming don't need to reset the bracket this time. However, their opponents Cloud9 do. Really exciting stuff here overall for our grand finals, and I hope you guys at home are entertained. And if you're not, just wait, because you will be. This grand finals are gonna be epic. They're gonna be hype. Bravo, obviously what we've just seen there on our screens was absolutely incredible. Cloud9 though, not looking like their usual self, especially going up against Pioneers like that. They really were thorns in their side. How do you think C9 are going to fare going up against Optic once again?
I think C9 has reset now. I was really worried about them going into that Pioneer series, to be honest, because C9 such a strong roster. However, mentally, those are tough losses. That narrow 2-0 against Optic, we've seen that C9's mental, that they can get shaken up. They're amazing Halo players, but they can get shaken up. But now that they've won that series, I think we're going to see them full steam ahead. It's going to be a great grand final.
I think it is too. Well, we're actually going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have our epic grand final rematch waiting for you guys. And also waiting, we have Gaskin with an update from our region of EU that obviously was actually on earlier today. We have an epic region for you guys and a story to tell, so make sure you stick around for that one. We'll see you guys right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NA Open 2. I'm joined by my wonderful casters who have been bringing you the action all day long, and it has been absolutely incredible. It's kind of cool also to see a bit of a switch up here as well, because obviously we love a rematch, like, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of cool to see the tables have turned here, and we're in a little bit of a different predicament for our two grand finalists here as well. I've got to say, both, Onset, Clutch, incredible job at calling the shots there on that elimination final. Onset, how was it watching C9 there almost lose against Pioneers? I mean, that first oddball was pretty convincing in terms of Pioneers looking pretty nasty on the sticks there, but then Cloud9 managed to seal the deal. What did you make of the series?
I was worried for C9 at one point, to be honest with you. The way that oddball game went, I was like, well, Pioneers are matching them shot for shot, kill for kill. Control was all in their favor. But the second map, I feel like C9 really started to re-establish that. And then I just feel like there was a golf in class between the two with the way that they played Recharge, Strongholds. It was just the rotations. It was so impressive to see that even if they knew a spawn was coming in at a certain point, they'd let it happen, they'd out-rotate them, and then they go back and fight. And I think it was just that little wake-up call maybe that was needed for C9 in that game number 1 to set them up for this series with Optic, because Optic aren't going to give them anything in this series. They're going to have to be better than we've ever seen them to take down Optic.
They really are. I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to rotate right now. I'm going to give you the perfect rotation because I'm rotating to Gaskin, who has been casting all day long in Europe, and I got to hear from him. I need an update on our EU region. Gaskin, first of all, I've got a lovely cup of tea with your dressing gown on, mate. How are you doing, man?
Morning. Yeah, dressing gown. You got it right. Jersey was calling it a house coat. Americans, I think, call it a bathrobe. But I'm
Dan,
doing good. I'm still up. I'm enjoying the action.
You're in the wrong Discord.
It is fantastic.
I cannot hear Dan at the moment, but I know Stream can hear you, Dan. I know Stream can hear you, but we can't.
Production, if you could drag Dan up into... there we go, Dan.
There
and now unmute
in?
yourself in Discord,
right,
Dan.
And
then
That's
there we go.
it.
We're getting there.
I got told it would work.
Hey.
All right?
I know it's getting late, Dan. I know it's getting late, but you've done this before. You've done this before.
No. I will not take the blame. I got told, stay in VMix, you don't need to go in Discord.
No.
Anyway, I'm here. What I was saying, dressing gown, it's fantastic.
Love to hear it, Dan. Love to hear it. And it's very good to see you. Obviously, we've been keeping up with Europe. I've been watching basically all morning and afternoon. But let's talk about it from your perspective. Obviously, you've been casting, and Cartel, they have been really making some moves in Europe, and they've had a huge impact on the EU region. But I've got a bit of a question about NA region. How much of an impact do you think this Cartel roster can make here?
Right, let me throw some stats at you. I like my stats.
Oh, go on.
And they're going to get more impressive as I go on. Cartel only dropped 1 map today. Pretty impressive. They've only lost Slayers. They've not lost an objective throughout the last 2 weekends. 4 of those Slayers. 3 of them have been to OEX. Pretty impressive. They have won 19 tournaments in a row now. 2 of those including the Infinite tournaments in Europe. Pretty impressive. It gets better. They've won 15 series in a row in Infinite. If you add Halo 5, they've won 92 series in a row. They have not lost in that long. If that doesn't scream someone needs to pick them up, Fnatic, then I don't know what does, because this team is the real deal in Europe. They are the fastest paced team that we've got in Europe. I do think they could make waves in North America. I'm not saying they're going to take down, the top 3. They're not going to take down the Cloud9, the Optic at their first attempt, but give them a few lands. Give them practice against some of these best North American teams, and I think they really could make a statement over in North America.
Now, Dan, my question for you, I'm going to keep talking about Cartel, right? And by the way, the dressing gown is beautiful. It's making you look very handsome. But I want to talk about Cartel because one thing that people don't realize is this lineup has never played at a live event before. Do you think that's going to be a big thing for them to overcome if they qualify for Raleigh, which they're looking like they're going to? Or do you think they're just going to adapt to that like they have every single series they've ever played?
I think they'll have to work their way into it. They'll have to take their lead from Snipe Drone, who has played at many a LAN event, and he's really going to have to lead the rest of the team and pick them up if they are down, if they have a bad game, and if the other team's getting loud. If there's one thing we know when it comes to North America versus Europe, there is usually a pretty big crowd who are very North American favorited, and you have to just get against that. Get your headphones on, turn that volume up, crank it up, and say, we're going to block out the haters here. Let's focus on ourselves. I do think the first LAN, I mean, presuming it's going to be Raleigh, they've had back-to-back victories here in Open 1 and 2, so they're most likely going to be there at Raleigh. I don't think we're going to see them with some sort of incredible groundbreaking placement. I do think they'll place well, but I think looking towards further in the roadmap, that's when we'll start to see this team really develop. Once they get used to LAN, they get used to that environment, and I'm really excited to see what Cartel can do throughout the next year.
Yeah, it's all about making the waves, you know, like making that impact, and they certainly are. I mean, I've definitely got my eye on this team right now. I think they are phenomenal, and they've honestly certainly taken the EU region by storm. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to be able to accomplish in Raleigh. Dan, I'm going to let you go back to bed, mate. Go on, finish your cuppa. Get back into bed if you want to. And let's be honest, you're going to be watching the rest of this grand final, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I could throw more stats at you if you really want them, but
no, it's all right, Dan. Off you go.
Them.
We're going to create our own stats in this grand final now, but I appreciate you, mate. Thank you so much for joining us, Gaskin. It was lovely to hear from you.
Thank you.
Now, Dan did mention Raleigh, and this is my moment to shine here for all of you guys. If you weren't a fan before, you're going to be a fan of mine now, because if your team did miss out on the chance to go to Raleigh because, of course, the team passes got sold out in like 40 minutes, then this is your chance right now. Xbox is giving one away, and all you have to do is sign up for the Game Pass. It has PC games beat Halo Infinite, a tournament that's happening on the December 11th, and it's a 2-day event featuring 128 teams online, and one team will win the grand prize and an all-expense paid trip to the first Halo Championship Series live, of course, in Raleigh. Now, if you're not from North Carolina, don't worry, because it includes your flight, hotel, and a team pass as well. So make sure you guys sign up. Go on over now to smash.gg/Xbox. Epic stuff there. Thank you so much, Xbox. I mean, let's the dream come true. If you didn't make it in, there's your opportunity right there. Just got to sign up. Well, Bravo, on set, we have our grind finals to get into, and I'm not going to ramble on anymore. Go on, off you go. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much, Lot. And it is the C9 Revenge Tour, maybe continuing, or is it going to be back-to-back wins here for Optic Gaming? Andy, I cannot wait to see this series. We're the biggest fans of Halo you could possibly imagine. We get the front and center seat for this series. What are your thoughts on it, mate?
I mean, is there anything more we could have asked for after last week's incredible event? We went to a game 10. That never happens, by the way. It's Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. This is a rematch. Welcome back. We get to do the whole thing again.
Well, if you're watching right now, get on Twitter, get on wherever you've got your social media, tweet out the stream. Let's get some eyes in here for this rematch, because if last week taught us anything, it's that this is going to be something you do not want to miss. Optic Gaming versus Cloud9, and this is the Optic Gaming lineup. We've seen them do so much already since Halo Infinite has dropped, Andy.
Proving that Optic is ready to play today, of course. Keep in mind, this is a grand final rematch from last week, one of the best grand finals we've had, and I'll say it right now, in Halo history. This time, of course, Cloud9 coming from the elimination bracket, so that is flipped. Cloud9 will need to win 2 best-of-5s to close out this tournament.
Well, let's take a look at our maps and modes. It's the grand finals, of course, so we move from best of 3 to best of 5. And looking across these game types, Bazaar Capture the Flag is going to kick us off. Then we move over to Slayer Aquarius, Oddball Recharge, our game 3, Strongholds Live Fire, game number 4, and Slayer Streets to close things out if we go that far, Andy. Let's start off with Bazaar Capture the Flag, though. What are your thoughts on this one?
I gotta say, first of all, you know, if there's anything we know about these two teams, it's that they could go the distance. Bazaar CTF, going to be an interesting game type to start off with these two teams. We've seen them play this a number of times, but to be honest, it's a game type that requires patience. I think anyone who's played this in the playlist knows that you need to slay and slay again, and maybe slay a third time in order to pull a flag here and run that flag back. So this is going to be a pretty big test for these two teams on set off of a game 1, right? It's really going to be a battle of who can play this game the full length. Maybe we go to overtime, who can just really keep the endurance up here. It's a pretty big test for these first two teams as far as game types go.
I mean, look at this stat down at the bottom of your screen as well. Optic leads the overall map count 8-6 across both of the open. So not too much disparity between the two teams. Extremely close. We saw it last week. We went to game 10. I mean, what else do you want to know about how close these two teams are as far as how closely matched they are? But I think Bazaar CTF is going to give both teams a chance to feel their way into the series here, Andy. As you mentioned, it's not a case of getting a forward head and you got that flag guaranteed to be back at your base like maybe we've seen on some previous Halos. You have to work extremely hard to get that flag. Even past past the 50-yard mark to start with.
Yeah, and really, this is a tone setter for the series because neither team, just like you said, is going to be able to come in right away, sprinting in, and just run away with this game. Now, I mean, it certainly could happen, but it's quite unlikely given these two teams and given the game type. Instead, this is going to be, okay, let's sit down. For us at home, let's get our popcorn. But for these players, let's lean forward. This is going to be a long, long grand final. Once again, C9 wants to see this go well into the evening. So let's sit down, let's strap in, let's get ready for the grand finals.
Forget about that. My adrenaline is pumping, Andy. I'm ready to go right now. It's grand finals time. Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. Chapter 2. Chapter 1 was a bestseller. Let's see if they can match it here on Championship Sunday. Early on, we're going to start off with a point of view of Trippy. He's going to be picking up those dynamos and looking to make a move towards that OS.
Yeah, let's see what the move is right here. He has a little bit of an angle. I think he's actually going to go for this if he can. He does have a little bit of help from APG, so I like how they're playing this nice and slow and not going for the OV right away. And they actually get a flank on the OV. They should be able to. And now here they are. Maybe they're going to bait Stellar out as well. They should be able to grab this.
That is fantastic patience from Optic Gaming. They take down 2 players. They will get the overshield as well, and it's APG who has it in his hands. Now, if there's one thing you need on Bazaar to push through this treehouse and bar area, an extra level of shields is certainly going to help. Great push here from Optic Gaming. That's 3 dead. Penguin last alive, and I'm pretty sure that he's coming off the respawn too.
Yeah, and I'd love for this team to prove me wrong.
Did you see that?
Wait, what kind of flag tossing workout Arab? What are we even seeing here? That flag toss all the way into bar. That's a pretty darn good flag toss.
I mean, the grapple that came in to grab it, that is great communication. And now you can see the Optic are just picking up slays. That's 2 dead. That was 3 dead momentarily as well. And Optic Gaming are just dominating at the start of this capture the flag game.
And I would love not only for Optic to prove me wrong, but they are proving me wrong right now. And like you said, that grapple to get the flag into bar was a huge piece of that. They already go up 1-0 right away, surprising not only us, but also surprising Cloud9. They strike so fast. A minute 30 into the game, they're already up 1-0.
And Trippy, once again, is just the catalyst for everything good that is happening for Optic Gaming. He's so accurate. He's so precise on how he's moving around the map and, of course, hitting those shots as well. But we talked about how the game's going to develop, Andy, and we've just seen Optic Gaming recognizing how effective the grapple can be for traversing the flag across quick distance.
And here they go again. Look at this. Renegade's bottom rocks. Doesn't see Trippy. Trippy's like, you know, I'm going to grab this flag again. Here they go. Now running the flag tree.
Stella is going to slow him down, though. Trippy just playing his life, hoping and praying these teammates are in position to help him out. Lucid's trying to do so, but he'll be taken down on the elbow, and finally Trippy will fall as well. But, I mean, questions being asked by Optic Gaming of Cloud9 already. Most of the game, I would say 100% of the game pretty much, has been played inside of the Cloud9 base, and that is not what you want if you're going up against Optic.
And look at Ola killing spree there, just running his opponent's bar and just so cool, calm, and collected on that ledge just to get those shots. Look at all the way across the map as well. Not done, just connecting with those nades. And Optic Gaming, they look so strong.
Second overshield went to them as well. Not only the first, they now have back-to-back overshields as they look to add back-to-back championships to their record here in Halo Infinite. Unbeaten in this tournament so far, Optic Gaming. They, of course, had to do it from the lower bracket last time, but this time coming from that upper bracket. And looking like a different beast altogether. The grapple also falling into the hands of Optic here, so they're going to have some mobility to work with. Penguin's going to be trying to slide out, but at the moment, C9 can't breathe. They can't get out at all. Now they get the rockets.
They can't. Optic doing so well to create space on the map just like that. Doubles back on the front door. That rocket does not finish, but he'll get help as well. And like you said, Optic just running the middle of the map, and that is the name of the game here, as Ola's thinking about another pull, but he's going to get the Bulldog out first.
Picks up one. That's only Stella going down, but I like the fact they're running this without numbers because players are coming off the respawn, and with Trippy with the rockets, they might have an opportunity to pick up multiple kills in a row. Trippy is above Pistola here with this flag, so they're going to be baited in, although 2 players have actually flanked out and managed to overextend. This is a massive job for Renegade here. Not only does he have to kill the flag, he has to survive as well. He does neither, and now it's going to be the second flag going in for Optic. Perfect execution coming in from them.
Trippy goes back with the flag. Ola might die here from Penguin front door. He does, but not to worry because Trippy comes back with the flag. You always come back with the flag, but let me tell you, in Halo Infinite and especially on Bazaar, you definitely come back with your carrier, and they made sure to get that one in. It will be 2-0 now.
Killing spree for Trippy as well. Stella, oh, did he just get stuck? I thought for a second that he got stuck, but that's going to be the first overshield, at least going to Cloud9 now. They have something to work with. They have some kind of foothold to try and climb the mountain that is in front of them that's Optic Gaming, but they have picked up kills. Now they're inside of the base, and finally, Stella
can get that flag moving.
Yeah, actually he does really well to stay alive here as well. I'm gonna try to get all the way to bar if he can, but he ends up dying from like what looked like high tree or low tree. So for a moment, they're gonna have to slow it down.
Pistola then. Already made some influential plays, and it looks like, unfortunately, we might have lost a player here momentarily, unless it's a little HUD bug that's not giving us the correct information, but we'll have to get that confirmed in just a few seconds as the flag is going to be out. For now, though, we're going to stay on board with Pistola, and it looks like, yeah, that's the official Halo Infinite and generally, you know, Halo history way to say, hey, come on, boys, let's slow this down. Let's maybe start this one off again because the player has fallen out of the lobby. But unfortunate, of course, to see that. It looks like C9 might be thinking about playing on, and I think that says a lot about how they want to, how they're fearing the way that Optic are playing at the moment, Andy. They want us to keep on going.
Yeah, we'll have to get a word from, of course, our admins and officials on exactly how this restart will be. We can assume something like a 2-0 score line on the restart, but we'll let the professionals handle that. We'll talk about what we just saw in that match on set. And it's all Optic Gaming. And to be honest, Optic Gaming over the first really 5-6 minutes of that game is making Cloud9 not even look reminiscent of Cloud9. They're looking like a very different team. That said, as soon as Cloud9 gets an overshield, you know, we're starting to see signs of life, but it's a question of how much space will Optic give them.
Yeah, I think Optic just aren't giving them anything at the moment. You know, Stella managed to get into the base, managed to pick up a couple of kills with the overshield, but then didn't even get the flag past the bar. You know, that's the rotation back and the communication coming in from Optic Gaming to make sure they focused on that player who is the most important kill has been kind of synonymous with them so far. I think they're so good at isolating the most important kill on the map and securing that before they do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that's getting interesting is you're seeing a very different style of pull. Optic Gaming is taking pulls, as you said, even when they don't have the man advantage, they're pulling the flag, they're starting the BR run. By the way, a great strategy to grapple the flag into BR. You save the hardest route of that flag to get the flag into BR, and really the other team cannot keep up with that run. However, we saw C9 there maybe get one kill in the back of the base and immediately try to pull, and then they die from a tree angle. So I think teams are still trying to figure out how to slay on those pulls.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's very interesting to see already. We're seeing that development, right? And it makes complete sense. You can get the flag into Treehouse and into bar pretty easily, to be honest with you. If you have those few seconds where you aren't being looked at, you have the height advantage moving across the bar bridge, and then on the tree side you can use the slope where the flag stand actually is itself along that staircase to throw it and then slide across it, and you're inside a tree. It's what happens after that, right? Can you stay alive long enough? Can you allow your teammates to move up towards you? And I think we are going to see more and more scrappy pulls actually being initiated by players just deciding to flank behind and see if they can get some business done.
Yeah, by the way, we do have a confirmation from officials that will restart unsurprisingly from 2-0, so that will be the aggregate score. There will be 2 flagged on the board, even though your in-game scoreboard will not reflect it. It will be 2-0 in favor of Optic. They'll only need 3 caps to close out the game and it be considered an aggregate 5-0 in that game if they were to do so. However, it will be 2 flags on the board regardless. But couldn't agree more. I think what we also saw, interestingly, was C9 push across. When they spawn maybe bottom rockets, they push all the way into the enemy flag and they started to run a flag of their own. You have to think of maybe they were a little sneakier around rocks and front door. Maybe they could have done a little bit more damage. So Cloud9 going to have a chance to try to get their feet under them here in this restart.
I think one thing that was a really good indication of how well Optic are playing, and going back to my point as well as we get into the restart here of our game number 1, is we were looking at Renegade's point of view and we were thinking he needs to make a big play, and sometimes you're like, Renegade's the kind of guy who can make this big play. He can stop this flag, he can stay alive, he can maybe buy enough time for his teammates to get up the map. Just immediately shut down. Didn't even get the kill on the flag carrier. Trippy recognized the situation, recognized how important that kill was, and managed to pick it up. But here we go. We're back into live action. It's Optic versus Cloud9. Like we said previously, Optic Gaming do have a 2-0 lead in the restart.
Love that pull from APG. As you can see, the game has changed a bit where teams are slowing down on that overshield pull. APG says, actually not interested in slowing down. I'm going to wait for everyone to start to go towards things like grapple and rockets and grab this overshield. Doesn't pan out, though, for him in the end, as he will go down.
A game of cat and mouse going down between opening strategies here from Cloud9 and Optic Gaming. 2 players have fallen, though, for Optic, as Renegade now has control of those rockets. However, look at the kill feed. He's just lighting up the green of Optic, the green wall. He's starting to look, and exactly like that, on the top left-hand side of your screen is we're seeing the X's fall for Cloud9. Renegade just trying to stay alive here, just trying to bait out any kind of kill. Will get 1, but not without being traded out. Lucid with the Bulldog picks up 1 on Stella. That's going to be 3 dead now for C9.
Yeah, APG able to use that thrust right in the hut, make sure to get that kill. That's a trade that really goes in his favor in terms of clearing a rocket player out of your hut. That's where you want to do it. Do not let that player come into your tree or BR. Get the kill in the hut is a pretty big deal.
Solar taken down, but not without taking someone with him beforehand. APG now trying to keep the pressure onto C9. Picks up the kill on Renegade just past the double doors. And now playing his life extremely well. Might be chased here, but using the geometry very, very nicely to just buy himself a few more seconds before Stellar finally comes in with the Mangler. Lucid will pick up one across map, and it'll be APG, the only player now in the respawn screen for Optic. However, he'll be joined by APG. There's the Mangler kill as well from Stellar off the back of the swing up to the heavens, as finally C9 start to apply a bit of mid-map pressure.
Yeah, that'll be a trade for Ola there at the bar. That's a trade that Ola is technically the winner of, because when you're Stellar flying in with a Mangler grapple, you do want to fly in and get a kill. Obviously, a much lower value if you just trade there. Ola does well to enforce that trade, but Penguin's already in the tree.
Playing very sneaky as well. Sneaky Penguins is not something that we talk about very often, but here's a very good example of it. As he takes down APG, Ola gets taken down as well, and that's going to secure the overshield here for Renegade and Cloud9. Now, Andy, what can they make of this? It looks like Renegade realizes there's a player behind enemy lines and has actually completely retreated back to his side, maybe to watch the overextension that's already come in. And there's the two players. Lucid's here, misses the beatdown. Lucid! No! Oh, Lucid! Oh, that is massive.
Are you kidding? An absolutely huge play. Like you said, Renegade knew there was a player behind him. He grabs the overshield, the Mangler, and Dynamos had every tool in the kit that he needed, but Lucid wins that battle. Now, Lucid's still one of the only players alive in the back of the base.
Yeah, it's looking though like Cloud9 are going to be able to put this one in. They've got it all the way back to the base, even with Lucid putting up a huge individual play for us all to remember. All that really matters is that Cloud9 have pulled one back. It's now 2-1 overall to Optic Gaming, but C9, they found an opening and they've taken it.
And now don't forget, it's still a huge play from Renegade, even though he was on the receiving end of that kill from Lucid. The fact that he went back right away and helped his team clear out the base, it's a huge play from Renegade. Like you said, 2-1 in favor of Optic. If you're just joining us here, this is a match restart. Optic does already have 2 flags on the board, so you can think of that green scoreboard as 2 right now to 1 in favor of Optic.
Renegade has the rockets as well. 2 in the chamber to work with, so this could be 2 kills, which in the position he finds himself in could really open up an opportunity here for C9 to push, but 2 kills potentially. However, the result is 0 as Lucid picks up a kill with that Mangler as well, and now the power weapon's in the hand of Optic Gaming, and that is a little bit of a misfire coming out from C9.
And that is the power of observer mode. That was, as you saw, a moment of inches. He was checking the bar jump up just as he looked away is when Lucid comes up with the Mangler. At the same time, now we see Lucid also trying to push to that bar. He'll go down, but Ola also doing so well to jump over that rocket, and Optic Gaming slows down that C9 aggression. We'll stay here at 2-1.
On dead on either side right now. Stella pushes in, and there's going to be Eco who's pushing Pistola with a Bulldog, and you got a Bulldog, I've got a right hook, and that one connected for the knockout as Renegade now moves forward. Another overshield in the hands of Cloud9 here, and this restart, Andy, is looked like a very different game, to be honest with you. It looks like C9 are the aggressors, and Optic are struggling to deal with it.
C9 not trying to go here left or right, instead trying to go down bottom middle. Maybe thought that they had the time, but in the end, they certainly didn't, because Optic made sure to have a player on their bridge. Slows down the rush entirely. Stellar does stay alive in bar, though.
Stoner did such an amazing job there as well to slow down that flag run. Just got the shots in, managed to play his life, and then slowed things down like we just saw by surviving and being able to re-engage. But once again, the pressure's still on as Trippy comes flying in off the top right with a flying elbow. That was like watching CM Punk.
Jeez, just stays alive on the front door and now has help as well as they're going to try to push out from low. They have numbers pushing rocket side.
3 players from Optic. Pushing towards rocket side, like you say, a little bit of a split middle map here. This is what Optic like to do, like to control this rocket side, like to use those angles so that they can poke and prod from behind these pillars. There's Lucid now with the Manglers, not going to connect, and Stella's going to make him pay, and it seems like every single time a fight goes down, Andy, it's just a little shoulder shuffle, one missed bullet that is the difference between the result that comes up on our screen.
That moment there, just such a great example of needing to have players on the rocket side and the overshield side. You can get as many players as you want, weak top rockets, bottom rockets in the hut, but it's not going to mean anything unless there is a player to capitalize and push in on those. Trippy, once again, always on top of the Bulldog. He'll stay alive. Your top rockets and wait for his team to push.
Yeah, a little bit of a scare there. Just thought, oh, is that a teammate or is that foe? It was indeed a teammate, and that is why he decided not to do the business to him as he tries to do the business to Renegade. But Renegade, hey, this is outside of business hours. as he says, and he returns the favor by putting him on his back, but a flag is being pulled here by Optic Gaming. So Renegade needs to stay alive desperately with these rockets. He needs to slide into the vent. He can, but this is all time that he's out of the fight, that flag is going to be moving, and his teammates are 2 dead at the moment.
Somehow wraps himself into a pretzel there and not getting spotted. Rockets the overshield, that's big. Tries to pre-fire on, well, Lucid is not there, and Lucid even tries to get away up top. So that pre-fire of the rocket bottom middle not paying off, and Trippy exchanging good grenades. Renegade's behind enemy lines, but he's got pressure coming.
Yeah, I mean, we've already had one name change from Lucid, from saying, and maybe it's time to change to Elusive, because he manages to somehow stay alive, and now he's going to be re-engaging, and Renegade has to go God mode, and he's not got the ability to do so. APG gets the touch. Lucid in position here with the Mangler in hand, but this is looking like it's going to be a flag cap going into Optic Gaming. They will go up 3-1 if they could just slam this one home. Ola on the point. Can they get this one? Yes, they do. It's confirmed. 3-1 Optic.
There you go. Once again, just in case, because we know we have a lot of people joining here, Optic does already have 2 flags on the board from the game restart. So as Onset said, 3-1 on the scoreboard. We'll keep tabs on that for you so that you don't have to do the work that in terms of new players, new viewers joining the stream. Penguin now trying to still make something happen. Let's not forget, Onset, still a lot of time here. Just about 5 minutes left in the game. Certainly possible for Cloud9 to get back in this.
And going back to that cap, Andy, again, a pull when they didn't have numbers. Getting that flag moving and then slaying their way back is how Optic managed to convert that kill. So impressive for them. Once again, we're seeing things develop here in Halo Infinite to something that we've seen on some previous game types in previous Halos. But Pistola now looking to finish off this kill on Stella. He'll get the beat down on Eco bottom mid as well. So Pistola is one of his favorite things to do. You ask him about it. If I'm going down, I'm doing damage. And the beat down is his favorite way to die.
Absolutely. That's something Pistola historically known. He's in that bucket of players that are some of the hardest kills to ever get in franchise history, always on top of that. And it's a good nade coming out of the side of APG, a perfect in the end. And they're going to be setting up for this OV, waiting for some help.
What a kill that is from APG. It opens up the opportunity to get that overshield, and it opens up the opportunity now for Optic Gaming to push. A little bit nervous there for Pistola. He's usually the one doing the magical things, not being the one ninjaed himself. We would have hated to see that, and the game certainly would have let us know, but the kills all fall one after the other. Look at where Stella is spawning. Look at where Renegade finds himself. Optic might be in position here to cap again.
Whoa, actually takes a lot of damage there. I was going to say, must have been taking it from a different angle. He will go down, and Stellar has to try to pull out a miracle here as he's just surrounded by players around that bridge and bottom middle.
Dynamo Nade doesn't connect though. Stella playing his life very well, positioning to make sure he didn't take that damage. 4 alive though for Optic, and the flag is still out. A brick grenade comes in, and Trippy decides, hey, look, we've got the map here. We've got the wall to play behind. I'm just going to stick this one through the double doors. He comes through the front entrance and says, hey, this is going to be another flag going down to Optic Gaming. This is going to be us up 4-1 overall after the restart. And this is going to be now the tallest of orders for Cloud9 to get back into this.
Ola's just there waiting for any pressure to come Rocket side, just watching bottom Rockets. The pressure never comes, so he could push out BR for free. A bunch of credit there has to go to Trippy. Stayed alive bottom middle so long, just like you said, waited for his team to push up and get the numbers he needed. Ola will trade with Eco there, but great stuff from Trippy to just slow play that, wait for his team to push up and get the exact angles they need. And now the pressure is really on. Like you said, 4-1 in favor of Optic with 2:30 left.
Yeah, they have the time. That's the problem here for C9. You can run that flag across as quickly as you like. You can kill all the way back, but it takes a certain amount of time to actually get that flag moving, unless you're going to be grappling it forward. Maybe Penguin can get ahead of it and grapple it towards him. That's exactly what he's going to do. He saves himself a few seconds, and Cloud9 will get one on the board. But with 2 minutes and 11 seconds left, is there time for them to get those back-to-back flags they're desperate for?
Let's see, 1 cap a minute, and we'll add a little bit of comfort time for sudden death if that does happen. It's possible. Let's see if he can just sloop, grab this overshield as well. Gonna be happy to right there and then grab that and now make this push once again. Top bridge, C9 not done yet.
The overshield sloop comes in. Wonderful stuff to see from Penguin. Now putting the pressure onto APG. Manages to pick up the kill, and C9 all of a sudden realizing that it's time to go, and they have no option but to hold forward, and it's paying dividends for them as well, because Pistola's going to be weak on the alley, and Penguin's got this one out the double doors already, but the trade that comes in might be huge to slow this flag down.
Yes, great trade from Trippy. Very happy to do that on the front door, and also you're going to have Lucid just jumping on it right away. He's already going to get the re, and that's a very big trade from Trippy on the front door. You have to wonder, things might have not gone their way on the Rocket side of the map, so the fact that that halted that rush, pretty important though. Grapple in the hands of Lucid.
Bulldog in the hands of Lucid as well. It's almost as if that weapon spawns with him as often as the battle rifle does. He's always on top of it, and he's always making use of it, but BR versus BR. You ain't got Bulldog at that range. Son of Stella puts him on his back, but it's just a kind of a hollow victory, to be honest with you, here for C9. There's only 54 seconds left for them in this game to score back-to-back flags to tie this one up. I don't think it's going to happen, Andy, but I've said this before already in this broadcast. You never know in Halo Infinite.
That's true. They certainly could. If they were able to get a run right now, it would be technically possible, of course, with the sudden death mechanic. But the question will be if APG and Optic are willing to lose that control. They've already won a mid-map battle there at the 30-second mark. This really should be Optic on this last push, closing it out.
Lucid, by the way, 21 and 14. Every single time I'm watching this man play the game, he's putting up ridiculous stat lines. He's an absolute animal. He's an absolute beast at Halo Infinite, and certainly putting down a marker for the best in the game. But with 13 seconds left, I think C9 know the job is done. I think Optic know the job is done as well, and it will be Optic Gaming with 5 seconds left, Andy, who will got one in the series.
That's right. Once again, that's going to be 4-2 in terms of final score there due to the restart. Optic Gaming, APG, Ola, Lucid, and Trippy picking up where they left off. Once again, your grand finals winners, but it was a narrow win. They only won in game number 10. They will win game number 1 of our grand finals. If you're just joining us, welcome here to our grand finals matchup. Cloud9 will need to win 2 best-of-5s to win the tournament. Optic Gaming now only 2 games away from closing this out and taking back-to-back opening Halo Infinite tournaments.
I'm going to be, honest with you, Andy, and I want an honest answer. I'm going to ask you a very obvious and clear question here that is, with how that map number 1 went, as we jump into some highlights from that map number 1, with the performance of C9 that you've just seen, do you think they can actually beat Optic here in this first series? Because I've got to say, that was a dominant performance from Optic. They just looked all over C9.
They really did, and Optic looks so strong. And the question was, is Optic even better than they were last week? That question has certainly been answered. Optic Gaming is an even better team than they were 7 days ago. What I've seen on the Cloud9 side, though, is that we have not yet seen the full potential of Cloud9 in any of the matches that we've shown them on broadcast today. This is such a good team. This is such a talented roster. There's a reason they went into the grand finals last week without dropping a map. Once they turn things on in this series, this could be very different. However, they need to make a change, and they need to do it now.
I mean, this play from Lucid, by the way, I mean, it was crazy. Trippy actually came in to give him a little bit of assistance, so maybe we gave Lucid a little bit too much love, but the love was deserved all the same. It was a flag pull here from Renegade. You just thought that maybe there's going to be something that could get going for Cloud9. They got a couple of caps on the board, but it was just so staggered, and map control always felt, and the game in general always felt like it was under the control of Optic Gaming. The flag being capped here by Trippy as well. It was a really good run from him as well. Penguin showing a little bit of creativity, and the grapple was something that certainly influenced some of those flag caps, Andy.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, like we said, we saw moments of goodness from C9. I wouldn't call them moments of brilliance that we've seen from C9 yet. And I think the biggest theme for me, Mark, in terms of Cloud9, is that we're not seeing them play to their full potential. We're also not even seeing them play to where they were last week just yet. Now, that could really change in this grand final. The story hasn't yet been written, but Optic Gaming is not giving them any space to really even start that.
Well, we move on now in the series. As you can see, it's going to be Slayer next up. We're going to be going over to Aquarius, and I just wonder about the pace that this game is going to be played at, Andy, because I have seen a few games on Aquarius that started to slow down a little bit now. People playing around the closets, kind of getting a little bit of poke damage with a player kind of anchoring in either base. Or is it going to be C9 not letting that happen? Maybe Optic not letting that happen. I just wonder how it's going to be kind of formulating as those kills start to drip away from either side, if one team's going to slow it down or if they're going to try and keep that kind of pace up.
Yeah, well, it's like you said, right? We didn't expect to see Optic fly into the base on Bazaar and get a flag on what is arguably the most technical and difficult and longest flag run in the game in terms of having to overslay, but they did it. They put one flag in right away. So Optic Gaming, I'm expecting them. Aquarius is a less technical, less scientific map when it comes to how you have to slay and overslay maybe the second time. So I'm expecting Optic to try to bring the pressure immediately right here in this game, and we'll see if they apply the same strategy in game number 2.
One thing that has stood out for me so far is that opening strategies are very, very strong for Optic, but as we see here, Cloud9 have got a very good record on Aquarius, so this might be the opportunity for them to get back into this one, Andy. Well, those opening strategies from Optic, like I mentioned, they seem to have really honed them, and we know how vital they are. If you're watching Halo for the first time, we're talking about opening strategy. It's what you do off the break, off your first life. Can you secure power-ups? Can you secure power positions on the map to then try and go back-to-back on your kind of clean wipes of the other team?
Yeah, right away, you see Trippy not afraid to go low, see what might be happening here as he checks top Hydro side. And first 2 kills, though, going into C9.
They certainly are. However, Camo goes into the hands of Trippy. So he's going to have to bide his time here because his teammates have fallen across the map. Pistola taken down as well. Stella with the heat wave in hand. So a perfect start here for Cloud9. Stella's just trying to be sneaky at the moment. Oh, it's going to be a back smack coming in. Unfortunately, though, for APG, he was kind of the bait there, and he didn't come out of his life, but at least they've got the heat wave out of the hands of Stella. Lucid picks up another, and it looks like Optic already fighting back into this.
A pretty interesting start. Very rarely do you start a game with a player who loses teammates 5 times without dying. We essentially just happened to be on the POV there that did not catch much of the action, but already 7-4 here in favor of C9.
Dynamo nades are going to be ticking, which is going to give some information here to Optic Gaming. Trippy uses that information to turn it into a kill. And they're going to be dropping down bottom middle with that heat wave again. And the heat wave can be a real game changer here. So can those shots from Lucid. The man is an animal.
Now taking a look once again, it's going to be Optic that just tries to get a little bit more top mid control, and they just want to get those angles. As soon as they're able to start get those angles, expect Optic to start to get the first player weak. If they get that first pick, they will collapse. They will rotate these kills as fast as they can. As we've seen, Optic is a team that since the release of Halo Infinite has been comfortable playing faster and faster. They want to be able to just get in their opponent's face, and they're really waiting for the moment to strike, for the moment to do that here in game 2.
Penguin going to be caught off guard here. Pistola with a great route, and he's going to pick the sidekick up as well. APG comes to assist his teammate to keep him alive. So a 1-0 trade there for Optic Gaming will allow them to just bring this to within 2 kills. But this is what I mean, Andy. The pace of Aquarius Slayer, a little bit slower than what we've seen previously. Renegade should be taken down here by the Dynamo nade. In fact, it will be Pistola using the BR to clean that one up. But in those close quarter battles, the sidekick can be so devastating.
And this is what we were talking about. This is what Optic wants to be able to do. Have a little bit more comfort on the map. You cannot have the map set up in a way where Pistola is able to jump up and challenge 1v1's top middle, because he really doesn't lose those. This is the comfort that we wanted to see. If you're an Optic fan, let me grab. Camo's going to stay top mid, though.
Camo goes down top mid, but look at the score. Just 2 kills between the 2 teams. Optic Gaming had a momentary lead there after that kill from Pistola top middle, but it's going to be Trippy now who'll get the beat down once again using that sidekick, and this is something we're seeing more and more. Those sidekicks spawn in those areas that you're going to see Pistola in now. You can pick them up in close quarters. You're going to get the damage you need for the beatdown to secure the kill quicker than you can with that battle rifle.
Yeah, Ola not afraid to pop that sidekick, just like you said. Hits him with some very quick pops to do all the damage that he needs, especially if he has some teammates nearby. And Camo going to be in the hands of Penguin. Let's see what he can do here.
And just to get one. Lucid, though, no shields, manages to take him down. So 1 kill for the Camo player. All smiles for Optic Gaming. You do not mind that whatsoever. Cloud9 up by 3, though. Commando in the hands of Stella here, trying to do a little bit of damage across map himself. Gotta be so careful, though, with the recoil on the Commando and the faster fire rate. So difficult to land all of your shots convincingly.
Right now, a little bit of a split, 50-50 on the horizontal split of the map that you just saw. Players still kind of waiting to push in. Now Optic thinking about making this push in towards the Dynamo nades.
A bit of a stat here coming in from production as well. Across Open 1 and Open 2, Optic leads Slayer game types 4-2 against Cloud9. Which, to be honest with you, is somewhat of a surprise, considering how much of a Slay-heavy team Cloud9 can be, and how much we talk about the impact players that they have. But at the moment, the only impact is coming from Trippy and a frag grenade. That was 2 for 1 for Trippy, and now Optic still find themselves down by 3, but that's giving them an opening and stacking the spawns at least.
Certainly, it's not only going to give them some good points on the board, but gives them a little bit of time and space to breathe. Finally gets players out of their base, and they can start to rally back. APG also stays alive with the Camo. Finally gets taken down, and it'll be another trade out, though. So just like that, still neck and neck, 25-22.
2 dead here for Cloud9. Trippy with that heat wave trying to stay alive again, but look at the pressure that's being put onto him from Cloud9. They pick up their 27th kill, and they will also pick up that heat wave. So close range battles is going to be all about the man on your screen, Eco. Anyone who wants to challenge him, he can be able to do that damage. It's not just short range either, Andy. The medium range for this weapon is extremely effective as well.
Absolutely. This is not limited to a shotgun. Like you said, this thing can absolutely hit. And if you have that weapon out in the back of the base and the top of a base, etc., and you have a player team shooting with you, you can mow down opponents very quickly here. Still a 3-kill game.
Pistola going to pick up that thrust, so we'll have the ability to engage and then disengage very quickly. Renegade will be spotted out here by Pistola. He's going to be very aggressive on this as well. Pistola, I love what I'm seeing. Communication coming in from a teammate. He's going to be given the ninja medal, but I don't think that one's going to count, to be honest with you, as he now moves towards the last 2 players alive here from C9. Eco's going to be taken down, you would imagine, by Pistola. It would just be the assist, though, as the grenade does the work for him. But all of a sudden, we're almost at a tie game here. Pistola leading the charge here for Optic.
Yeah, great push there. Looks like he had an opponent that had a conversation with Palpatine there for a moment, as they'll get another trade here, and still so close in this Slayer between these two, and Optic Gaming starting to really put even more pressure on.
APG commanding the top of the plant's area at the moment, but that grenade was absolutely pixel perfect from Stella to take him down. Lucy's going to be trying to escape as well. He's just respawned up in that fridge area. Stella just commanding top plants with his teammate here. Heatwave in hand as well. 34-31. We've seen some nail-biting Slayers already today, Andy, and this is looking no different.
Oh, Trippy somehow stays alive, but I think he's not going to really have much of an angle there as we switch down to Renegade, who does have the camo, and Renegade's camo play here could be truly a game-winning play. Whatever he does here towards the end of the game really could dictate where we go.
Trippy taken down to no shields, but the dynamo nades, they're going to absolutely fry. They're going to absolutely frazzle him. The camo is taken out of commission. A massive play, and once again, showing the impact the dynamo nades have on any map.
Oh my goodness, that was certainly an electric way for the camo to go down. He will fall, and what a way to neutralize that camo. We talked about how big that moment was in game, and certainly a big one, as now we'll stay at a 2-kill game. These Slayers have been so tight. Cloud9 wants to win this game so badly and claw back in this series.
Solo's got to check his corners here, and he does check his corners. He finds a cheeky penguin, and he sends him sliding back into the seas as he picks up the kill with the Heatwave. Optic Gaming now starting to roll. They have a lead for one of the first times in the game, and with only 8 kills remaining, this is the perfect time to get it.
And you felt like the pressure was coming from Optic all the game. They've been clawing back. They've been keeping this close. Now you also have Ola with a heat wave up top. Seas players going down and staying up if those nades hit on Stellar. Ola's forced to stay very disciplined. Pretty wise by him to hold up top, but also thrust heat wave. Ola is dangerous on a killing spree as well. Let's make it a double.
Pistola picks up 2, and Pistola is on somewhat of a roll at the moment. Another assist for Pistola, and Optic Gaming have turned this game on its head. They only need 4. They're up by 6, and they're just looking like such a dominant force here in these last few moments.
Only 4 kills away from going up 2-0 and being 1 game away from closing out HCS Open 2. Would be a very different grand final than the one we had last week. Like you said, Optic Gaming looking so strong here as we get into our final kills of the match.
Heatwave in the hands of Pistola. He's been the game changer for me in this game. 13 and 10 for him, but some of the routes he's taken, some of the damage he's done have been absolutely superb as he gets a little ollie over the top of him and almost gets the stick onto Stella as well. And that's going to be the final kill. Optic Gaming, they will take game number 2, Aquarius Slayer, and now find themselves, Andy, 1 game away from going back-to-back.
It is a very, very different grand final from last week, not only in terms of the way that the bracket came through, but also in terms of the way that the games have gone. It's a 4-2 win in game number 1, 50-42 on Slayer Aquarius. And with the way Optic's playing, you have to think that one of these next 3 games will be theirs. But Mark, the question is, as we take a look at the stats, does C9 have anything left in the tank to reverse sweep here?
Not if Trippy's doing that. 16 and 6 in a Slayer for Trippy. I mentioned Pistola, and because he was doing so much damage that are indicated by the stats as well. 14, 10 deaths and 10 assists for him. Great work, great shots being done, but 16 and 6 in a Slayer, that is a standout performance from Trippy.
And you're seeing players go off as we take a look also at a few other stats categories here in terms of overall shots fired. Also look at Trippy with only hitting 500. Nobody else really even close to that 500. Nobody else breaking 450. Trippy is doing so much damage with that weapon.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, right? But shoot your gun, you're going to have success. It means he's taking great angles. What that means, the amount of shots fired, he's engaging, he's listening, he's finding players off the respawn. That is a great stat to indicate how a player is influencing a game as well, and it's one of my favorite additions, actually, to the game, because it gives us the opportunity to see who's flanking, who's maybe not engaged in as many team fights as his teammates.
Absolutely. Take a look at some highlights from this one because it was an amazing game number 2. Onset, you talked about just how important that sidekick can be in those battles, and you come away from those not only with the win, but also you come away from those without flashing shields, which is absolutely huge for the encounters that follow.
Certainly is, and this was Pistola just doing what Pistola does, right? Gets the trade in this particular battle. It was Cloud9 at this point who were probably feeling pretty comfortable with things. It was a little run from Pistola towards the end that really did turn the game on its head, but I mean, there was one standout play for me. This is it. We get to see it from the point of view of Trippy as well. The Dynamo nades are electric. Take all the puns you want. I'm going to keep throwing them at you because that was the biggest play of the game.
It hits him with the double Palpatine. And let's keep in mind that that was 34-35 at that point. And we were talking about at that exact moment that this camo could determine how this game goes. And right away, it was shut down immediately, a non-factor, and Optic just started to run away with the game after that.
This was the run I was on about from Pistola. It was just engaging with so many different C9 players, winning his fights, getting so much information for his team, and then it was just closed out almost in a flash. But now the series might be closed out in a flash here as we go into our third game, which might be our final one as well. It's Recharge Oddball. Optic Gaming versus C9. Optic just need one more map.
And what's exciting here, Onset, is Cloud9 is a back against the wall team. We saw both of these teams play so well when the pressure was on last week. So far, it has been the Optic Gaming story, though. And keep in mind, we were only a few points away from C9 actually sweeping Optic if you look at that winner's final series. So C9 absolutely capable of turning this around. The question is, will they really just harness this moment, seize this game 3, and take this all the way through? Certainly possible, but it's going to require a lot against a team like Optic with the way that they're playing.
If you're just joining us for the first time as well, you're new to Halo, or you've only watched a little bit of Halo Infinite, just to give you an update on how Oddball plays, it's round-based. We play to 100 points. However, that clock will stop if you're holding the Oddball. So you've got to win a couple of rounds here to get the advantage and take that map away. But early on here, it looks like it's going to be C9 who find themselves all on their back, lying down in a way they don't want to be. 4 dead off the break for C9.
Yeah, APG just trying to stay alive bottom middle. He'll go pit stairs, and also teammate here, it's going to be Ola, a very dangerous man to have the camo bottom control, and we'll see the route that he takes.
Ola just looking to scout out information at the moment, waiting for his teammate Trippy to move up, and it looks like Pistola isn't happy to push forward at the moment. He doesn't need to be. This is kind of like a Team Slayer situation now, Andy. Both teams looking for the first kill, the first pick before they even consider overextending for that oddball. It looks like Pistola's just checking that weapon pad as well because the Mangi's available. He's got the Mangler in hand.
Yeah, let's see what happened with Trippy here. Trippy's just kind of holding old grapple, and right now, I knew that this battle was about to happen. It was only a matter of time before Renegade and Trippy finally had to meet each other, and Trippy able to win that one out with the Mangler narrowly at the pipes. But just like you said, Onset, we're seeing a lot of mutual respect from these teams. Still no oddball time in the game.
Yes, Trippy managing to win that. We call that squeaky bum time over here in the UK. Is how tight that one was. But he's going to actually get a beat down onto Stella as well. So playing his life extremely well. And the Mangler once again showing its impact, especially on this map, Andy. Such close corner battles. It really can be the difference between surviving and getting that kill.
Especially around yellow and especially around control. Expect that Mangler to be a huge factor. Trippy very quick to pick up one, picks up 2. Clinical work there from Trippy with the double.
Still no ball time for either team, though. Oh, my word. Trippy is a laser on the map at the moment, and the ball is rolled towards him almost as if to say, well done, buddy. You picked up the kills. Have yourself a little gift. Christmas is just around the corner, and to be honest with you, at 5-0, maybe this is all they need with the way that Trippy's playing.
Yeah, they tossed the ball out a little bit, but you're right. A perfect toss. You're going to see more and more of that. Players that are grabbing the ball batteries, if you have a player yellow, just throw it just over the attic ledge into yellow and start to hold that down. It's another trade there. Finally, Renegade able to hit with the shock rifle, but Trippy will go down, but expect to see more and more of that crafty ball tossing because it's such a pain to pick it out of batteries.
C9 get that ball out, though. 15 points on the board for Optic Gaming, so they do have a lead. Penguin's going to take a little bit of an off route here, away from a lot of the action, to pick up that sword, as he has that camouflage as well. Not got too long left on that camo, but even a few seconds could be absolutely massive here. C9 will take the lead, as we're going to see Penguin. Oh, no, that is not what he wanted to happen. Haven't taken the time to go and get the combo. Lucid comes in and says, hey, buddy, that sword looks nice. I want to put that one on my mantelpiece.
Optic Gaming running the summer camp buddy system there as they fly through long haul. You do not send one person alone. You send 2. And when you have a player behind the camo, you can get back waxed like that. It's a monster play. Lucid dies. Actually, Renegade just picking up that kill there on the Boltru, as he will now get control of sword in yellow. But just like that, a little bit more time on the board for the side of C9.
All back on respawn as well, so it'll be back on its original point on the map where both teams will have it neutral. Trippy will take a little bit of damage on the cross. It's a little bit of a snap, crackle, and pop for him, but the shields will be the only thing that pop. It won't be his life that is taken for now and sent back into that respawn screen. And you can see the C9 have a very good setup across the map here. Just break this down for us, Andy, how difficult this is for Optic to break.
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly where you want to be. If you're C9, they have great Optic, they have great yellow angles against Optic now, and Renegade just holding down top A. This is a must-win for Lucid. And the thrust, a perfectly timed use of that to make sure he wins that battle. Top A, there was no way he was losing that.
And you're seeing how hard both teams are having to work to get any kind of control here. And also one thing that's impressive, how both teams are waiting for all of their team to be alive before they try and make those pushes, Andy. Staying alive on this game is vital.
It absolutely is, and you really can't put a price on it. It's so much more important that you are alive somewhere on the map than trying to maybe just trade out one kill at a place like Control or Elevator. As a rule of thumb in Halo Infinite, you staying alive and waiting for teammates is so much more important than any kind of kill you could trade out.
Renegade has the camo. Renegade has the sword. C9 have the ball. This is an opportunity for them to rack up a huge amount of time. Unfortunately for Pistola, he's going to feel the sharp end of that sword, and it's going to be the shock rifle now transferred over to him as well. Getting that information on Trippy as well is not just good information to know where that one player is. That's going to be the respawns being aware to C9 now. So Optic Gaming going to have a very tough time in getting back into this round. It's just 15 seconds away now for C9 to go up by 1.
Yeah, let's see if they even have what it takes. We will see Eco fall, so now just a battle over here at Control will determine if Optic is going to even have a chance to come back in this game. Just like you said, 13 seconds left.
What's up, Pistola? What's up, Lucid? Can he hit the headshot here? No, he can't. The Mangler will be enough for Lucid to turn that kill around. He's going to pick up the sword as well. So Mangler sword, maybe not something we expected to see, but the grapple is something that we do expect to see at this point. But maybe a little bit of panic from Lucid there as Penguin does shut him down. And you could understand the panic because there's only a few seconds left for C9 to close this one out.
You have to wonder if C9 just maybe pulls the ball to apply pressure. They certainly could, as they do have one dead. They could just try to pull this instead of waiting for this kill on Trippy in the back. But we'll have to see how they play this out. And I think just in any moment, we should see a little bit of ball time. Yes, indeed, ticking up just 10 points away.
Eco goes down, though, and Lucid moves in. Big 1v1 battle here, and Lucid will win it, but the reset does come in on the ball as it is played and thrown into the icy depths of the water here. Just beneath that sword spawn. Trippy trying to stay alive. He'll be taken down as well. The repulsor will push Penguin back, and it will push him straight into a 4-shot from Lucid. The man is doing everything he can to survive for now, jumping up to that platform, but ball not in the hands of Optic Gaming, and that's the only thing that really matters here.
Yeah, Lucid doing whatever he can to stay alive in that situation, but let's see where players are long haul. It looks like they might be in position. Trippy has to make sure that he gets across, and right now they're actually going to be in a position to deny this ball, so there should be an opportunity for another Optic hold. This one's not over just yet.
Optic need to pick up the kills, though. They've got one onto Renegade here, so I want to see them be a little bit more aggressive. But unfortunately, being aggressive is one thing. Being on the receiving end of shots from Eco just to slow everything down is another. They're trying to be so careful, and Optic are just kind of caught in a tough spot here, Andy, because they know they have to be perfect. If they're not, they're going to give kills away to C9. That's going to give the round away with just a few moments left for them to pick up that ball.
C9 right now is very happy to let this time tick down the way that it is. They're actually going to grab on batteries, which I like. Force players to show, right? Eco has this angle covered. He's just going to sit here. This is a perfect hold from Renegade on batteries. Just 3 seconds left before they close it out with 20 on the clock.
Lucid's going to be weak on the double stack. Nico's going to be chasing him with those grenades, but while all that's happening, the most important thing is the round is won here by Cloud9, and finally they find themselves involved in this series. They're up by 1, another round here in Oddball on Recharge, and we would be seeing that 4th game of the series.
And this is just a moment for Cloud9 to take one breath. They have time for just one where they can say, okay, this is now an opportunity. We finally have the lead for the first time in this series. All we need is one more round, and we have a cushion round. Let's just play this, win this round here, get some momentum, and try to bring this series back. Cloud9 not going down without a fight, but just as quickly as I say that, 3 dead for C9, and Optic has the first hold in round 2.
What a difference a round makes, right? I mean, C9 were the people who find themselves on the good side of a 4 dead off the last opening strategy. This time it's countered by Optic Gaming, and that's another thing we should talk about with round-based game types, Andy. The ability to counteract opening strategies is something that I think maybe teams are starting to pick up on.
Certainly, it's something we didn't have before. If you think about competitive Halo the past 20 years, you did not have back-to-back where you got to see a team's opening strategy, just as you pointed out on set, and then only a few minutes later, you're going to play them in the same, in a round of the same game type, and a chance for a little bit back and forth, a little bit of mental games. We haven't had that from round to round in competitive Halo, so it's certainly becoming a factor here in Infinite.
C9 had this ball back Exactly where they want it, around this elevator at the moment. Lucid's trying to poke and trying to prod, but Eco's doing all of the scouting work that his team do need. Trippy's going to slide out, and Eco will be taken down. That's a big kill coming in from Trippy. I like the aggression being shown by him. Renegade just playing his life at the moment, and once again, something we're seeing that's very synonymous at the moment with Cloud9. When they get that lead, they're happy to just slay here, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. Trippy winning that battle from batteries, that's a battle he shouldn't win. C9 needs to make sure that they're not challenging there. They have a lot of help. They have a lot of ways to force players through those all those cuts and those gauntlets, and really there's no reason to be losing that battle. Now back over to Trippy, still holding top elevator as they continue to put points on the board.
25 for 15. Slides down off top elevator. Manages to pick up the kill on the player below him as well. So Stella out of commission. You're seeing just a little bit of time for him as Cloud9 now forced to wait for Stella to respawn, which they now do. The camo's going to be popping. It looks like Penguin is on it. So Cloud9, while all of the action is going down as far as, you know, Optic Gaming thinking about their setup where they want to be positioned, the camo gets picked up and Lucid. Oh, the man's got eagle eyes and he's also got himself a sword.
And Lucid was ready for the quick jump up to C plat. And actually, C9 was ready for it too. Tried to back out, but it was already a little bit too late to nope out of that. Lucid does very well, like you said, with the sword to pick that one up, and now they're going to try to hold back Turbine, but the pressure's coming in. Lucid also staying alive back A.
Where's that ball though? C9 have managed to pick it up. They have it in the hands of Renegade, but the pinch is now coming in from Lucid, and the rest of Optic Gaming is going to be thrown out. Unfortunately for Lucid, the two grapples get him around the map, but not without taking a couple of bits of damage, a couple of ticks of damage, I should say, from those frag grenades that do come in. The pings are going out as well, just to show where those players are kind of stacking up at the moment, and Lucid doing such a good job to move around the map, swings back into action. But not going to find any action, unfortunately, for him. Frag grenade down for now. Penguin trying to survive as well, but the Commando not quite hitting like the BR does.
Yeah, certainly missed a few of those, but certainly putting on a show, just Spider-Manning all the way around with this grapple. He picked up another grapple to be able to connect all of these kills, and still has one in the back pocket as well. So just doing so well to use that grapple both offensively and defensively to stay alive, and uses even the BR there as the sword was out of ammo, picks up that melee. One little shoot to the body as well.
Understandably so as well. We have a rule in Halo with the people that I play with that even if you don't make the play, if it looks cool, it doesn't matter. And Lucid managed to make it look cool and also make it matter. And Renegade now charging in. Score is heavily in favor of Optic Gaming, but once again, the Commando is maybe something that Lucid needs a little bit of work on. He's mastered everything else in Halo Infinite, and Pistola gets the stick. Not the first time I've said that over the years. And Penguin now escapes with that ball for C9. And he's going to have this head glitch as well, back blue.
Like we said, one of the most difficult kills in the game. He will continue to be one of the most difficult kills in the game as long as he plays it. Ola somehow pulls the stick from the grave, and that will give them a little bit of time. But take a look at this. Cloud9 looking to mount up a comeback here in round 2, and it would be a statement from them if they were able to close it out.
Oh my word, Lucid. Not only the first one, but the second as well onto Stella. Penguin do not peek. No! Lucid! Oh my word, this man is a one-man wrecking ball.
And that is a failure in communication on the side of C9. There needs to be a note said that Lucid has shock rifle in long haul. There's no reason for the ball carrier to be peeking like that. And surprising to see him pick up all of those kills. The ball will be played off the map.
So Optic just a few moments away now from closing this out. They only need a few more seconds of ball time. And they will be able to tie up this game and take the round themselves. 92 points on the board for them. Just 8 seconds needed. Renegade in a little bit of a tough spot here. And a little bit of a tight squeeze, but manages to work his way through the space that was available to survive for now. Penguin, the only player dead on his team, but Pistola also dead on the other side. It's a 3v3 on the map.
Yeah, that's going to be a big kill right there. The fact they're able to get that kill on Turbine, but they got to watch out for these spawns. You're already seeing them on top long haul, top yellow, and top attic. So right here, once again, this is going to be a moment where slays are going to be so important.
And Optic Gaming recognizing the game situation as well. Yes, there is 2 minutes left on the overall round clock, but they can just play Team Slayer here before they have to go for that ball. Now they have it in their hands. C9 managing to get those 2 kills has given them a very strong setup here, Andy. Now keep your eye on the kill feed, everyone. If C9 manage to pick up that first kill, they'll be able to rack up 20, maybe even 25 seconds of ball time uncontested.
Plenty of time on the board. It's a less than a 20-point difference here. You actually have Renegade across the map, pushing control, pretty unorthodox, and they just want to keep mopping up kills and winning in the Slay department if they can on this push, but here comes Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming with the push. APG leading the charge. Penguin tries to challenge and will get the trade. So at least Optic have broken the setup for now, but 77 points on the board all of a sudden for Cloud9. This is looking like a much, much closer game. They just need to keep Optic off of this ball.
These next few exchanges of kills will determine the game. Both teams right now making sure they do not lose map control. C9's the first one to get to top yellow. They also get top shock right now. So really, as we said earlier, the first few kills and the deaths in these moments are going to decide it. 1:30 left on the clock and just about a 15-point game.
Narrowly misses that shot there, Stella. Penguin and Renegade fall. Ooh, APG falls, though. They don't manage to get that initial kill. And now, with APG falling, the ball in a little bit of a compromised position. So not as easy for Optic Gaming to retrieve that and bring it back to a setup. C9 have got eyes on it, too.
C9 also trying to just do whatever they can. Renegade able to push back the player off of top yellow, but this is just neck and neck. Like we said, neither team wanting to give one another an inch here, as Ola's able to pick up one kill. That's big, and we'll see if they can grab the ball.
I will say, the discipline being shown here by Optic Gaming, recognizing that if they go for that ball a little bit desperately and give something away to C9, they could lose this round, is certainly commendable. Ooh. But there's the oddball. There is the grapple from Pistola, and there is the Mega Brain in action once again, but it's not enough. They're just 3 points away, and all of a sudden, look at this. C9 have control of the top elevator, and they have control across the map.
And it's top C and top yellow spawns all the way across the map. If they hold here, they might be able to do it without even slaying. They might be able to hold. No, the ball's going to drop instead. They're going to decide to slay. Here comes Optic Gaming.
APG has just picked up a huge double kill. Pistola has done the same as well, and Optic Gaming, oh, it was looking scary for them, but they will get those final seconds that they need, and we will see a third round of oddball. This is like a game of chess between these two.
Absolutely so back and forth, and we wouldn't have it any other way. And now just one round of oddball will determine if Optic Gaming closes out this grand final 3-0, or if Cloud9 is going to send us the distance to a game number 4. It would be quite a statement from the side of Optic if they close out this series in just 3 games. This round will decide it.
Double kill for Trippy, and he will secure himself the camouflage as well, as everybody else on the map has fallen, apart from the player that he was fighting inside a tower. So good recognition of game situation, knowing that he had the quickest route to that camouflage to secure it for his team. He's got the Mangler as well, but he doesn't realize that Eco's in front of him, and that's going to be a big trade, a big play from Eco.
That's big, just sitting on top of the C-plat jump, knowing that Camo might come around the corner. Expect to see more and more of that as Infinite goes on. Players are slowly learning those spots and those routes.
APG just patrolling around top gold at the moment. Let's spot this play on the stairs. Great patience from him. Penguin, he gets the beat down, and he'll get the kill as well. APG is warming up at the best possible time here for Optic Gaming, with the game so close and tied up at 1-1.
That's such a technical play from APG. He sits on the attic glass, perfectly times his slide into top yellow to not take really any damage, gets in there, and doing so allows him to win the battles the way that he did at yellow. Love what I'm seeing from APG here.
Pistola, no shields. Stella, no life. Double kill for Pistola. The man is having a series here. Unfortunately, he'll be taken down by Eco as the third player flies in from Cloud9. He'll go for that play ball, throw it out as he feels that there might be some pressure from behind. It was actually Trippy who was up in the top of the commando window, but Trippy taking down Penguin. APG now moving down bottom mid to see if he can get his eyes on that camouflage. It's going to be popping pretty soon.
And just a reminder for anyone just joining us here, this is do or die for the side of Cloud9. They have to win this round of oddball if they want to stay alive in this grand final. And right now, trying to get revenge on Optic Gaming. They closed out a 10-game grand final against them last week. However, it's been a much easier road this week for Optic Gaming.
You can feel the tension in this game. You really can. Both teams do not want to give a kill away any advantage. Optic, no. It's just one round, and they're good. But the back smack comes in on Pistola as he popped that camo. That is massive, so that is out of commission. 2 players have fallen for Optic. C9 have the advantage with the numbers, but Penguin's just kind of flying out bottom middle. A little bit of a misplay from him, maybe a little bit of a miscom from a teammate, as Optic will take advantage of that and pick up the kill.
So many trades being exchanged, and that's why you see some of the best players in Infinite right now doing whatever they can, whether it's with Repulsor or Thrust, avoiding that melee range at all costs, because you see so many trades coming in at the high level, and the best players are the ones that are able to keep that distance, win the battle without forcing that trade. As we take a look at the score here, still pretty close early on in this game.
3-4 for Cloud9 though. Can they get the ball in their hands, Optic Gaming? Look at the amount of time that both teams have managed to secure. It's almost, negligible. Nobody has actually managed to get any kind of setup. And as you say, finally, it's going to be Optic Gaming who do get that setup off the back of the 4 dead. And I want to watch some Lucid POV right now, because that man with the shock rifle in his hands, I'm telling you, he's built different.
Ooh, and that's a big win from Stellar, as he's going to come in and win that without taking, once again, any melee damage. Here he's going to check top bats. And ooh,
Lucid
look
just
at that, though.
beamed Stellar. Lucid just picked up 2. I knew it was going to happen. The man is just a machine with this thing in his hands. And what a game changer he is. There's another.
No.
Oh, I've got chills. They're multiplying. This man is electrifying.
I thought he was going to do something all the way at top attic as well. He's still watching it. He's got APGs back here, and they're starting to run away with this game. We just said it was 19 or so to 5. Now it's 56 to 5.
And the difference has been the shock rifle in the hands of Lucid. Stellar dares to challenge. There's another player behind him. Renegade almost felt the wrath of that shock rifle as well, but good shots from him as he now manages to pick up the double. He's going to be flying in to try and secure the kill onto Trippy as well. He's playing his life so well. It's going to have to be a perfect 4. It isn't perfect, but it's good enough. And that'll be C9 finally being able to get the ball in their hands. Now, I want to see them hold here, Andy. I feel like they've overextended a little bit too much on some kills when they've had the opportunity to set up before.
That really is the question. Can C9 not just hold here, but can they be ready to just fight this game through till the very end? And right now, with the deficit that they have, the question is, can they put the points on the board? Can they find the resilience to make sure that they're just playing these next 2 minutes as diligently, as disciplined as they can? Because they certainly can close this one out, but it's going to require a ton of coordination.
Big pick from Pistola once again, managing to take down Renegade. 27 points on the board here for C9. Once again, not what they want to see, not quite the amount of points I think they could have thought they'd racked up from the position they found themselves in. Renegade has to be careful as Lucid does a huge amount of damage down to no shields, but that's 2 dead now. Pistola has to survive for his team.
That was just like you said, 2 dead, a big moment where we could have seen a grab come in, but it did not come in. Instead, we were going to see C9 just go for control. Keeping each other alive on pipes will be pretty important too, giving them a man advantage yet again.
Sword in the hands of Stellar. Doesn't have it out though, and luckily the beatdown is cleaned up. That could have been a little bit of a messy situation for C9 and Stellar. Trippy going to be taking some shots down on the commando in the attic. Stellar tries to re-engage, throws a couple of grenades here, but once again, that ball is just something that nobody seems to be able to get any kind of control of, and that's fine for Optic. As we say, 1 round is all they need to close out our grand finals here as Pistola's on the flank.
Look at the teamwork there. There's absolutely steamrolling. Penguin does well to get the stick. Eco also picks up a kill. So 2 dead once again. It's going to be Lucid, though, that answers back. He gets a shock rifle kill. They're 2 dead right now, and he's hitting shock rifle kills across the map and getting ball time for his team while also rotating.
I mean, he's the best shock rifle player in the game. He's one of the best players in the game. I mean, he gets sorted in the back, but maybe that's what they need to do. Just kill Lucid, get him out of the game, and get the ball in your hands. C9 finally managing to get some sort of control of the odd ball, but it's only for a few seconds here. As you can see, the respawners are coming in already from Optic.
Lucid's also 16-8 right now, and just putting on an absolute performance. I mean, the scoreboard is out of control, and we've said that time and time again. Now Ola with the camo. This is disastrous for C9.
C9 have the ball in hands, though. And the time is starting to tick away for them. And Optic are going to be feeling a little bit nervous here, especially when you know you're so close to closing out a series. To throw it away in the way that maybe they did last week, or C9 did last week, is going to be fresh in their memories. Camo taken down by Eco with that mangler. And C9 now have a fantastic hold as APG is going to be taken down as well. And C9 now working their way back into this one, Andy.
What an opportunity that Ola had there, and he does not get the stick. Bottom A, he chooses to go in bottom A. Eco put all his marbles there in the same, all his eggs in the same basket, bet all his marbles on the fact that they were coming bottom A, and that's exactly what happened. And now Ola, one of the only players back alive, bottom A, he's going to pick up another kill, and now just wreaking havoc. And what looked like it was going to be a C9 hold is going to be slowed down almost single-handedly by Pistola in the back of the base.
Pistola just doing Pistola things. If you're not a fan of any Halo player, maybe Pistola will make you a fan of him. He is just an animal, and he has been playing so well in this series. One of the most lovable people that we have in the Halo scene. And it's not just for his personality, his gameplay speaks for itself.
Penguin with a huge kill at Turbine. We cannot talk about how big that was. He was the last one alive. He manages to get the kill there on Ola, and that will continue to rack up time for the C9 side. This game is not over. In fact, it's tied.
C9 actually eking out a little bit of a lead here as well. And with only 9 seconds left, if they can hold on to that oddball or just keep Optic at bay, then C9 will win the map. And we will move forward. Stellar is just holding it. He's running for his life. Lucid gets the kill.
That's it.
Only has 5 seconds left. They need to get their hands on the oddball. Otherwise, this is going to be game over. Lucid finds the ball in his hands. Can he survive? He gets around the corner. Surely not again. Surely not with 1 second left. C9 finally put an end to things and extend the series. C9 clutch up when it matters.
Wow, maybe a little bit of deja vu here as we are going to go the distance with these teams. Did we really think on set for a second that this was going to be a 3-0 in favor of Optic? I mean, I think it certainly looked like it for the past maybe 90 seconds and 2 minutes. However, Cloud9 pulls the rabbit out of the hat. They win that one 2-1, barely and narrowly, with some great late holds. And I got to give credit right now to Eco winning that battle with the Mangler on the bottom door against Ola with Camo. That is a game-winning play, and they will win it. They will send us to game 4.
I mean, looking across the statistics, more difficult to say than I particularly thought in that circumstance. Eco, the man to stand out once again here for C9. And it seems like when Eco's having big games for C9 at the moment, Andy, that he is the kind of the factor that wins them games. 40 kills for him, 31 deaths with 17 assists. A very big game once again from Kevin Smith.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, look at Ola, 21 assists. Just absolutely crazy numbers. Almost as many assists as we had of some players that had kills in the game. Big numbers. Let's take a look at the damage as well, just to see how things went down across these 3 games of oddball. And look at some of these numbers. Lucid standing out at 13k damage across 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage being done across those rounds. Like we say, we pretty much played every single second of Oddball there, but Oddball, I mean, it certainly is one that makes the heart skip a few beats there, Andy. When Lucid got his hand on that ball right at the end there, towards the end, I was like, surely not with 1 second. I think we saw it last time, it was like 5 seconds where Pistola made a crazy play, but with 1 second, I mean, I'll be honest with you, that might have been the end of me. I might have had to sub Weds in, because that would have been one of the hypest moments we've seen in Halo Esports.
And Stellar did so well top control to hold the ball that whole time, because the math really started to go into their favor that they would only need to essentially get that kill bottom middle. They even tossed the ball out, and we'll go ahead and take a look at some highlights from that game. We're actually going to break down, thank you to production, actually, this is the last essentially 30 seconds of the game on set that we'll get a chance to watch right here.
Yeah, Penguin gets a really, really big kill. You pointed that out.
Huge.
The kill on Turbine was absolutely massive to give them the numbers advantage and stop the ball carrier being under any kind of pressure. And then Stellar just rotates away. Lucid just desperately trying to do what he could. And let's just take a second. He hits that shot to take him down. He then runs desperately towards that oddball. Look at the clock on the bottom of your screen. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. I mean, it's 0.1 of a second if you really want to get technical with it, and he manages to get away, but just not enough time for him to survive. No shields. That was the problem. C9, they're over at the elevator. 1 player flies across the map, but I mean, yeah, once again, Oddball showing us what it can provide as far as entertainment is concerned.
Wow. Yeah, as what a set of highlights from that end of that game. Like we said, Trippy getting that kill against Ola to prevent Ola essentially getting not an overkill on paper, but a 4 dead scenario. That's a huge win. Eco winning that as well. Also, let's give a shout out to Stellar for the play ball that he just played as well, because he held the ball the entire time. Then he went front control, plays it bottom middle, and that essentially played off of the outside of Turbine. Then the ball bounces back. That's what brought it to the 1 second mark. If that ball stays in control, Lucid might be holding that top control, and maybe you're holding players off enough. Instead of, keep in mind, Optic had to push across bottom, C9 had to push across the bottom mid, across mid-bridge. That's why they're able to do that. So a lot of scenarios could have gone different ways in the end. Cloud9 wins it. That's all that matters. We're going to game 4.
I think it's kind of crazy, right, that we're like, okay, it can't be better than last week, right? We're like, it can't be better than last week. And then we're like, how about a reverse sweep for the first series? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not throwing anything Optic's way. I'm not saying I want to see it. I kind of want to see it though, because I want to see a second series. I want to see a bracket reset. And as we see one of the stats coming in here right now, tied 1-1 in strongholds, Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. So as if we needed a more indication, everybody at home, these two teams are pretty tightly matched. There it is right in front of you. The statistics back. I'm going to work on saying the word statistics, by the way. I'm really struggling with that, Andy. The statistics back it up as if we needed that kind of information.
I mean, they really do. And I think these two teams have been neck and neck. They've already been the storyline of competitive Halo Infinite. We're only 2 weeks in. Welcome back, everyone joining us across Twitch and YouTube. It's amazing to have you with us here for another epic grand final between these two teams who have already established a rivalry really early on in this game. And it's been an absolute pleasure to watch for us in the casting booth and also to have all of you joining us as well. It's been amazing to watch these two teams go up against each other. As you saw in last week's grand finals, Optic able to squeak it out and C9 very unhappy. And so far, this could be what C9 needed, maybe a little bit of extra boost to bring this series all the way to a 5th game.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm not getting ahead of myself. Let's talk about the next game because I'm starting to come up with all kinds of crazy scenarios to make it as crazy as last week was. Let's just talk about what we know, and that is the fact that we're going over to Live Fire next for some Strongholds action, Andy, and this is going to be, once again, one of those back and forth game types between the two. Not really sure, stats-wise, how these teams kind of match up. I'm going to have a little look over and see if we've got anything to kind of give you a little bit of information. Gaskin actually saying that both of these teams have a 100% record on this game type. More stats that help us with nothing.
I mean, more proof that these two teams are the best two teams in Halo Infinite right now. That should come as a surprise to no one here. We'll jump into the gameplay, and right away, the kill's going to Optic Gaming. 2 dead here in the first moments of the match.
Yeah, not only that, Lucid picking up all the weapons that you could possibly want. They're going to rotate over to C. They have A already locked down. Now they've got to worry about the spawns. That overshield's going to be popping as well, so it's going to be up to the man on your screen right now to maybe hit some crazy shots, but he's got to deal with Stella, who jumps out of the closet and says, boo.
Stellar wastes no time, flies right over to top C. Overshield is still going to be up. They will lose Renegade on the Obi, so we'll have to see this battle between APG. Will not get away with it either. Now Ola's going to fly in. What does Ola have in the tank? Not enough, because it's a double kill for Stellar. And Optic Gaming with very good aggression. However, it's answered right back right away by C9.
Yeah, nothing in the tank, but a bullet in the back there for Pistola. As now we're going to see Stella try and move around the map, maneuver with those weapons. Can't quite land that bullet onto Lucid. No. Lucid, once again, elusive. As it will be the overshield now being picked up by Penguin. Finally, the players will be stopped on their little tear here over at green by Cloud9. 1 player dead on each team at the moment. And just looking at Stronghold control, with the A Stronghold now being turned over to Cloud9, they will be scoring.
Yeah, AB hold here for C9. Let's see how long they can hold it the way they play that. Very good trade for Penguin. It's a very important trade, even though you do have Lucid on B right away. However, C getting flipped as well.
AB now in the hands of Lucid. He manages to almost get the repulsor away to let him pull that BR out and maybe get the finish, but unfortunately for him, wasn't to be. 1 dead on either side at the moment. Lucid and Penguin out of the game, just playing spectator for a few more seconds. The triple cap momentarily in effect there from Optic Gaming, and that is something you don't see very often on this map.
No, certainly not. Not on Live Fire, not as nearly as much as some of the other maps, and it's going to be a brief AB hold for just a moment as we take a look across to the kills. It's already Penguin there with 5 on the board.
Lucid be taken down as well. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, Optic only need 1 map to close out the series. C9 we need to win back-to-back games to send us to a grand finals bracket reset once again. Renegade starting to heat up a little bit. AB control here for Cloud9. 31 points to 25 the score, but again, Lucid don't lose 1v1s. Get that on a t-shirt because that thing's going to sell.
I'm going to buy that t-shirt for sure. If you could bring that t-shirt to Raleigh actually on set, that would be fantastic because I'm going to need that.
Medium with your name on.
Absolutely fantastic. It's big wins like that, those 1v1 battles are going to be deciders in this game. As we said, these two teams are not only so neck and neck, but just with the way that Halo Infinite plays and the speed of a game type like Live Fire Strongholds, it's going to come down to those pivotal 1v1 battles.
A lot of players just fell for C9. Pistola doing a good job of predicting Stella, but it's one thing to predict, it's another thing to deal with it, as the shots are absolutely beautiful from the man with the main. As now Eco's going to move towards the sandbags, trying to put some pressure onto A here, and it looks like C9 may be thinking about a cheeky opportunity. A trip cap. Pistola should be taken down as he's no shields as well. This is looking dangerous now all of a sudden for Optic.
And Eco swinging around instead of going into A. I like that decision to instead flank all the way around to B to see what was going on over there and picking up even a few more kills. They will continue scoring. C getting flipped, but this is a big A battle.
Oh my word, he just made that look so simple. He's playing against Pistola, A, and B, Pistola on a head glitch. He got the first shot, but finishing off the fight so simple for him, just smoothly navigating that battle rifle to the head of Pistola and taking him out of that stronghold. Finally, Optic managed to fight back into the game and managed to fight their way to get hold of one stronghold, but this is going to be stifling for them. They're going to be funneled through one of these chokes out from that garage.
Look how smart Eco plays that. He goes garage door, he goes big door just to challenge a bit. He knows that once a stronghold is being capped, you are not going to stop that cap. He just does a bunch of damage, forces them all to go top A. Instead, Optic makes some pretty difficult pushes here. Now they're going to have to push through dummies.
It won't be traded out there. Lucid tries to get his hands on that overshield. It's going to be stopped by Cloud9, 122 to 31, and finally C will be turned over, or attempted to be turned over here by Optic Gaming. But as Trippy does the work here, he sees A evaporate in front of his eyes, so scoring still going to be here for Cloud9. Ola going to be in a battle down low. Eco wins that one as well. Trippy's going to have to overextend, and that means that it's going to allow Renegade to get into a position to get those shots down to help out his teammate. APG now with the sniper rifle in hand. He'll play that one off the map.
Just going to toss that off. Does not want the opponent to have that sniper rifle in hand, especially on a map like Live Fire. Optic Gaming only able to get A once again. It's been such a strong BC hold from the side of C9 for such a long time that they now lead 145 to 31.
Team fight coming in from APG, keeping Pistola alive. Pistola had no idea where that player was, and he didn't have to worry about it, as APG had his buddies back. Lucid now looking over to the nest. Penguin going to be kind of trying his best to stay alive and maybe just bait a few players out. But for Optic, they look a little bit lost at the moment. There's going to be a big contest going on here. This is a massive fight. The repulsor is beautiful from Lucid. He'll get the reset, and Optic starting to roar back into this one.
Not the first time we've seen Lucid go for that, even though it's not that crazy or crafty of a repulsor play, just simply knocking back your opponent. Look at this, gets the sky-high angle on Nest as well. That's what I'm talking about when I mean a little bit more of a creative angle with the repulsor and just putting on a show, just flying around the map, doing whatever he needs to do, knocking opponents around, and also flying all the way up to the height of the map.
Yeah, if we can get a check in with Lucid's headset, if he's got a direct line to Bravo's microphone, that might be something to check, because it was almost as if he heard you and said, hey, watch this.
Yeah.
But for
I think he
Trippy
also,
now,
I was going to say, I think he also might have a decent weather report for exactly what's going on at the top of the map, because it's certainly a bit different from everything that's happening down here on ground level, but it'll be a little bit more points on the board here for Optic Gaming as they'll start to score once again.
Overshield popping up here as well. Renegade having a battle with APG. APG will win that one convincingly as well, and trying to give some cover fire to Trippy as the overshield, like we mentioned, will now fall into the hands of Optic Gaming. Looking at the scoring though, that's the most important thing to keep your eyes on. As always, a triple cap here for Optic Gaming. Now they can pressure A as Penguin is trying to turn that one back over. Reset comes in though.
And once again, this is exactly what Optic Gaming is trying to do. They want to just continue to apply the pressure, and if they're able to do it, they'll be right back in this game. But everything being contested right now.
Oh, Pistola takes down Stella though, just whips that sniper reticle and manages to keep C in their control. That is a massive play from Pistola. It might only seem like one kill, but without that, they are not scoring right now, Optic. APG picks up one. Trippy picks up another as well, and Pistola can now retreat. And look at the setup they have. They have them trapped inside a garage. They have Pistola lurking here on the nest bridge, and he's just going to be hunting for snipe kills.
And that just shows you what you could do on a game type like Stronghold's Live Fire. To hit that shot on C, right away get the stop, then fly back to B for the reset. I mean, a one-man show here, and then the teammates off the spawn can also push in. Very nice stuff from Pistola. They're also flipping A again here. Momentary trip cap again for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, it's a dominating triple cap as well. APG picks up the kill on Penguin, and now you're looking at C9. They're not quite sure where they want to push. They're not quite sure what they want to do, but now that opening being provided by Renegade is going to give them time to make that decision. Repulsor in his hands as well, but Trippy catches him in the cankles and will put him down in the dirt.
You could tell by the way the Renegade was taking that route. He thought about going right to B, but instead he went to pillars for just a second to try to get a shorter angle over to B, but Trippy is ready for that move, and as a result, still we have Optic Gaming scoring, but as we're going to see two get flipped right now. Looks like A and B about to go into the side of C9.
You say that, but oh, Pistola slid in like a Premiership footballer. Double-footed tackle did not connect that time, and it will be the stronghold being flipped over like you mentioned. Cloud9 now scoring, but for how long? The lead is starting to grow for them. Optic have had that lead for quite some time, but it's being chipped away at now as Lucid picks up the overshield as well. Stella's going to be on the receiving end of a back smack, and that's going to turn over the heat wave to them as well. And it looks like C9 starting to extend a little bit, Andy. This is starting to look a little bit worrying here for Optic Gaming.
Look at this, tied 175 once again. We weren't sure if we were going to see a grand final this close once again, but folks, that's exactly what we're seeing. We could not ask for better action between these two. Optic Gaming, though, trying to make something of the top A push, however, stuck in between a rock and a hard place here.
Every single battle here, Andy, every single fight, every single bullet is vital to how this game will eventually end up. Eco doesn't feel The wrath of that sniper bullet. 176 to 185. Optic are turning over A as well. Can they get that conversion though? Yes, they do. Eco will lose the battle to APG though, so that will be Optic still scoring, but B now being turned over by Cloud9.
APG knew that he needed to be there, and also you saw needed to check that corner on the C9 side. However, a little bit of trades going back and forth, and just like you said, these kills will be huge towards the end of this match.
Massive from Lucid. Not only the kill on B to stop the conversion, but the reset comes in as well. So Optic Gaming crawling towards the finish line here. But as I say that, look at the bottom of your screen. It's going to be B now turned over, and the fight for C breaks out.
Oh, they get the stop on C. That's a big stop from Penguin on back C. We didn't get to see exactly what happened, but he had the help he needed. He works with Renegade. Right now, C9 will continue to score. What can Lucid do with the sniper rifle?
Oh, it's just on a knife edge this game. The series is on a knife edge. Optic only need one game, but C9 are just clawing away, and Lucid is making it as difficult as possible. 4 dead. C9. That's what Optic needed. They will turn over B, and now they have some space on the map thanks to Lucid's plays.
Look at the patience. Look at the timing from Lucid. He knows players are going to be flying out, just using the drop shield to actually shoot through it. And we will continue to see Optic scoring now with the BC hold. This game less than 10 points separating the two.
Overshield popping up. C9 playing for it. Trippy trying to pop out here, but he'll be taken down. Eco needs to make a decision here, but Pistola's hot on his heels, and he'll be eliminated from the game. Stella, last player alive here over at B. Whereas Lucid has a sniper rifle, and he's going to body Stella inside of that stronghold as well, but Penguin manages to take him down.
Penguin's push on C is huge here. Whatever happens at Pillars, also huge. Stellar working together with Renegade, doing whatever they can to stay alive. They're 2 kills, 2 dead on the side of Optic. That could be a game-winning play.
C9 turn over C. They have BC control. They are scoring. They cross the 200-point threshold. Eco picks up one on the bottom middle. Lucid now looking to trade that out, but he's not going to be able to, as the help will come in, and Renegade starting to put the troops on his back. Trippy bottom middle at the moment. Trippy eliminated by Renegade. My God, this man has decided that we ain't going home yet.
What a win, and what a place to do it at mid-map. That's an absolutely huge kill that he's able to get. They will continue the AC hold, and all players right here stuck on the B hold. They have complete control of top A. As you see on your screen, no one's back A. Only Trippy trying to sneak garage door. Time is still going to tick for Optic.
Oh, Trippy, that's massive. That is massive. Although we are just seeing the lead change, it's opened up the door here for them to escape from B. And they will be able to turn over A. So AB now in control of Optic. They are scoring for now, and C9 need to make something happen right here, right now. Otherwise, Optic Gaming are going to go back to back.
And they're going to drive that trip cap as well. They're not afraid to start on C, and it looks like they're also going to get C. Trippy is a one-man show from that kill to now. That's a trip cap in effect for Optic Gaming.
This could be it. Optic Gaming, they've been dominant. They have looked absolutely outstanding in our grand finals today. Over the last 2 days, they have been the team to beat. And we're saying it again. Optic Gaming are your champions. It's back-to-back for the Green Wall.
What an absolutely incredible finish to that game. I cannot wait to see the highlights, because you called it perfectly. Trippy's win there at top sandbags at A, and then to rotate all the way to C, really put the team on his back. Here's your grand finals in their entirety. It's going to be a 3-1 win for Optic Gaming in what looked like was going to be a Game 5 series. Optic Gaming answers back, ends that one short, and they will back-to-back here in our HCS Open qualifiers here, number 1 and number 2.
We asked the question right at the start of the show. Are Optic able to play at the same level that they did when they won the first week? The answer is no. They played at a better level, Andy, as we see the stats coming in. APG, a shout out to you, Brad. Big kills across the board, but you want a perfect team performance, Andy? Look at those stats. Almost 3 players, exactly the same stats.
I mean, when you have 3 players going 21 and 18, there's some next level work going on between these teams. We'll take a look at damage as well, but very rarely do you see 3 players with the exact same KD in a game like that.
Yes, damage though. Trippy, 6,000 for him. Renegade, the biggest damage in the lobby. But I have to say, Trippy is just clutch. Lucid is clutch. Ola, APG, they've all just had those moments. Even on that last map, Andy, where you have to say each of them took it in turns to step up, make a big play when it mattered most.
I mean, what an amazing game here. Once again, we didn't think Stellar right there, by the way, losing that battle with the wave. That's a big moment in the game as well. Lucid winning this, and like we said, all these little moments, when you take a look at the game we just watched, my God, do they ever add up when you look at how close that game was in the end.
I mean, that repulsor play from Lucid, it might look by much, but it just throws you off. It takes the cover from his opponent, basically, and puts it into his control. Trippy towards the end of this game, though, that 1v1 that was won over by B just to let his team escape was absolutely massive. Ola just removing both kneecaps, I think, there with the speed that that bullet hit. And then APG towards the end here, just big wins across the board. And as I say, you look at the highlights here, Andy, it's every single player on Optic making plays at different times.
It really is, and you had a lot of moments of greatness from C9. They didn't go down without an epic fight and some really great control as well. Incredible repulsor play there, but look at this win from APG. These are the kind of moments I'm talking about. Even though that was traded out, look at this Lucid rotation. Gets one, checks the stronghold, confidently hits that, and look at his shields. He took no damage that entire time.
This is the win towards the end of the game I was talking about, though. APG gets taken down with the overshield. There was Renegade with the, I mean, those Mangler shots are not easy to hit if you're watching at home, by the way. APG with a double as well. And honestly, like I said previously, every single player has highlights in this package, and it's quite rightly so, because this was a team effort from Optic to take this home.
It really was. We didn't get to see it there, but also that trippy push as he pushed top sandbags. That's a game-winning play, one of the last alive coming in from pillars as we bring everyone back in, guys. It was another grand finals that did not disappoint between what has already been established as the Halo Infinite rivalry.
Oh, I mean, my goodness, is it? Because these two teams, phenomenal from the get-go. And I've got to say that final game there is a prime example of how talented this Optic roster are. Of course, as well as Cloud9, but Optic just showing that they can really stick to it in terms of individual skill level and really take on those battles 1v1s, switch things around. Absolutely insane. I really want to take note of their teamwork, though. I think, you know, Clutch, watching that series overall, for me, teamwork really stands out with Optic. I mean, you know, right at the start of that grand final series, we had obviously CTF. The first flag cap, the way that they got, you know, these guys worked together as a team, you know, pulling the flag straight away, you know, allowing Lucid to grapple the flag right into C9's BR, not taking any damage there at all, then getting the kills, cleaning things up, allowing that flag to be ran. I mean, the fact that this team is able to utilize all of the equipment across the map, continue that teamwork as well, how much pressure did that really put on C9 from the start of that series, going through the rest of the games there, you know, knowing that this team has stellar teamwork to utilize these plays, and that, you know, they're able to utilize everything in their deck, basically.
Yeah, what I think we're seeing with this Optic gaming roster is a bunch of unselfish players that have done a phenomenal job of understanding that Infinite is a new game of Halo, and that they're going to be able to adapt to everything that we're throwing at them. That's the sandbox, that's the movement, that's the objectives, and to pair that with the teamwork and the communication they clearly have, the strategies that they've been able to just throw on the fly over the past 2 weeks. It's been incredible to watch. I mean, you talk about the bizarre CTF, where they've communicated with each other before this series that we want to grab this flag, get it off the stand so that it is grappable.
Grapple.
Yeah,
that was a rough one.
Because of that,
crazy.
They just cut so much time off the flag run. They cut off so much danger and risk of being out in the open with the flag. They're able to get into the bar so quickly and then play around that area. And the fact that they've already had these discussions and implemented these strategies and can do it on the fly on the same page speaks volume to these guys' professionalism, and this is why they're the #1 team in the world.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like every time I watch Optic, I'm learning something new. And I think that is just so dope. I think that's just such a dope thing to be able to say at this point as well. These guys are ridiculous. And ridiculous they are, because look at that winners bracket right now. Optic Gaming Grand Finals. Again, another incredible victory against Cloud9. But this time, they managed to do it in one game. We didn't have a bracket reset, of course, but Optic Gaming take it 3-1 to Cloud9, of course. A huge congratulations to OG as well. Now, we need to talk, of course, about the kickoff qualifier, because we do have our Raleigh seeding to be done. There is another event that can seal the deal here for our teams. It really is a last chance at the moment. Obviously, December 1st to 2nd. It's a 2-day event. You can register right now, aka.ms/HCS Open Reg. Make sure you register right now, because honestly, they go quick, boys, don't they? It goes so quick. So make sure you get the opportunity to get signed up for that one as well. But gentlemen, honestly, I would love to get your final thoughts as we honestly close this show out. I'm really sad because I was looking forward to this all week, and it's over so fast. Rob, what did you make of the day overall?
I mean, just another amazing day of Halo. I think the fact that we saw the series once again with the Cloud9 Optic rivalry re-emerging, incredible. C9 putting up a great fight in the end. And honestly, same thoughts from me. What I was feeling was like, during even those Grand Finals matches, I'm like, I just want this to keep going. I just want to see even more games. So it's pretty great that we already have even more competition coming in the middle of this week. But as you said, those spots go very quick. As we saw this week, make sure if you do want to compete in these opens that you make sure and register your team.
Absolutely. Onset, what about you, my friend?
Don't be sad because it's only a couple of days till we do it again. Like honestly, you're going to go to bed, you're going to have a sleep, you're going to wake up, and all of a sudden you're going to be back. So don't be too sad. It's the same for everyone watching. Make sure that you're here again, because the kickoff is arguably the biggest event that we've had so far before we get to Raleigh. This is the really big one where teams are going to be practiced. They're going to have, the history behind them now on Halo Infinite, how to play the game. And it is so vital for that live event, that LAN event, that they get those seedings right. So everyone's going to be going 1,000%.
Amazing stuff. Clutch, wrapping things up here. What have you got to say?
Optic's the team to beat, and until you prove otherwise, it looks like they're in the driver's seat of this competition. Good luck to everybody trying to catch up, but you don't have much time to do it, so get ready.
Amazing stuff. Well, gentlemen, we've had such a good time today. I hope you guys at home have too. GG's to all the 512 teams that participated this weekend. Crazy numbers, and the turnout was massive. And the biggest congratulations, of course, is to your two-time back-to-back NA Open champions, Optic Gaming. Insane stuff from them. Congratulations once again. But the action is going to be on pause for only a couple of days, like we said, and then we're going to be back on your screens December 1st. The kickoff qualifiers 2-day event begins. You don't want to miss it, guys. There's plenty more Halo Infinite coming your way, and we can't wait to see you there.